Anyone?
Flattery, bro. Let me guess.
The
Eric Dubay.
history, the history of flat Earth by Eric Dubay. What the fuck is this? This is geocentric. I'm like, wait. So geocentric. I didn't even know what geocentric was. That's how fucking out of it I was. I was like, so I'm like, then I realized geocentric means you're at the center and everything is revolving, right? That's when I finally figured completely out, and I was like, so that means it could be any shape and stuff is revolving around you. And I found it very interesting. I was like, what if it is flat? What if it's a cube? What if it's, I started thinking about these possibilities. Like, what if it's this? What if it's that? So I clicked on this fucking video called The History of Flat Earth by Eric Dubay. Dude, that fool went so deep into like everything from cosmology to like density, Archimedes principle, everything you could think of, like the shit that we've learned to this day. I was hooked. And in that time, the algorithm was so great. I remember like I finished watching all of Eric Dubay. And then it took me to like Jeranism and then all these other fucking flat earthers that were from like 2015. It took me through all of them to the point where I saw everything that was on YouTube that had to do with flat earth that I knew about to this day. I saw it all. And I actually had to wait for content to come out. That's how slow it was coming out. Like I had to wait for it. I remember I would be like, I started subbing to shit. I made a channel in 2016. It took me a long time to make a YouTube channel. I think I made it like till 2016 because I didn't, dude. I was one of those YouTubers. I didn't have a YouTube. I didn't even have a channel. I just viewed shit, you know. And I got to a point where I was like, damn, I want to subscribe to certain channels. So I made a channel just to subscribe to them. And it got to the point where I was like, it was January 2015, and I was like, dude, this shit's fucking flat. Like, no doubts. Like, it's flat, just believing it. And I'm gonna be honest, man. I took the title of Flat Earther in 2015 January, but I didn't become a legit flat earther in my mind to this day because now I know, like, I understand why it's flat, and I can tell you it's flat, why it's flat. Till 2016, it took me a year. Like, yeah, I took the title of flat earther. I believed it was flat, but that was me believing it. Like I believed it because, and I resonated with it. But it didn't take me like saying like till 2016 that I can actually tell you it's flat and prove why. Because that the proofs weren't there in 2015 for me. Just the ideology and the belief of it. It wasn't until 2016 that the evidence of like Chicago skyline and all that shit just started pouring through, and I was just like, dude, like, this is it.
Yeah.
El Baba, I love you saying what you just said. I love it. You're like story man. That's awesome.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, bro. When you first come across this information, it's like it lights a fire under your ass, and it makes you research because you got to put in the work. Like you got to figure it out. And I was working with a bunch of atheist or agnostic types, college students, and they were like challenging me, about the Bible and about science, and they were challenging me. So I was like really motivated to like win these debates, right? Not because like I was right, but because the information was right and I knew it, right? So I started listening to like Kent Hovind, and then at the moment where Kent Hovind says, "Put gravity in a jar and paint it yellow," or he would say, "Why does Venus spin backwards?" Right? That's a violation of the conservation of angular momentum. Right? And I was like,
when it goes retrograde.
right. And then he would say, "What about the Big Bang?" Right? Nobody witnessed, nobody observed that. Nobody observed that natural phenomenon. And it was like, oh shit, like Kent Hovind was the first flat earther. He just doesn't know it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Kent Hovind definitely. I'm not gonna lie. Look, I give respect where it's due, because even though I believe certain people, like now that I'm where I'm at, and I believe what I believe, or what I think, or what I know. Now that I'm at this position, I look back, and I'm like, I don't think Alex Jones is a great source. I don't think fucking Kent Hovind is a good source, but I'll give them credit where it's due. There are certain things they said. Doesn't mean that everything they say is good. There are certain things they said in a point in time that made me shit click in my head and guided me to where I'm at. So I have, to be honest, when people say Alex Jones is a shit, I'll be like, fuck yeah, he is. Kent Hovind's stupid? Fuck yeah, he is. Do I fucking hate him? No. Do I disagree with a lot of what he says? Yeah. Do I agree with some shit he says? Yes. Like, you gotta learn to, like, fucking, like, you can't, like, people are so fucking fickle. Like, they'll be like, oh, this person mentioned this. That means everything he thinks is wrong. That's just kind of like how they think about us, right? Like, oh, we mentioned, you know how many times I've been on Facebook and I'm destroying, like, dude, I'm not gonna lie. but I've been getting into politics a lot lately, and I've been destroying fucking leftists, like on debates, like on Facebook. You know how many times I've hopped on, and they'll be like, "Oh, this dude has a picture of research flat Earth or flat Earth for life. Everything he says is wrong." That's bullshit. That's not a good argument, because people should argue on the merit and the points that are given at that given time, right? So if I give a point that is valid, just because I believe in something stupid, even if you think it's retarded or it's wrong, doesn't exclude what I'm saying at that time and moment, right? That's what people
Right.
argue this day.
That's
It's like
two tactics.
yeah, it's so
Well,
stupid. People argue like
well, the
It's
fact that
you're wrong
stultification.
about this, therefore you're wrong about everything. It's such a dumb
Right. That's
argument.
you
stultification and the genetic fallacy wrapped in one statement.
you came to these understandings through those channels or whatever, even though they may be what I consider controlled opposition. You know, Alex Jones, whatever.
Yeah, I
Uh,
agree.
they're controlled opposition, but they did bring up some points. But in their points, they also give other things that make you go down rabbit holes that are
Are
bullshit. You
stupid
know,
and they're wrong.
and
Exactly.
exactly,
Exact.
and
I agree. I agree 100%. But here's my thing. The reason I
I'm
give
not saying
credit to
what
them
you're
is not
saying
because,
was wrong. Credit is due where credit is due, because it did wake you up to look at things. You're right.
and to be honest, here's the thing. Like Alex Jones is a complete shill to people that don't know how to evaluate information. He is not a shill to people that know how to evaluate information. That's the way I see it. Because look,
Yeah.
it's dependent. It's dependent on the person. Because look, I'm the type of person that like if I get information, I don't fly on it right away. Even though I did when it was flat Earth, I'm not gonna lie. That's the one I did fly on right away, and it's because I felt it. Like I took my feelings on that one. I'm like, this one seems legit, and I believed it. I'm not gonna lie. But I've learned in time that I shouldn't do that. And I reevaluate myself. I'll be like, all right, so I just received this information. How do I know this is true? So
I
I take all the positions, the anti position, the good position, the for position, the anti, I take the positions against it. I try to figure out if what I'm believing at that current moment or what I'm thinking, if it could be possibly wrong. I try to analyze it through many perspectives. And that's the way I've noticed, like, that I've grown more in observing things and understanding things is you have to take positions that you don't agree on because look, there's globers or flat earthers. You have to take both positions. You have to assume the Earth is a globe. You have to assume the Earth is flat, and then you have to come to a conclusion, right? I'm talking about for a person that's new to it. Like if someone is just hearing about flat Earth, you just can't be like it's flat because all the flat earthers said this. No, you got to take the glober's position too. You got to take all the positions into account, and then you literally have to determine what is right. And even though what you determine is right could be wrong, even it could be wrong. But the point is
yeah.
that I trust myself and my mentality enough. Not saying that it's right and I'm a genius, but I trust it enough to be like, I can make a right choice for myself. And what I've come up with is the Earth isn't moving, the Earth isn't spinning, and there's no fucking curvature. It's that fucking
You
simple
don't feel
to
shit.
me. You know?
Same here, Baba. You know, that was me. My husband was I know you've heard this before because I've told it here. Is that he was looking into like JFK and moon landing and all that stuff, and I was like, whatever, babe. I just totally ignored him. Even though he was playing these videos in the background, I could hear him. I was ignoring it, and one day he was like, babe, just look into it, and because he knows I was a Bible thumper 100%. He said, just go read Genesis again. Just the first chapter. Just read it without thinking anything you've ever been taught. And once I did that, I was like, wow, whoa, what did I just read? What? And I don't care if any of y'all believe in the Bible, whatever. This was a core foundation of mine that I had never ever entertained before. And immediately I came to the conclusion that the earth was not something moving, it was stationary. It was, I immediately understood what he was trying to tell me. and it was mind blowing. And at the same time, I still love everybody that doesn't understand that. And but there's a whole lot of other issues I have with people. You know, it's just it was pretty mind blowing though. But I've chosen to come away from that whole movement, and there's a lot of other stuff that needs to go beyond the flat earth movement. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, there's a whole lot more than just this. I just want to say real fast, pay attention to the opposite of what they say. So, Jose, this is what you just said. If you know someone's controlled opposition, right, and they tell you 9 things that are true, and the 10th thing they say, you don't know if it's true or not, like the no planers, they're crazy, right? And then you go look into the no plane theory, right? And then you're like come across all this, free energy weapons, right? And that's another theory that you hadn't come across, but you didn't know about it until the controlled opposition said something and you didn't know it was true or not. So you listen to the opposite of what they say and you're like, the no planers, that's crazy. Okay, I'm going to check that out. Thanks for listening.
Right, exactly. There, even in the you discernment, you we all have this. I don't even know what to call it. We all inherently have this something inside us. I like to call it discernment from the ruach, the real ruach, not a spirit from something else, but the ruach from the Father, and it will speak to you if you allow it to tell you what's real or not. Ha! Y'all, a lot of y'all probably like, whatever, Shanna, you're crazy. But you gotta trust your own inner discernment. Some people's discernment is not what yours is, maybe. But, you know, when things come across your path, a lot of y'all, like me, you're like, no, that ain't working well with me. And some things you're like, oh, yeah, that sits well. That's right. And like just with all this stuff that's going on right now in our world, we we don't want to put on these ritualistic shame masks. We don't want to get no jabos. We don't want to do these things because we know inherently that is not what we need to do. These things are against our inherent nature of what we don't want in us. And like I said, this is more than just about flat earth. Flat earth is great. It's great. It's a very if anybody can come to flat earth, they can come to the truth of a lot of other things. But there's so many people that will never come to flat earth and they're totally lost. They're just zombies walking amongst us. And they truly are. I don't know if it's the fluoride or all the TV live programming constantly bombarding
Shayna,
them.
it's be honest with me. Was there ever a time and moment in your life where you just believed everything? Even if it takes you back to being a kid. Was there ever that time in your life?
To be honest with you,
Mm-hmm.
to be honest with you, I believed a lot of the stuff that I was told growing up as a kid. But to be honest with you, there was always something. Because, like, even from very young childhood, I hated pledging allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I felt that was against every grain of my soul. Like, to be honest with you, a lot of things that I was taught in my life from a youth, I didn't really agree with.
Well, see, you had it different than me. I'll tell you my experience. My experience was, you know, from the time I entered school, I believed everything I was taught was for my self-interest, and I thought they were looking out for me. So I went through middle school, high school, not just believing everything they taught me, right? That was my mind view. And you have to understand something. That means I'm 18. I was actually 18 years old when I graduated high school. I was one of those high schoolers that I was 18 when I was like a senior. Like at the beginning of being a senior, I was 18 because my birthday started in December. So that means when I joined kindergarten, I was actually 6. I wasn't 5 because of a late birthday, right? So I was a little bit older than everyone. I've noticed that, and I was 18. I was like 18 in a senior year, and I could leave if I wanted to because I was an adult. I remember like there was times where like I don't want to be here, and I was like I want to leave, and I was 18, and they couldn't tell me shit, so I would just fucking go home or do whatever the fuck I wanted. Anyways, the point is, I went through that whole era, never questioning anything, and just taking everything they taught me at face value. I don't know if you went through that or anybody else went through that, but
Well,
I
I
believe.
did go through that because I was the same thing. I was I'm born in April, so I was as soon as I turned 18, I graduated. And I totally believed everything I was taught. I totally did that, brother.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to get at is think about it. Since kindergarten through senior year, you were programmed a certain way, right?
Yeah,
And it's very fucking hard to get out of that programming.
it
You know,
is very.
you've learned a certain way to live your life, to think your life, and that's the way you think it. And then the reason most people do change the way they think is through experiences, right? Like they experience certain things in their life, certain like dilemmas or whatever it is, you know, and they have these experiences where like they do start to change their way of thinking or they start to question things, and those are the ones that end up finding flat Earth, in my opinion.
I'm
Like
gonna
I
I'm gonna
remember
take
being.
you to a whole new step, okay? I, I'm 40 now, so I'm 20 years past that time. But I get super pissed off at a place that I have to get off on the road every day where vehicles are yielding to me when I have the yield sign and they stop. And I get really pissed because I'm like, go so I can go. And my husband's like, don't let it piss you off. And I know this sounds very minuscule, but it's not. It's a mind game. Don't get pissed off at anything because we need to let it all go. Just let it all go. All go. And it's so hard. It's so hard. I don't know if what I just said made any sense to you whatsoever. Probably not.
It did. It really did. In your own way, but it made sense.
It's these little
Shanna,
bitty
I
pieces
got
of
some advice
shit
for you.
things that just we have to let go of. And they seem like big things. And I'm not talking about the traffic things with your parents, with your sisters or brother and sisters that we argue about, the getting the jabs or all this stuff. We cannot let that stuff get us down because we have to be above that, and it's and not worry about it. Do not worry about any of this. Like everybody's like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to get this to go to work and make money. There will be a solution, I promise you. Because if the Father loves us, even if the solution is death, I will welcome death to my life because death is life, in my opinion. Because that's the grand scheme of things. Hallelujah. Can I get a hallelujah? Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry. Hank.
Hallelujah, girl. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Hey,
Go
can I
ahead,
totally-
Hank.
There was this
Hey, can I totally-
carpenter like 2,000 years ago. He had this idea that they know not what they do. So when people cut you off, just you need to stay in your head, like out loud. Sometimes maybe these people have no idea what they're doing, and just let them go. Smile and wave, right? Just be like the penguins. Smile and wave.
My way. Hey, I've been doing that my whole life, Hank.
Hey, can I get a mic check?
Mic check.
Mic
Mic
check,
check.
I hear you.
All right, so I'm gonna derail this for about 20 seconds because I'm pissed off.
Mike's
Wait,
good.
before you
Thanks
do
for
that,
asking.
can I just say hello to you and how you been, Global Platypus? I just spoke about you not too long ago.
I've been good. Just got back to the computer. Was having a delightful chat with old dude. Just want
I
to say
literally just talked about you. You know that?
no. I didn't hear that. I got to say though,
So I wasn't.
I'm probably not going to be able to talk for very long because it's probably going to boot me out of the room.
Why?
Because Bong is an overgrown man child, and banned me.
Okay,
And
time out. Hold on, time out. The fact
Yeah.
that you just said that, I might even think it might be shorter than what you thought it
I'm
would be.
in Discord. I'm in the Cogdis talking to you, motherfucker, and these Globers, and you're out here. Are you fucking serious?
Uh-oh.
I'm in Cogdis talking to you and these people, and you're in here. Fucking serious, man. Sorry, Jose.
Oh my God.
No, you're good. Go ahead, Glover. What were you
I'm in
saying?
Cogdis. I'm talking to these guys. I
I
guess.
love
He
him.
didn't really lie, Bong. Me and you both, we can act like kids sometimes. We're just big fucking kids. Come on. He didn't lie.
You gotta have
At
some
least
fun
we can
now.
laugh at him. Yeah, I had fun laughing at him.
Megan Kelly?
Let me see where you in.
What you Google? What did Megan Kelly say against black people? And put blackface and see if they have.
What's wrong in acting like a child?
I don't know. Godric is.
Hey, you got a hot
Godric-
mic.
Hey, do any of y'all know
Damn
anything
it.
about the double slit experiment?
What experiment?
The double split experiment.
Double slit. Yep.
The
You mean double
devil's
slit?
split.
Double
Double
split.
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 SLIT.
Yep. What about it?
Well, I would love to hear y'all spiel about what y'all's understanding of that is.
Well, I'll be honest with you. Like, I don't know what to think about that, but I do know the mainstream version is like, if there's an observer present, for some reason, when an observer is present, it affects the waves or the photon when it's traveling
Right.
through the slit, so it looks different. But if there is no observer, like it behaves like a wave, or vice versa, which I don't recall because it's been a while. But it's
Okay, but
completely
how do you
dependent on the
Yeah,
observer.
that is the normal thing, but that's not actually how it works. But what'd you call it?
Wait
The
one moment.
normal.
One moment. You said it behaves in a certain way when you observe it, but it behaves different when you do not observe it. So how do you see that it behaves different?
Oh, we
That's
recorded it.
Well,
That's
from what I-
exactly
from what-
right.
We
That's a
They
good
recorded
question.
it.
That's
Hold
a
on, let me
great
answer this.
question.
Since
Who
he's
asked
asking me,
that?
Recorded
Who
on a
said that?
camera, it's an observation.
hold
Okay.
on.
Oh my God.
He's
Yeah.
asking me.
Let him talk. Let
It,
Yeah,
Jose
go ahead.
talk.
But it says that's a
look,
good question, El Baba.
Shane, hold on. So the question is, you ask how would you observe it, right? Because you're assuming that if there is an observer, no one's observing it. Well, there's these things called cameras. So if a
But a
camera
camera is observing.
if a camera is observing the photon or whatever it is, the light that's traveling through the slit, it observes it a certain way. But an observer is conscious is conscience. That's the important thing. Conscience. Like they know what's happening and what they're trying to view. It's for some reason interrupts the information. That's what the claim is. So the claim is that an observer causes interference in the observation.
But
For the
there's
double
also
split.
a
Light
third test.
propagation, actually.
Oh my god.
There's also a third test where there is a person knowing what's happening but not
Yeah,
observing, and it still does the same thing.
a conscious
So they
observer.
don't have to be there to observe, and it still does the same thing. So it's a knowledge thing.
No. No, when
Hey,
no
Michael
conscious, when
J. Smith, I just want to say real quick, it's nice to hear you, brother.
well, it's good to hear you too. That's why I ask people to be quiet while you're feeling it. It's been years since you felt it. Damn it, I'm loving
Hey,
it.
don't add years to 8 months, please. It makes it sound
Hey,
really bad.
hey, I remember when you was the quietest motherfucker in here. I remember that year in between. You got flat earther, and then you
I know you
bloomed
do.
the flat earther. Motherfucker just came out like had 5 different arguments, uniform down, notes written, and wasn't letting up. And just had that shit down. I was like, yeah, Jose knows it's flat. Right now, he got his argument down solid. He knows it is. He's like, fuck that. But yeah, when a conscious observer observes this, it acts one way. We know for a fact it doesn't act that way when no consciousness is observing it. When an unconscious camera observes it and it happens a different way.
But at the same time, when there's nobody there, but they know, and the cameras are recording, and people have a knowledge of what it's supposed to do, it still will do the same thing.
That's not what the recording showed, or we wouldn't have this premise. No offense.
No,
But
it is recorded.
yeah, it is. That's where they
If
came
no
up with
one
the idea that
observing, if nobody's observing and only cameras are there, if you know where the slits are and you know what it should do, it still will react the same way, which is kind of weird.
It's
I'm
not
sorry
about
for
the.
interrupting. Just real fast. The knower of the witch path information collapses the wave function. The knower could be a camera, right? Or it could be an eyeball. But if there's a knower, it collapses the wave function. Thank you.
I just
Yeah.
think it's interesting that it kind of proves that light, what science tells us how light reacts to things, how light actually, well, light itself, period, does not do what science tells us it does.
Well,
Period.
yeah, they tricked you with this experiment
No, they
because
did not.
it's a trick. Yeah,
Light,
it is.
light does not work in
Well,
90 degrees. Light does not go parallel, and it actually has no speed whatsoever. Light has its own, light reacts to the knower.
yeah, I know collimated light does not exist. It's impossible to achieve a collimated light source. But I was saying that you are being tricked because in this double slit experiment, they say they are shooting one photon. Do you know that human eye is not capable perceiving one photon alone?
Hence the camera and the photo paper.
Yeah. So we do not experience in real world 1 photon emission.
visibly,
I
but
Yeah,
can't
yeah,
actually tell
listen,
you.
H-
I can't
Hank
actually
already
say what
covered
the
that. That's
eye
why
can
we had the
see.
plates and the
yeah.
camera. Yeah,
Can
the plates
you
in the camera verify it was only one.
can you 100% tell me what the human eye can see?
Can you tell me, can you
We
confirm to
can.
me that 1
You
atom of
can?
carbon? Wait, I want to ask you something. Can you
We know in
confirm?
what frequency of vibration the human eye can
Yeah,
observe. Yes, we do know that.
yeah.
How do you know that? How do you
We
know
have a
that?
limited spectrum.
It's like this because I've seen things oscillated that at such a rate they disappear.
So you know what the eye can see.
No, we don't know what we don't know. So there's things out there visual. We don't know what those are, but we know at what rate things vibrate that we can see. It's testable, verifiable.
So
So
far
I don't
as
know.
you know.
I don't know what the non-physical world is, but I know we call that spiritual
I'm
just
just
because
saying there are
it's
things
not in
that
our realm.
there's a lot of people see things that other people don't, but
No,
there's a questionable thing about what even our visual plane can see, you know?
Spectrum. Yes, yes.
Anya,
The visual spectrum is different for each person. Some people have 10/10, some have 20/20, some have vision that a 20/20 test can't even grade. They're way above that. Yeah.
yeah, Honya, do you know what you are saying to us right now with the double slit experiment? Can I give you an example? Simple one?
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, do you know, you heard of carbon atoms, right? You
Yes.
heard of them. Yeah.
Yes, I've heard of them. I've never seen them with my own eyes. Have you?
Uh, I mean, when you took a pencil and draw on paper, it has that graphite
I see what I put on
thing.
paper, yes, but
Yeah,
have you ever seen
that's a
a
lot of
carbon
that's a lot of. Don't
atom?
interrupt me. I didn't finish. That's a lot of carbon atoms together, which make that material the graphite. Yeah, and they have a non-symmetric structure arrangement. What you are saying to us, you are saying that 1 carbon atom can be called graphene.
Well,
Which is a special arrangement fabric
Yeah. How is that
of
said
these
with
atoms.
I
Yeah,
understand what you're saying, but I don't understand how the double slit implies that. Do we say graphene strike the plate? No. We say a single
yeah,
atom does.
We're talking
yeah,
about light. We're not talking about
Yeah,
yeah.
graphite.
that's
When you
another thing.
observe, when you shine your flashlight
Light
to
isn't
something to
carbon.
see, you have an emission of photons, a certain wavelength of light spectrum which your eyes can perceive, and also wavelengths that your eyes do not perceive. That light filament is emitting those wavelengths, but you don't
It's
see those.
does that mean it's carbonated?
Infrared, you don't see the infrared light with your eyes. You need a special camera to
Eh,
see that
yeah,
kind
I
of
lack
light.
to see the
Yeah,
analogy between light and carbon, though. I'm still lacking that.
yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
why are
well,
you
the
doing the double
flashlight
split with
emits
carbon?
continuously photons, and in the double slit experiment, they are using 1 photon of light, and they expect this photon to behave like a
Continuous beam.
flashlight emission, like a whole bunch of them.
Is that in the projection where they expect it to propagate like a beam of light?
Yeah, yeah.
Where at in the prediction for the double slit?
I'm still at a loss how graphite has anything to do with light.
Yeah, he's comparing it because it's a conglomerate of carbon and light is a conglomerate of
Yes.
photons, but we're expecting
Yes.
one photon to act like a conglomerate of photons,
Yeah.
and I still don't see how we're expecting that. I mean, no offense, but I don't.
So are you saying a part is not the whole? A single carbon atom is not graphite? Is that what your argument is?
Exactly, yeah. One single carbon atom cannot be called graphite. It will not have the properties of graphite, of graphene.
And when we're
Because
talking about graphene, we're talking about carbon.
He's just using it as
Well, you
a
need
comparison
carbon
to.
to make up graphite.
Just say it like
Graphene.
you mean it, bro. So one photon isn't gonna act like a beam of photons.
Yeah.
Well, if
Can
you
you
don't
use
observe the
one?
photon, it
Can
will
you
still
use
create the
one
pattern.
atom of carbon to write your name? You can't.
Have you ever seen an atom?
No, you can't
It's
see
an
an
abstract
atom.
light. There's no such thing as an atom. It's
You cannot see an
abstract.
atom.
Yeah, the wavelength of an
So
atom is
how do you
smaller than
know it
visible light.
exists?
They reason back with that
You,
most likely thing based off of their philosophy.
silent light.
Philosophy.
You don't
So
Oh,
know.
we're talking
Listen, light.
philosophy now.
You
we're
cannot
talking
Then
about
how
capture
do you
light.
know
experiments.
that photon exists?
We're
When you
talking
ask
about
if
experiments and
yeah.
demonstrations, not philosophy,
Have you
Metal
ever
Art.
seen a
No offense.
photon?
Oh God.
I
Technically,
know.
no.
Okay, come
Okay, let
on.
me.
I'm just reaching out to
Yeah.
you guys. Have you ever seen a photon?
We already covered that. No, but we've seen that the effect it makes when it strikes one
You've
plate of
seen the
carbon.
scientists that tell you about photons and how
Oh
it
man.
works, but have you
No,
ever
I've seen
actually seen
evidence
one
that
yourself?
one. I've seen the plates. I've seen evidence that one photon can strike a plate.
The
You've
reason
seen
back
evidence of one
Photoelectric
photon
right?
can strike
It's
another
called
plate.
cause and effect relationship. Yes, one.
Yeah. Let me tell you something about light reflection. When you emit one photon, yeah, what should it be? Because when you shine light on a LED surface, yeah, one of those photons is going all the way through that LED, and you
And
don't
you've
perceive
seen
it
this.
because it loses a lot of intensity because it's a different medium. But scientifically, yeah, this is what physics tells us, that
And you've seen this
light
happen.
does pass through these materials.
Again, now,
Is that
and
a
you've
And
seen
continuous
this
you
beam?
can
happen.
Is that a
you can
continuous beam of
detect,
light or one photon?
not with human eyes, but you can
Yeah, I
detect
thought
with
so.
light sensors that when you're shining light through a foil of LED, yeah, you have a certain amount of photons passing through it. But now
So
when you shine one photon only, yeah, will it pass through that LED, or when it will it reflect at an angle or at an infinite of angles?
Anything I have to say right now is not going to be liked by anybody.
Well,
You won't know until you try.
I want to know how you can see that.
Well,
For
not everything
apparatus
can
they can.
be seen. That's where they try to reason back to a cause, and sometimes it is a bit of guesswork. Some better than some, but it's a general framework that they use to go forward and experiment with, basically. And they like it, so I guess we can go with it, or trust it, or reject it, or whatever.
I choose
Hey,
to
lemon,
reject it. I don't
bird.
trust
Can I,
how light
hold
works
on.
because
Lemon
they
bird.
say the sunlight rays come at a 90-degree angle, but yet I see them come in at 45-degree angles through my clouds, and
Wow.
that's not 90-degree angles. So light does not react
So you've seen
like we're told it
rays.
does.
You have not seen light rays. Nobody's seen light rays.
Yeah, no offense,
I
but the
know.
90-degree angle of light is the propagation from the sun. It's not the propagation that we would expect to see in the double split experiment. Sorry.
I know. I know it has nothing to do with.
Hey, while you
This
guys
has
argue
zero.
all that,
It
I
does.
just want to say, what's up, Lemon Bird?
Hey, how you doing?
Good to see you, man. Long time.
Good to see you too. Sounds like y'all talk about those theories and things from science. Science has a lot of philosophy in it,
No,
and that
we're talking about an experiment, not a theory.
well, the interpretation
That's a
philosophy.
category error.
The interpretations where the philosophy comes in, how's it going to be interpreted? And some of the interpretation is based off experiments, some of it isn't. It is based off of unseen axioms, and that's why science used to be known as natural philosophy.
We're talking about the double split.
Well, how do you explain
give
talking about
up.
something? Conversation is that you come up with something. Philosophizing, talking, conversation, conversing, conveying. What other word do you want to use?
I just don't think that the double slit, in my opinion, double slit proves that even if you don't know how the double slit experiment is done, it will do what it will. But if you know and you don't even see it, if you know how it will be done and you don't see it, it will be done. And that proves some kind of oddness to reality that we exist in.
Well, I tend to reject the double slit experiments, mystical interpretations of this.
It's not
Nowhere,
mystical, bro.
nowhere.
It debunks Newtonian physics.
The interpretations that I've been hearing are quasi-mystical. I tend to kind of reject that. I just say that we're all connected by the ether with a bunch of waves that allow action at a distance, seen and unseen with, experiments like this. I'd go with a less mystical interpretation when possible.
I get it, bro. I get your understanding, right? I feel your waves, right? I feel your good vibes. But all we need to know is that
All I hear is
really smart
babble.
some really smart people, a lot smarter than myself at least, said that it completely debunks the Newtonian way of thinking. So that's all we need to know is that the resistance of acceleration does not attract the resistance of acceleration. That's all we need to know.
All I need to know, it proves that there is an all-knowing something out there, which I consider my father or my creator in heaven, that I'm going to someday, and it proves to me that there is a purpose for all of us.
Hey, man,
I don't know about you guys, man, but I heard only steers and queers come from Texas, but Hank Hill, you're the exception, bro.
Hey,
got no horns, boy.
I'm from Texas too, man.
Hell no, Hank's a bull. He got them horns on his Cadillac.
Yeah, Honya, I will not contradict you on the creator,
It's true.
but the way you reached to him, you got to him, is not like a very logical one. But hey, I don't mind, because hey, you got there to the right place. So I don't care the path you went through. But yeah, there is science which you haven't in depth studied it, and that's this light propagation laws and physics
Hey, brother,
and
you can
quantum
ask. You can
mechanics.
ask Hank Hill. Hank knows I am. I will tell you 100%, brother. I am not perfect. I am only
Yeah,
try to understand things
more
that I'm
about it.
presented with
Yeah,
and more. And I
yeah,
know I am 100% wrong on most things, bro. I'm
mm,
just
yeah,
trying to get a grasp on things and
mm,
try to understand things, and I think all of y'all for being there for me to lean on and listen to and
yeah. And
glean things from you guys.
I will say this is highly appreciable because you're not a scientist, so it's not your job to know, and you want to know. So that means it comes from your heart, you know. Unlike the scientists that are paid, so many
Yeah,
times they
I'm a
don't care if they
housekeeper,
are right
man.
or wrong. Yeah,
I'm a
for
housekeeper. I
them.
don't care about
Yeah,
this shit. I want to
yeah,
know this because I want to know
yeah,
this. It's not
yeah.
my job. I'm not paid. I'm
Exactly. Yeah,
I'm here to learn from you guys. And
yeah.
everything y'all all say, I take
Mm,
it into me and
mm.
I put it through my own personal filter
Yeah,
because not everything you hear on YouTube is truth, and you got to take it into you and put it with whatever knowledge you might have inside you to
mm,
process it, and that's what I do constantly.
yeah. But I tell you, when you go read again about this experiment, you will see that they observe this phenomena when they are shooting only one photon. But a photon can have a surface area, very wide surface area, but is very thin, you know? It's like a very thin sheet, and that's how it's propagating. And yeah, they call that photon.
I wish I
So,
could think of the and I really need to go watch it again. It's
mm,
there's a certain channel that they redid the double slit uh and I apologize because I can't remember the channel name that did it themselves. Uh, but it was like something quantum something.
um, superpositioning or
Quantum
The,
mechanics.
no, the
That's
channel name was quantum something,
ah,
and
Was it
I
quantum
watched on it.
entanglement?
No, no, it's probably nothing any of y'all gonna know.
mm,
It's a small channel,
yeah,
but and it was way above my pay grade, you guys. And I was just like, I need to watch it over and over again because, like you're saying, I need to do more research into it, and I do. But I was fascinated with this quantum
I think I know
the
the
double
name of this
slit
channel.
experiment was fascinating to me because it kind of proves that there is a creator, because there's like this this knowledge of what will happen, you know. That's what the double slit experiment proves, in my opinion, that there is a creator that knows.
Actually, light is very well known to be a liar. Vast majority of lies, they come through light. They propagate through light, through physical light.
I gotta admit, I'm a layman and I don't understand all of this stuff fully, right? But one thing that I do see from the double slit experiment is how the hell does light know that there's a knower? I think it adds more questions than it does answer questions. And that's just, because I'm a layman. I try
Right.
to
Well,
understand.
that's where I was
Wait,
coming
Hank Hill,
from
do you
as
really want to mind
well.
fuck people? Just do what the Hank Hill. I know you know who I'm talking about. I can't remember his name, but he always asks this to Quantum Racer. What is light?
I think I remember that. What is light, sir? What is light?
What is light?
That would be me.
That, yeah.
That's a good question.
Wave
What is
and
light?
particle, or wave or particle.
Well, in that
Go
sense,
capture
is
some
light,
light. Capture
is
some
light
light, put it in a bottle, and give it to them. And then we'll
There you
speak.
go. Am I looking at light, or is light looking at me? That's what's a scary consideration.
It's all subjective. You have an influence on it. So under Hermetic principles, it's simple.
I don't want that influence.
Another observation I want to make is that this double slit experiment is like a physical replication of the Schrodinger's cat.
I know who you're talking about. You're talking about that good old boy from Louisiana, the ship, the captain. I forget his name. He's always in debate circles, always debating. What is
Yes,
his
I
name?
can't remember his name either. I can't remember his name to save my life right now, but that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Good old boy from Louisiana. He was military.
He lives near the Lake Pontchartrain, and he's always on Nathan Oakley's show. I can't remember his name to save my life right now.
It's witchcraft.
I don't know, but it's good to see a bunch of you guys. I'm seeing Raven Song is here. Bong, Hank Hill. Damn, I've been gone for too long, guys. It's good to see you all.
Good to have you back.
Good to see you too, Jose.
Yeah, man, welcome
Likewise, old
back.
dude.
Family with capital FE from Flat Earth will always be here.
It's like a biblical name. Oh man.
Yeah.
What is his name?
It is.
He's always cutting up with QE, like they're always joking about each other's sisters or something.
It's gonna bug me now, Hank Hill. It's gonna bug me. But yeah, he's near Louisiana, and he's the guy that's always on a boat. I can't fucking recall his name to save my life right now.
Darn it. I tried to find it too. Because, Matt Quantum of Conscious, he talks about him all the time. Quantum of something. I went to his channel trying to find him, and I couldn't find him.
Solace? I don't know. Solace? Is that it?
No,
Is that a word?
It's
Never mind.
Quantum Eraser.
Quantum of Solace? No.
not
Quantum
quantum
of
eraser.
conscious. But we're talking about
It's quantum of
not
conscious, I think.
trying to
quantum
remember
of
the name.
conscious.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
I
name
got
doesn't
one
even
more
make
place
sense.
to look for it. Real quick. Anyway, the double slit thing is to me very powerful. A lot of people think it's stupid, but
Rakia. 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 That's his name, right? Rakia Life?
no.
Dave Rakia, that dude?
Yeah, the dude from
The one,
Louisiana, the
Dave.
shrimp book.
Thank you. Yes, Dave, you're right. Rakia, that's
Wow.
him.
See, that's why I'm so bad at names. I got to dig deep in the files
That's
because
him.
I'm really supposed to boss
Well,
people's names.
you got there. You got there. That's him, Rakia.
Rakia means like this
No,
alcoholic drink.
it can also mean firmament.
It's a Serbian brandy, Rakia.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Romanian actually.
I thought
Oh, yeah.
Rakia meant
So good.
spirit.
it means
Rakia.
Doesn't
spirit.
it mean firmament?
Yeah, it's a
What is
same
firmament?
thing.
Firmament is the ground that you stand on. It's got nothing to do with anything else.
Oh no. Okay.
I mean, have you guys ever seen the split, the double split experiment? Have you guys ever observed it and it not? I mean, or do they just tell us this and show us diagrams of their so-called experiment?
Well, that's what's cool about this channel I'm trying to find is they actually did it themselves.
Wait a second. How do you sneak around the thing knowing that you're thinking about it? How do you sneak around that?
That's kind of the purpose of what the channel I watched did.
It's weird.
Good
morning,
everyone.
And then this is the thing. I thought they did. I thought they did that double split experiment like over. I thought they like someone recreated it and redid it. Now, correct me if I'm
Yeah.
wrong. If anyone else has heard of it, then tell me because if not, then I'll have to go look it
No,
up
no.
and then
The
find it
quantum
and post it.
eraser?
Hang on, hang on. But what I was gonna say is when they redid it, well, you don't even know what I'm gonna say, Bong. You don't even know what point I'm trying to make. What I'm asking. But when they redid it, didn't they do it in a way to where, like, instead of it being that it's measured, right, or that it's recorded, that it changed when consciousness was aware of it, because they had people that were over the internet and they were far distances away. They weren't even in the proximity of the actual double slit and the light and the
But that's the problem.
Uh,
As soon as there is
but-
camera on it to visualize, it's already having knowledge for it.
Well, and didn't they do
They
it to where
changed-
it measured it one way, it recorded it one way, like doing one thing, and then when the people were aware of it and they meditated on it or focused on it or whatever, then it changed. Didn't they do that?
Yeah, you're correct. Yeah, I brought this
So it
up
has
ages
nothing to
ago.
do with
Nobody listened. Truth,
right.
yeah,
So it
you're
has
correct.
nothing to do with
They
being
int-
measured. Measurement does not cause it to behave. It's a consciousness knowing about it and being aware of it.
Yep.
Are
They
any of
introduced
y'all
different.
familiar
Hold
with
on,
Exactly.
hold on.
authentication?
Hold on 1 second. They introduced different subjects, different people. Everybody that observed it had a different effect on the experiment. Simple. So your thoughts, when you look at it, had one thing. Truth's observations had another effect on it. Bong's effect had another effect on it, and that's just the fact. Continue.
Yeah, Aleister Crowley, magic. Sounds cool. Let's do it.
Yeah, I agree. Like when I saw it, I saw tacos, and when Bong saw it, he saw pineapple.
I saw coconuts. That's all I ever see.
But see, when they say it's about having the potential to be observed, it's like, so it has the potential to be observed when it's being recorded, but it behaves one way. And then the actual consciousness of it causes it to behave a different way. I don't know. I
No,
think
if it's
also
recorded by a camera and if it's observed by a human, it would have the same effect.
If
Well,
what was
different-
recorded,
That's not what I was saying anyway.
if what is
Nah,
recorded
yeah,
or
I know
observed,
what you're saying,
photons? You talking about photons?
Like it behaves
Or-
one way. It can be being recorded, but if it like, and then just I don't know. I'll just have to find it. Never mind. Just go on. I'll just have to find it.
Different people that
It being
the
measured.
observer.
Yeah, it's the
Yes, exactly.
consciousness that's aware of it
I think
that
I
changes
posted it
it.
for you.
So
Can you
if you are there, it will be recorded one way. If I'm there, it will be recorded on another way. It
can we
would have a
verify that
different
though?
impact.
Can
Yes,
we
you can.
verify that this
All right.
happened?
Yes, you
Thanks.
Okay.
can.
Thanks, Hank.
What equipment do I need, right? So I can test this and verify it.
Not sure that's the one, but I'll look at it and see first.
All right.
Yeah,
What do I
equipment
need?
which is not made by a consciousness. You know, a sensor which is not made by someone intelligent.
Because what I'm talking about,
It's the
I read.
delayed
I did.
choice quantum eraser. That's what you're looking for?
Well,
That is what it is.
what I'm referring to, I had read, so I don't know if it's in a video. I had to watch it because it was there's different ones, so I don't know.
It's time
Oh,
travel.
but I think
But thanks.
Hey,
Anyway,
Hank, it is quantum eraser that I was talking about.
And
Hey,
it's also what
Bong,
we're talking about.
Bong,
Go ahead.
Bong, to
Yeah.
answer your question, was what technology we need or what we need to check it? I'm not
To
gonna lie.
verify.
For the,
Yeah, to
for the-
verify it.
yeah, to verify it. For the quantum eraser experiment, what we need, or for the double slit experiment, what we need, I'm not gonna lie, it's not that far away from LIGO.
Just like
That far
NASA,
away.
right? Right.
It's
Just
not that
like
far
NASA.
away. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah.
It's
we need
it's taking your
special.
faith in
Right.
NASA or LIGO. It's not that far off. Like I
Right.
said, I agree a lot with Robert Bassano and quantum race, but there's some things that I don't agree with. And that's one of them.
Because you could do the
yeah, some
double
people call
slit
it the
experiment.
delayed
Go ahead.
choice quantum eraser experiment. What I posted, it goes by a slightly different name, I think. But I think that's the one where it like nips it in the bud, where it's like, okay, your wiggle room that you had, it's now gone. Right? It is the light that's deciding, right, what to do based on if there's a knower or not. And the delayed choice like takes away that last, you know, bit. I don't know how to explain it. It's hard to put in words because, you know, I'm a layman, especially when it comes to this stuff.
Well, you're not a
But
wizard. That's why.
yeah, I'm not a wizard.
well, it just proves that consciousness affects things. That you know this, the conscious awareness and your thoughts, your emotions, the things you say, and the things that you do. So I mean, it proves that these things affect matter, and it affects the world that we live in. So if people realized how much and how intensely it affected it, then they would make sure that the things they said, they would be more careful about what they said, be more careful about the thoughts they held in their mind, because
Exactly truth.
Like the
that's
Earth
what.
being a
Well
ball.
said, sister.
Mind
You,
over
I said
matter.
this last time. When you get a stare from somebody and make you feel happy, and you get a stare from somebody that make you feel scared, it's the same thing. No mystical, nothing about it. It's there. If you want to be a zealot, then be a zealot.
Now imagine
Simple.
an outside threat, right? How quickly, how this makes people feel, a threat from the outside. Let's just call it a pandemic, right? What does that do to the light, right? If everyone is feeling scared and confused, and what's that doing?
I'm never scared.
Right, but when you get the whole world to vibrate at a certain frequency, a low vibration,
I
how does
know
that
that's what's
affect?
going
Delayed
on.
choice
I know.
quantum eraser or something like that.
But just think,
People think the Earth is a ball,
just
confused
think
about
about
where they
this.
come from.
Just think
But
about this
I've
for a
been
minute, though.
watching
What
way
this is.
too much of like Mark Dice and stuff. Have you ever seen the movie Idiocracy?
No, but people have told me to
Yeah.
watch it, and I'm going to watch it. But think
You
about
don't
this
need
for a
to
minute.
watch it. I
What do you think
promise
it?
you. You're
Listen,
living in him, sister.
yeah, but listen. What do you think that it's doing? Knowing that consciousness affects matter, what do you think that it's doing for everyone as a collective, like these large masses of individuals? What do you think that it's doing for them to be like thinking and believing in these lies, believing in life, and living in fear that of aliens, fear of war, fear of fun, COVID, fear of whatever, like all this fear that's
They're
collectively shared.
manifesting what they fear.
But conscious affecting matter is not a lie. Like,
It's just a fact.
Mind
It's
over
a principle.
matter is very well known.
There's a reason
So
they
then
want to.
why?
It's magic. Look, that's what this is the
It's
teaching
not
of Aleister
It's just not
Crowley.
magic, dude.
This is not
This
magic.
is how Aleister Crowley explains
Actually,
MAGICK. Okay, it's
yeah, he is right.
affecting.
Boy.
He's
Jesus
right.
said
Okay,
to
whatever.
the
That's
to the
fine.
sorry, Jesus said to the plant that it wasn't going to
This is
produce
science
any
or
fruit.
religion?
And what happened? This
It's
is Matthew
science.
24. No, this is like Matthew 24, the parable. Or no. It's the fig tree. Sorry, the fig tree. So he said to the fig tree, "Don't produce." And what did it do? It shriveled up and died. Right? He said you could move mountains. Right? Just with the faith of a mustard seed. Speak things that are not as though they were. That's not magic. That's what Jesus was doing. He was speaking
Yeah,
it
but
into
then
existence.
Simon the
Marrying
sorcerer
his
also.
faith with his thankfulness.
Yeah,
How
it's
does
what
the
you
about
put
Lord's
into
faith
it.
Prayer
is
Well
go?
said,
I'm
Fang.
sorry, I just have to get this out. How does the Lord's Prayer go? He's commanding, right?
Right.
And then he's thanking, right? He tells God to forgive us. He doesn't ask for it, he demands it. He speaks it into existence, and then he thanks God for it. Pay close attention to the Lord's Prayer. Teaches you how to act
Right.
every day in life. Basic instructions before leaving Earth.
Right.
Yeah, exactly right, bro. If people don't
BBDOS
get it,
is
every
not
time
exactly
you
a good
do,
word.
But that's
every time you
assuming you
do stuff like,
understand.
okay, here we go. Who understands? Nobody understands except for nobody. But somebody
Yeah, that's
written down, but
assuming
nobody
yeah, that's
understands.
assuming you
Hank, I
understand,
totally agree with you,
right?
brother.
The Bible, and you understand and follow God's word, and you're doing everything you're supposed to do. If you're walking around thinking the earth is a ball and there are aliens and evolution is a thing, you're not going
Well,
to
who
affect
said that,
shit,
bro?
right?
Bro, how
If
did you go
we
from
walk around
we're
thinking
talking
the
about the
wrong
double
thing,
experiment?
well, we're
I
talking
was
about how
talking more in.
consciousness affects matter. That's what we're
I was
talking about.
talking, yeah, more in terms of that, not the. It's like I don't even want to. Like I was talking more in terms of the lies that they're telling, and how it's
Okay.
important that people like it matters what you think, it matters what you say, and people need to realize this. It's why
Exactly. So don't. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
the battle is for the minds of men. Period.
Exactly right. I was gonna say if we are gonna promote fear as well on here, then what's the point of this channel? We're gonna
Who's
parrot the
promoting
same dumb
fear?
shit as they do.
Who's promoting fear?
Ah, but it's on repeat, bro. Every time. Oh, yeah, don't be positive.
What?
your thoughts become your reality.
Be
Exactly.
positive.
You give-
Be positive, work hard, and you will achieve the universe will bring you whatever you want. You mean like that?
I
That
call
teaching, the law of attraction?
that bullshit.
What is this,
Nah,
new
be
age
negative
chatter?
and just
Is that what this is
just
now?
be a prick, you know.
Oh boy.
And things will be great, bro. You know what I mean?
Whatever you think, flowers and butterflies and whatever. I'm sorry if you think all about on that and you just premonition about that. That's not what's gonna happen. I'm sorry. The world is gonna be what it's gonna be. You are not gonna manifest beautiful, wonderful things, no matter how hard you try. I'm sorry, but
I'm just saying.
you can manifest beautiful, wonderful things in your life if you put yourself out there to make those things happen. That is possible. That is totally possible. And I try to do that every day in my life. I go and try to spread good things to all the people I'm surrounded by. But that is not how the world works.
That's what I just said. So, you know.
Look, I'm not trying to be
if you're-
cliche-ish or anything, just like cliche, like go out here. The same things that get repeated. I'm saying when you go out, just be aware in your daily life to walk in truth and love. It matters.
That's
what
true.
I'm
That's
saying,
very true, sister. It is. That's a good
That's
thing to
not
say, and
cliche at
we
all
should
either.
go out every day and try to smile at people. Even a smile, just smiling at somebody, and you're not wearing a mask, so they
smile,
can see
right.
you smile, is a wonderful thing.
I'm
go
smiling at you,
do
bro.
that,
Smiling.
and
Yeah, listen, I got a really beautiful smile, so I show it to a lot of people, and they love it. So that's just
Hey, man.
That's a valid
I
point,
Wait.
have a
because that's one of
wonderfully,
the
beautifully
biggest
chill
problems that we
smile,
have
and I
right
try
now.
to show
Oh, I'm sorry.
everybody.
Let me just make my point and then I'll shut up. But the point I was making is whatever they're telling you
Every
about the
time
double
Bong
slit
smiles, it's
experiment,
witchcraft.
whatever they're doing at LIGO, right? When they say that consciousness can control, affect matter, right? All I'm saying is this is exactly what Aleister Crowley teaches is what magic
How
is.
do you know?
You can do
How
whatever
do you
you
know?
want
no,
with
he's
that.
How
right.
do you know?
You can do
Okay,
How
whatever
do
you
you know?
want with that.
It's
It's
How do you
twice
know?
a
I
day.
don't know who's speaking
laying it
right
on the
now,
table. There it
It's
is.
but
wrong
I
twice a
want to
day.
say, I
That's
want
a
to
genetic
say is
policy.
that when
Hank,
with the double slit, whatever you think is possible, I don't agree with that. I don't think that's what the double slit is. That's not what I was saying at all.
It's not what you're
You know, I
saying.
bet
I'm
Crowley
saying
drinks
that's what
water.
they're saying.
Yeah,
I bet
Sorry,
I
Hank.
was
Crowley
Go ahead.
never
drinks water.
saying
You gonna
that.
stop
Did
drinking water?
hey
LIGO
guys,
do the double slit? Did LIGO do the double slit
Because
experiment,
you're
dude?
right. That is Aleister Crowley
No.
101. And I
Oh
don't agree
God!
with that because
can
that is bullshit.
can Hank say what he
Alistair
was trying to
Crowley,
say?
Alistair Crowley was an air breather, Mom. You gonna stop breathing air? Come on, man. We ain't fucking goats here,
Yeah.
right? That's that
Everything,
bullshit that he was into.
everything brought up here is witchcraft,
Okay.
black
Here's the question.
magic, or heretical.
I never
It's getting
wanted
Here's my
to
old.
question then.
support the idea that that the double slit was as thou wilt crap. I was not saying
Oh,
that. What I
no,
was
it's not as
saying
thou
is that
wilt.
I was
Yes.
It's the
saying that the double slit
It
was.
would be will.
I'm
Do no
sorry.
harm.
What? All I was saying is when we know something is going to happen, which a lot of times a lot of us know things are going to happen. It happens because we know it, but that
like the
makes our
Simpsons.
that makes our reality very fluid, and I think that is something that the Father instilled in our reality. Is it is somewhat fluid. There's a lot of things that are rock solid. They're there and it can't be changed, but there are things that become somewhat fluid in our reality. Maybe the world's going to end tomorrow, and maybe it's not, depending on how our fluid reality works.
Let,
I,
let me say this real fast, and I'll shut up for a while. Okay, I want to just go ahead and come out, right? I'm an eclectic, right? Which means I chew the meat, and spit out the bones, chew the melon, and spit out the seeds. Actually, I eat watermelon seeds, but that's not the point that I was trying to make. My point is that there's 30 something religion or different kinds of Christianity, and each one's convinced that they're right? Because there's
Yep.
truth in each one. There's truth in each and every single one, and there's truth in the bad stuff like the occult. There's truth in there, right? There's truth in some of those occult books, right? And there's truth mixed with a lie, and you got to have discernment. Some of the stuff that the Hindus believe, there's truth in there. If you act like a demon, right, you're probably a demon, right? That's what they say. Don't act like a demon, act like an angel, right? And I think that's yeah. Give me some of that. I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna put that in my pocket. Do I worship Hindu gods? Absolutely not. There's only one creator of the heavens and the earth. But that doesn't mean that I can't learn from a Hindu, or from a yogi, or from a Buddhist, or from a Taoist, right? I can learn from a Muslim. I
But
can
can
learn
you
from
learn
a
from
Jew.
God? But can you learn from God? No. No one
Where,
wants to learn from
where's
God.
all these people?
Oh
See, that's
Where
the
do you
boy!
think
problem.
God?
I
Oh no.
personally do not want to learn from God
I
because
don't know
that is a
where you got
pagan.
that
That's a
from.
pagan issue. Because I want to learn from Yahuwah.
Yo.
Where do you think they learn this stuff
Anybody
from?
else here
So
want to
Where do you
learn
think
from
she
they get
just
these
did to
Yahuwah?
stories?
you what
Put
you
your
do
hand
to
up. Say yeah.
you
I want
say
to learn from
you
Yahuwah.
say what God? She said Yahuwah, because God is a pagan ideal.
Hank,
Yahuwah,
Hank,
Yeshua, these aren't pagan ideals.
can I say this to Hank?
You
Do not
automatically
be
go to
so.
condemning people over bullcrap, man. That shit's got to stop.
Do not be
Dogma.
surprised when you see servants of darkness masquerading as servants of light, for even
Like
the
I
devil
said,
himself
condemnation.
transforms himself into an angel of light. So don't be surprised. That's what it says.
Yeah, big up, Hank.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Hank,
And
Hank
when a
and
Muslim
me,
tells me,
I've been with Hank for a long time. I love Hank. He has taught me so much, and I'm very grateful to Hank.
when a Muslim tells me to look at those prayers in English, and I read those prayers, and I've never understood a word of it before, but when I read it in English, it sounds like the Lord's Prayer to me. It's a beautiful prayer that anyone would be proud to pray to their Creator. And it's the same right everywhere. I understand that all religions aren't the same. I understand that
Muslims think
Christianity
Jesus is a
is unique.
psychopath, a liar.
What?
It's not the
No, no, no,
same.
no, no, no,
Oh,
no.
God.
It's not
Whoa,
the
You're
same.
That's
putting
not what
words
we're
in
talking
his
about.
mouth.
sacrilegious.
You're putting words in his mouth, dude. I don't
You're
know if you
making
got
things the
something
same that are
going.
not the same.
I don't know if you got something going on in your life that's
You're
frustrating you
taking
or
salt
what.
water and putting it
But
into
you
fresh
gotta
water and saying
stop.
it's the same thing.
You gotta stop every time we're talking about
I said it
science,
was different.
starting to
I'm not
condemn
talking.
people
Yeah,
as devil
right.
worshippers
Okay,
and
okay.
black
You guys have
mages.
your fucking religion. I'm out.
Hey,
Well, even in
I
Islam,
don't know if
Jesus
you're
is still
still
a
here
prophet.
right now, but I agree. Jesus Christ is not the right name because J didn't exist till the mid 1600s.
It's
So
Yeshua.
I cannot call my savior, my Messiah, my savior. His name is not Jesus. His name is Yahusha, because
No, Yeshua.
no, there's no
Let's
W
not
either.
turn
It's
this
not
into a Bible
Yahusha.
argument, okay? Or
I'm just
Anybody
trying
nice?
to
translation or
go back to
doctrine.
the
Bong
Paleo
already did that
Hebrew,
way
and
too much.
it doesn't really
This
matter
is
to most people. Okay, if you don't get it, you don't get it. That's
It's a 3,000-year-old argument that we're not going to win here.
I'm sorry. I'm being very specific about
Does it really
things. I'm
matter what
sorry.
anybody
Right.
calls him at the end of the day
It
as long
fucking
as
matters, bro.
it
It's the
It
only
does
fucking thing
matter.
that matters in this goddamn world.
If
Fuck
there's
But you're
power in
calling him
science.
the
the name, you
wrong
better
name.
get
You're
the
you
calling
name
him
right.
guys.
But
Yao.
you don't
Take
have to
a
shout
take a
and
little
yell.
break
Fucking
and
serious.
listen.
Take
He's
fucking
go
actually
to the
shit
trying
about the
Bible.
creator
Go
like
to
he's
the Bible.
nothing.
Go to the
Sit here and
Bible,
talk about
Salabi.
science like it's fucking real.
It matters. The name
Trying to make a
matters, you
point.
guys. It says, if you
Go
call
to the
upon his
Bible
name,
lobby.
you will be saved. If you're calling upon a different name,
I
you're
agree
kind of
with you.
screwed. You're
There's
kind
power
of
in
screwed
the
if you're not
name.
calling upon the right
If
name.
I was talking about Shiva, if I was talking about Kali and how it's
Power in
connected,
the
that's all
name.
right.
Not
We can
a
talk about these
Sumerian
things. We can
name.
talk
We
about
we should
Freemasons all
change
Oh
this
fucking day,
my
because
right?
this is
God,
We can
not
dude.
fucking talk
going
about the
very
Can I
Bible.
Just
well,
ask
call
a
his name
real
guys.
quick,
Every
real quick?
day,
Please
man.
Can I ask
Stop
a
calling
quick
him
Hey,
question?
Mr. J.
Okay,
Every
you guys
day.
hate the
listen,
fucking Bible. Right. Get that shit
Can
out
I
of
listen.
ask a
here.
quick question? If let's say
Every fucking day, no matter
regardless
what
of what
people
you're
talk
calling
about,
out,
it gets turned
if
into witchcraft.
Then stop
And
talking
I'm
about
just
flat
gonna
Earth.
ask.
Go talk
and they
about your
get
goddamn
condemned.
globe Earth with your
Uh,
goddamn gods on it.
That's not how it's going to be, dude. And you know it.
Hey, it's gonna be
Can I
however the
ask
hell it's
a
gonna
quick
be.
question
I'm
about
trying
like
to
the
help
name
you.
though?
Bong.
Let me check my double slit experiment. See how it's gonna be. I think it could
Hey,
predict
You
Bong
how
need
it's
to
Su,
gonna
check.
be.
Listen,
I
you need to.
agree with
You need,
you. I
I'm
agree
trying to
with
be
you.
nice,
The
bro. You
name
need to check your
it
ego and
matters.
your pride because it's getting obnoxious.
It may
This is
be
how it
getting
is, mate.
obnoxious,
This is
you
how it's
guys.
gonna be. It's gonna always be a war between two spirits, two ideas, whatever. Call it whatever you want. This is how it's
Hey,
gonna be. Flat
Bong
Earth,
Su,
New Age versus Flat Earth, globe Earth, whatever. It's not gonna be Flat Earth and truth, is it?
Bong Su, can you hear me? Listen, I agree with you. The name is
I can
important.
hear you.
It's so important. I consider my father Yahuwah and my savior, the Messiah, is Yahusha. And we need to know the right names. It's very important. And anybody that disagrees with that, they don't want to look into truth, because if you're seeking truth, you will find those names, you guys. This is in my heart, and I'm telling you this out of complete love.
Can
And
I ask a question about that real quick?
Yes,
Please?
you can.
I'm curious about the whole name thing because I was just thinking if I try to pray, but I pray upon the wrong name, I use the wrong name, but my heart is in the right place, and what I'm praying about is
What
right
happens?
and is
I
righteous.
know your question.
But
Intention
I
is
know
what
your
why?
matters.
How
It
do
doesn't
I
matter
not
who you're
know
talking
that?
to.
Hey,
Can't,
let me
it's just a
answer this.
name. It's just a name that we're using here on
Okay,
this
let me
plane.
ask you
Can't
something.
Lucifer
No,
can't,
Hank,
can't
please.
Lucifer use any
Go ahead.
name and try to trick any person to try to fool us like he does every day? I mean,
Yes,
Just be
yes, he
of
what
good
can.
difference?
intention.
And
That's
As
all.
please,
long as
Hank, let me
as long as
answer this.
I face that Lucifer or I face.
I'm done asking. Take your
Okay, I
religious
will
arguments
answer you.
to.
I will answer you
I'm
now.
done
It
asking.
says,
Take your religious arguments to the Bible lobby, please. I'm not going to ask anymore.
okay, we are told that even the demons
This is
know
the
his name
same
and they
topic.
tremble in
I'm,
front of him. Okay,
you guys are going to be
so
mad when I start
Shanna,
demoting and banning people.
we are told to
I'm
seek,
not going to
and
beg
ye
you.
shall find. If you do not seek, you will not find. If you seek, you will find. If you are told the truth and you rebuke it and do not find it, that's
Shanna,
on you.
he's trying to get it off of this subject.
Hey, you guys ever heard of that
I know
arose
he's trying to get off the subject.
by
This is
any
the
other
most
name
important
is
subject
still
ever, so
arose?
I'm not going to get off this subject.
Well,
And if
then
you
I'll
want to
just
block
move
me and
you.
kick me off, I go ahead. But I'm
All
going to
right.
tell you,
Kicking you off, it's the fact that this is flat fucking Earth, not a fucking
I'm done.
Bible study here. God.
Yep.
I'm done with the people who want to make it about that. Well, don't get mad. I've already warned you. I'm done. It's starting to happen now.
It's been days of warning.
What
I
up?
understand why people get upset about
Yeah,
why
it's
it
been
turns to
days
that.
of it. Shut up,
I
Paul,
always
or I'll
thought like
ban
all of
you.
us fundamentally believe in a creator, regardless of
This isn't
what
the
sect
lobby
or
for that. We do, and we created a lobby for you to talk about that. And not in my science live stream, and I'm not going to
Exactly.
repeat myself. Next
Yeah.
person that comes up with a biblical topic is gone from the
yes,
server, not this live stream. I'm
yes, sir.
done. I'm
Yes, sir.
Call me sir again. Ridicule me
No,
again. I know what
I'm
the
sorry. I'm
fucking
not trying to.
implication is, dude.
I'm not trying to be a dick. I was really trying to
I'm not
be
talking
polite.
only to you, so you don't need to respond. It's a group statement. 4 days in a row, dude, I've had to repeat myself.
And still 6 billion to go. You know.
Do we believe that number? I don't know if I believe that number.
Well, that's what they say. 6, 7,
Yeah.
8 billion. Yeah.
Yo, what
Once
up,
you get
man?
up into those numbers. Go ahead.
True or not.
What's
There's
up, bro?
many
I've been
of
trying
us.
to connect with you. I heard you were live today. Shout out
Yeah,
to
man.
Flat Earth Court.
Yeah, man.
What's up, dude?
Yeah, it's fucking my Discord keeps shooting down my computer though whenever I go like get it all going. So it's hard for me to get the debates open up, but it's all good. I like
Hey, I'll
playing.
share something really interesting, really quick about off the topic. So I have a Nikon P1000, and I've been playing with it in my backyard. And I'll zoom in on stars and whatnot. And everybody, I think, has seen the images of what stars actually look like, how they look like that ball of flashing light, like the kind
You
of
could do that with
wagon
a street
wheel.
light though. You can make that with a street light.
You can
How
make
do
that
you
with a
know they're
street
not
light.
angels? How do you know
Yeah.
No, no,
stars
no,
aren't
no. That's
angels?
not where I'm going. Where I'm trying to go with it is everybody also, when we look up, you see those distant stars that are actually moving, and when you ask like a friend, a globe earther friend, hey, what is that? Look at that moving up there, and they always say, oh, those are satellites. Those are satellites. I've actually been able to cue in on a few of those with my camera, and they look exactly like a stationary star. The same the same. They're exactly the
Oh.
same. Just a pinwheel flashing light. I've done it at least 10 times now. It's
Do you have a
it's
YouTube
extremely.
channel?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you have a YouTube channel where you post these videos?
No, I do not. I mean, I could certainly
Yeah,
create one if
make
you
one
want to
ASAP
dispute me.
because I want to see them too.
Yeah, it's extremely hard to do because it's.
Mm.
I've been trying to actually take still images, but you know
Yeah.
they're moving, and then there's a delay. You know, there's like a 3-second delay to try to take an image when I'm zoomed out that far, and it's extremely hard. But I've actually got them in focus in view and been able to look at them. I just haven't been able to capture an image, and I'm not that. I just got it, so I'm not that great with it. I don't know how to. I haven't figured out how to work the whole record thing and make videos, but I definitely will, and I'm surprised that nobody else has done this besides me. It's actually kind of shocking to
Yeah.
me.
Well, even video recording is still good, you know, and you can take still shots from a video recording instead of photographing them, because yeah, that would be hard to
Right.
photograph things in motion. Yeah.
Yeah, it's super hard. And my
Yeah.
field of view is very limited. Where I'm at on my porch, it's really hard because there's a lot of trees, and I live out in the middle of nowhere, but it's still my field. It's very hard to do, and it's almost impossible to use a tripod and try to lock in on anything moving. But I'm definitely I've done it a few times, and I'm gonna try to continue to do it, and hopefully I can upload some stuff in the future.
Yeah, upload some of this video on a YouTube account, and yeah, then you can also
Well,
share, and we can see. You know, it will be nice.
well, why
But
do you think the Vatican? Why do you think the Vatican has all these really big telescopes, even
Yeah,
telescopes on a
telescope.
747? I mean, what can we expect to see with our glass?
Hey, I just want to talk to Truth real fast. Are you still there, Truth?
Yeah, I'm here.
I remembered why the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment is so good. Because the delayed choice is that the scientist doesn't know what the experiment is going to choose until the very last second. So when it does choose whether or not there's going to be a knower or not, it still ends up every time that there's a knower, it collapses the wave function. So that kind of eliminates the idea of that the scientist is doing it, right? The scientist is manipulating the experiment by knowing the outcome before it already happens. That's why the delayed choice happens. Sorry, it's a bit off topic. And about an hour late, but I just remembered.
Yeah,
Still witchcraft.
Schrodinger's cat.
Thanks for that, Hank. Well, look, if you're interested in talking about it or whatever, we can, like, next time I see you or whatever, we can chat about it. I'd like to actually talk a little deeper into this, but I'd like to do it after I revisit it. You know.
Yeah, we should all revisit it and then come back in like a week and then be like, remember that? Oh yeah, let's go over that.
Because I don't even think like what's being remembered and what's being focused on is actually, you know, the real is actually the real point. You know what I mean? It's like the real spirit of what's going on, and I think it's evident. But I want to. I think someone's actually, you know, written a paper about it in the vein that I'm speaking of. But I'll have to. That's what I want to revisit. I want to find it.
I have a question about my question about that is, let's say it's all true. Let's say we figure out that consciousness does affect matter, right, in certain ways. How is it useful to us? What are we going to do with this piece of information, with this knowledge?
Like
Probably
I said,
Accordingly.
it's like I
Be
said, Bong.
good, act accordingly.
It's explaining to people how
Yeah.
important it is and how vital it is
You know,
to walk in truth and love. You know,
you
A
know,
don't
simple way to put it would
don't live in lies.
right.
a
This whole
simple way
time,
to
God
put it.
has
Hold
been
on.
saying that. God has been saying, "I am watching you. Be careful how you behave." But that's not good enough. That's not
He
good
We're not
enough.
also
talking
told
about
you
that,
to.
Bong. We're
I'm
talking
not talking
about
He
about.
also told you
Right,
to
we're
love
talking about
people and
this.
treat them with
Right.
respect, but religious people can't even do that.
No, I'm pointing
Yep.
out the analogy, right?
If you
That
loved
in the
your
same
brothers,
the
would
same
you be
way,
this aggressive?
No,
We
I'm
can't
saying the
manipulate.
same
We can't
way
manipulate
that
and
they're
test
saying
God. We can manipulate and test the
it's
devil's
not
stick.
about testing God. It's what this is implying. It's implying this, right? Like I asked the answer you guys gave me was, well, then we would be more aware of how we behave, that we would act and think good thoughts instead of bad. But this has always been with us. We have always been told to watch because somebody is watching and
Well,
knows the
okay,
future,
this
right?
is another avenue to be able to reach people. Like if they don't understand it in one way, maybe this is a way that they can understand it. It's a different perspective.
It's the law of
Saying the
attraction.
same thing. Okay.
I'm trying to. It's the law of attraction.
Yeah,
That's
I
what I'm
know
trying to
you
say
think
here.
it's witchcraft. We've got that, Bong.
You don't even when I say witchcraft, you laugh, bro. You don't even know what I
No,
mean.
I'm not laughing.
I say
I know
magic, you
what
people
the law of
laugh like it's a
attraction
fucking
is.
joke.
I'm not laughing at you.
Goddamn Globers.
No, I'm not a Glober.
Well, they're all going to hell anyways, so.
If you think all science is just witchcraft, bro, why the hell are you in the science live stream?
What the fuck?
It's a valid question, bro. I mean,
Yeah,
should I
well,
let me use
I don't
your
think all
religion
science.
against you?
Okay, like,
Should I
dude,
rebuke you
please, Glober,
righteously?
stop saying all science.
If you're above rebuke, then your pride and your ego have taken you over, and you're not a
Above
righteous
rebuke,
man
I'm the one
anyway.
rebuking you.
I can't
You're the
tell.
one sitting here
The
saying
only
that
thing
this
you're
could be
doing is
real
getting
and
aggressive.
that we can't talk about the Bible, we can't talk about God, that you're going to ban me. I'm above rebuke.
You've got a Bible channel, bro.
I didn't tell
He
you
didn't
you
say you
couldn't
couldn't
talk
talk
about.
about it.
I
He just said there's a
asked you to
separate
take that
channel.
shit to the other
What the
fucking
fuck is the
lobby, and you're
problem?
the one
If the
that
God of
keeps
Abraham
saying,
is the creator of this fucking world,
"Oh
what the fuck are
man,
you doing?
Oh, fuck me.
Hey, yo, where's your Kundalini flat Earth spirit, bro?
go back to the
Yeah.
beginning, motherfucker," because
Kundalini.
I'm over that shit.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
Thank you,
Come
Mike.
on, Bong. Take it easy, Bong.
I said I was done,
Did he
man.
get banned?
really
You
is
want to go with
uncalled
him?
I feel
No, sir. Please
Bong
don't ban me. I was just.
saying
Yeah, I
I
didn't ban
What's
know,
that
you.
guy's name? If he wants
but
to go to the biblical channel, I will follow him there, and
No, no,
I'd be more than glad to listen to what he has to say.
he
I'm
won't.
actually interested.
Listen, that motherfucker's been here since the beginning. His point is we should shut the fuck up and follow his motherfucking ideal.
it's
And the next motherfucker ask about moderation, I'm telling you, you're out, man. We're not here to do this shit, dude. We're not. I don't
Yeah,
build
man.
this server. I should know what this live stream's for. If you want to make a joke of it, I won't have a problem on getting rid of you. It's that simple. If you want to make a fucking joke of what we're here to do, then fuck you. We ain't got time for you. It's that simple, dude. Feel to my emotions. I ain't got none.
There's a lot of people in here. Does anybody want to talk about flat stuff or spherical items or any kind of deal like that?
Science.
Spherical items.
spherical,
What kind of
spherical
spherical
without
items would you
curvature.
like to discuss?
The
Well,
ones without curvature.
yeah. Let's talk about that stuff.
Yeah.
That'd be a paradox. But then again, isn't that what all the Globers talk about? It's just a paradox here and a fallacy there.
Everything's a
Yeah.
fallacious, paradoxical nightmare on the globe.
But they
Say
don't
that
argue.
3 times and you'll summon
You know,
Doxia.
they don't argue about the paradoxes like we do, because we are arguing. They say, "Oh my God, that is so amazing."
Yeah.
Yeah. The curvature that you cannot see. Wow, it's so big, such a curvature. It's amazing. It's so big you can't see it. You can't even
Right.
measure it. That's how big it is.
It's so big it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
The Earth
Does
is
that make
so big,
sense?
bro.
That's what they're saying.
It's so
So it's so
infantile.
big.
Thinking. It's really sad how infantile thinking it is of the whole globe theory and outer space and aliens. It's sad. It is so
Yeah.
infantile. It's
Yeah, it
frustrating.
is.
But yeah,
I got mad
everybody,
the
whenever
I
you
got
say
mad the
how
other day because I was thinking about movie scenes that I enjoy, and growing up, I saw a lot of Star Wars, Aliens, and Predator,
Yeah,
and all
we
that
all
stuff.
did. We grew up on that.
Right?
I love sci-fi. Still now, I love sci-fi, even though I know it's bullshit.
Yeah. And so, but I just every time I like think back to a scene or use a meme with some stuff in it or whatever, I'm just like, it has maybe like, I don't know, 20-30% less value now to me.
Well, yeah, because it's fantasy, and you woke up, the fantasy is over.
I
It's the
know.
same
I'm
thing
just
with
saying.
like little
I
girls
used to
in
love
Disney movies
fantasy.
and growing up to be princesses and finding their prince.
Right.
That's bullshit. It's all fantasy. It's
I used to love
it's
fantasy,
intentional.
and now I hate it. Yeah, now I hate all the
You
fantasy
shouldn't
stuff.
hate it. I mean, enjoy it. Enjoy it for what it is.
You
You
know
don't have
what?
to hate it.
You know what's really cool, Glatflow, about I've seen you come in here now. Past couple of days, you're just like, I mean, I seen you in YouTube chat, and you're just like,
yeah,
doing your thing there. But then once I talked to you, I was thinking, hey, you need to jump on the VC because just the way you talk and everything, and anyway, so I'm really glad to see you here. And but I'll confirm, dude. I still love sci-fi, man. I watch that shit like nobody's business, bro. When I'm not here talking to you guys, I'm watching sci-fi and freaking all kinds
Me
of different
too.
films. I'm a
Me
huge
too.
fan of I'm a huge fan of fiction. I just can't help it.
Video is sci-fi.
I
It's
might
just
as
when
well
you see
be,
the
I guess.
scenes that take place in space, you're like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm talking about.
But it's
I agree
really,
with you,
really,
Helio,
it's about
too.
the
I agree.
story. It's really about the story more than the setting, right? It's the story of this. Yeah. I mean, I love sci-fi, but it's really about
good,
the
like,
story.
It's an adventuresome, analogous kind of thing to life. It's cool. I mean, I love it too. Don't get me wrong. I guess what I was saying is, I don't know who said it, but yeah, sometimes when it gets to those space scenes, they spend a lot of time on like space issues. So I'm just like, this is fucking
Yeah,
bullshit.
I mean, sure, yeah, but at the same time, when you have a sci-fi movie, as long as it's a really good story, even if it involves,
right? Yeah.
To be honest, I mean,
it just
we have more knowledge about what they
place.
Anyway,
where we are.
Well,
You have to
who
look at it
needs
like that. It just
sci-fi when you have global
solidifies.
propaganda every single day?
I agree, Helio, and thanks for the shout out, buddy.
You take it for what it is, bro.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah,
just take it for what it is and move on. If it's interesting to you,
I'm
you
glad.
take it with a big grain of salt.
Yeah, I'm glad you came in here, Glatflow. I've been listening to you, just hanging out with us for the past couple of days. I was like, glad you transitioned into here instead of just being in chat, because I've been in the chat and it's just
I can't do it anymore.
Off,
I can't
bro.
do it.
I know. Yeah, me
No
too.
more.
Well, I
I'm
have
done.
to because it's my fucking chat.
Right. No, I hear you.
So anyway, I mean,
I don't
so
have to do it.
but you do understand why I did what I did.
Oh, absolutely, dude. You have a very hard channel to work with. There's not a lot of people going there, but the people who do go there, it's a few flatties who are really good at talking about what they talk about, and then there's the same group of maybe 20 to 30 tops trolls, sock accounts, and they just make their own like little personal adventure over there on the YouTube, and it's pathetic. And I'm done.
Yeah,
But
you ban one, then they're going to come back with another one. 5 minits later?
That's
boom,
true, but like I'm saying, your channel has to be out there, Helio, in the YouTube world too. Like it's got to be out there.
And the reason I'm selective about who I ban and let back in and all that kind of. I've been doing it for freaking over 2 years now with that channel. I mean, there's a reason that I. I'll rent somebody and who I trust and whatever and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But they just don't really know what I've been doing. But so shout out to everyone that's listening on the YouTube channel. I'm not going to apologize for the chat. I don't have wrenches there now for obvious reasons and whatever. I mean, these guys are ridiculous. So, all the people that are flat earthers that are in the YouTube chat, freaking go freaking game. You know, I mean, show the proof of go show the proof of flat. These guys are gonna just be ridiculous. All these trolls in the YouTube chat are just gonna be ridiculous. Going to make up the most absurd arguments. Freaking own that shit, man. If I'm not there, and just like I banned someone earlier because they weren't funny. If you're gonna troll, you better be funny. You better make it entertaining.
Yeah, I'm down with that. Might as well. Yeah, you know, well, it's fine though. Kids will be kids, and that's that. And you know, I even think everybody in the YouTube chat knows it's flat, smart enough to know it's flat. I've been over it with them a bunch of times. The only thing they can do is be really good at like if you ever grew up with bullies or if your parents are lawyers, and this is things that happened in my life, you get really good at arguing, even if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You can baffle people with bullshit, and it can be a delicious meal for the both of you. Without you saying a goddamn, either of you saying a goddamn thing, you could just wax intellectual about nothing, and there you go. You know what I'm saying?
I'll give you a perfect example of this. So I'm not. I mean, I understand the laws of physics pretty well. I mean, my dad was a physicist after all, but you know, I'm not a physicist myself. But I was, you know, arguing with a Glober, my neighbor, 2 days ago or a while ago, and she used the word mass as part of, you know, the explanation for something. And so I asked her, "Can you define mass?" And it was just, you know, word salad after that. But I can't even remember what I heard QE say along those lines even after that. You know, all I know is she can't define mass. Nobody can.
Right. Yeah.
You know, the big
right,
part
right.
of the problem is the whole ego thing. It's like it's really hard for anyone to admit that you've been fooled or lied to and believed it for so long that even when you know it isn't true, you still don't want to admit it, especially out loud or to other people. You know, that's a really hard thing to do.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, just honestly, for some people,
I
it's
akin it to
harder
this.
than others.
Oh, go ahead.
No,
Finish up, man. I'm sorry.
The only other thing I wanted to say too is about back to sci-fi movies. One of the things that I really enjoy about them is just how much trouble and how much money and effort they go into creating those movies and trying to convince me that this is real or this is a possibility. It just re-solidifies my belief even more. And then on top of that, I get more enjoyment out of fantasizing now instead of about space, about traveling just on our plane and going beyond, let's say, the ice wall, if that's even a thing. That to me is way more interesting and way more fun to fantasize and think about what's beyond and what else lies out there than what lies up in this space that we will never go to, that doesn't exist.
Be careful with how you use the term ice wall. You should just say, you know, beyond the, you know, shores of Antarctica, because yeah, that's what it is. Because I mean, people get that term confused because they'll think that, like, you know, they'll start to think like flat Earth society nonsense, that we're a disk in space. They'll think, oh, the ice wall, that's like the edge, right? You know,
edge,
people get confused.
four-letter
So
word.
it's important to distinguish the difference between the shoreline of Antarctica and making sure that people understand that we haven't verified what's, you know, far beyond it. But
No, you're
distinguishing
absolutely right.
the difference between that and the walls of the container that gives us gas pressure, you know, it's two different things.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm totally in agreement with you. But yeah, you know, that does it for me.
I still think it would be a really great idea to go to a Comic-Con convention or a Star Trek convention, you know, where there's a bunch of people dressing up as superheroes or something, or Star Trek Trekkies or whatever, and just go and take them through the 3 points, flat smack them, do it on camera. I think that'd be the greatest place to tell someone that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good one. They're suggestible. They're on drugs or drinking, or they're just really happy to be doing what they're doing. And hell yeah, I'll talk about it for a second. Hell yeah.
More
Well,
likely
the
they're
thing about
sober
those
and really
people too is
nerdy,
they're
but
kind of
yeah, it
lost.
might be
Well,
that.
you know what I mean, though. Like they're already ready to talk about shit like that in the first place, so you might as well, just throw it in there.
Well, actually, I was thinking it the opposite way. I would expect them to be, less inclined to be open-minded. But I don't know. I haven't done it yet, so
Oh.
I shouldn't judge beforehand. But I mean, think about it. I mean, it's they're letting go. I mean, a lot of these people, they think, oh, one day we're gonna come in contact with aliens, right? That's gonna be so interesting. It's gonna be a wonderful day for humanity, right? Like, no,
Ryan,
no, it's never gonna
go
happen.
Rumpus,
Oh, that would be
go
so
and
hard. I
Rumpus
think that's
Comic
break
Con.
that conditioning. I think you'd have a real problem with that one.
Yeah.
Guys,
Like, because you're gonna crush
their
their whole world is like Star Trek and stuff like that. I mean, that's all they identify with. That's I don't know. That's as hard as when you're a little kid and you find out Santa Claus isn't real, but like times 100. And these people
Oh,
are
no.
anyway.
Hey,
They're clinging for something. They have nothing. They're clinging. They're actually grown children still clinging on.
Yeah.
This make
It's kind of
believe.
sad, but yeah.
No,
It's
it is absolutely 100% sad. It is extremely sad.
It's like taking a child's toy away. Yeah, you get what I mean.
You guys are lying to me. Santa's real. Way too many people would have to be in on that one. Come on. Get out of here.
I saw the guy. What was it? December 25th. Came down the chimney.
Yeah, I saw a fat dude break into my house.
Yeah.
It wasn't Christmas.
Must have been Santa.
The guy on the news said that NORAD was tracking Santa. He's not in on it too, is he?
He's like,
NORAD
dude, I know
operates
you're
Santa,
woke.
bro.
Can I hide in your place for a little bit?
That is so
I think
funny when you
NORAD
think about
operates.
it. And then when people say, "How could that many people keep a conspiracy?" And yeah, Santa. Look at
It's
Santa
ignorance,
Claus.
bro.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, Santa Claus operates NORAD, bro. He's the chief commander.
He's not as impressive as old Saint Nick, though. He's got pizza stuck in his big white beard, and he does not smell good.
Isn't that some hobo?
Yeah, exactly. Running NORAD.
I have a lot of sympathy though for my fellow Globers because they are in a way like children. I mean, they just don't have the ability to question their surroundings and actually think for themselves. It does break my heart. I mean, it's a sad thing, and they're but I sympathize too. They're so consumed with social media and video games and movies and just trying to make a living. I mean, it is hard to live in today's world. It is a constant barrage of manipulation and psyoping and brainwashing.
I don't think it's a question of capability or ability. I think it's a question of willingness. They lack the willingness.
Yes.
Yeah. And the other thing I might say is they have lost the ability to ask a question. If you get what I mean. Nobody asks question. It's mostly accusations
I brought
from
that
every
up.
which way.
They don't have that ability to think for themselves and actually question anything that they're told or taught.
Oh yeah, you show up in this world and it's impossible to keep up with all the stuff they're trying to put inside of your life and in your mind and in your heart. Like there's no way to get it all in there. You know what I mean?
And when
And
you
so
have
you're
your-
overwhelmed
when you
from the
have their-
start. And you're like, oh, I got to do this to do this to do this. Why? Oh, it doesn't fucking matter why. Just do it.
And when you have their favorite celebrities, you have their favorite celebrities confirming all the same beliefs too. It makes it even harder. They want to believe they're stars and think they wouldn't lie to them, and they want to be just like them. And
yeah, it gives them more power, strength for some reason. Sorry, this guy Kent Hovind said they were stupid on purpose, right? They wanted to remain in their ignorance.
Right. Think about it. It's hard to go through this process at all, right? It's kind of like, I think it was Eric Dubay, but he said, you know, do you really honestly think that I want to be a flat earther in this society? Like, do you really honestly think I'm trying to fucking have that kind of life right now? So, yeah, that's how I see
That's
it.
the only argument that ever actually made me for a second try to sympathize with gays, because you know, I think like, holy shit, would I really, like, if it's not a choice, if I didn't have a choice, why the hell would I ever choose that? But you know, I mean, I think I don't know, that's kind of a double-edged sword, because I believe some people do choose it and maybe some don't, but that's a whole nother topic I don't want to get into.
It is a
But you know,
different
it's kind of
topic
like the
only
same.
because I see what you're saying, but yeah, but the people choose these people. We've given them the truth. The truth is obvious to see. They're smart enough to see it themselves if they want to. It's not like a sexual preference kind of thing. This is literally these people are ignoring all the facts, their
Right.
own
That has
senses,
nothing. That has
so
that
much
decision
stuff.
has nothing to do with whether or not you're able to question shit. That's the
Yeah.
that's the thing.
Yeah.
Are they willing to question shit? Like focus,
Well,
son.
in my
Focus.
experience,
Because
in my
imagine if
experience, though,
QE was
personally,
quoting
it was
Feynman, and
for
Feynman was
years. It
saying,
was never personally for me. For years before I realized the truth, it never even dawned on me. It was something that I never even thought of until I finally did, and then I realized, you know, oh, holy shit. You know, it was a holy shit moment. But you know, it
Yeah.
took a long time for me to even think about it, and I think that's a big problem too. Is a lot of people are so focused on nonsense, they don't even have time to stop and think about where they are and what their place is, where they're standing. I mean, honestly.
so the Glovers have called me a terrorist, right, because of my geopolitical views, which I share with Noam Chomsky, right? I share a lot of that with Noam Chomsky, right, because I grew up listening to like his speeches and stuff, right, and following geopolitical stuff because I'm very anti-war, right? But imagine if Quantum Eraser, if he's quoting all these Feynman professors at Yale and professor of physics and chair of the board, you know, all these famous people, and they were saying, yeah, Newtonian, that's right. And yeah, Einsteinian. I mean, they would just be eating it up, but because it goes against their worldview, right? And they don't want to be judged. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that. I'm so sorry. But you know what I mean? Like it goes against what they want to believe. So these people are like willfully ignorant, and that's the difference between a globetard who's got their head in the sand, like I don't want to see any, I don't want to hear any, right? And that's the difference between a normie. That's why I say you should be kind to your normies.
Agreed. They don't want to give up a ghost, man.
There's a difference between a zealot and somebody that's, you know, just, I don't know, oblivious or, you know, as you said, a normie, whatever word you want to give them.
Willfully ignorant.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm, yeah.
That is something that always amazed me too whenever I come on here, because some of the Globers that come on here are so intelligent, and but they just can't, you know, they cannot see between the curtain, and that's frustrating, because there are some super intelligent people out there, but they refuse to just let go of that training.
I think the reason and I agree 100%, by the way, that was awesome. I think what people do when they say, why would they lie, is because they're looking for how it would benefit them if they also figured out that someone's lying and it's flat and this and that, right?
Right, because they don't understand that they're
Why would they
not a
lie?
part
What am
of
I going to get out of this,
the
huh? I want to catch somebody
right.
in a lie. You bet. Shit. You know?
Yeah, they don't understand that there's higher forces above them controlling and wanting to control them, and they feel like, well, I'm not a part of that group. They don't understand that there is, you know, other people out there steering and trying to use them for nefarious purposes. They can't. You're trying to say they can't fathom that idea that
Well,
they're
it's
not a
even
part
on
of
a
the club. They're
it's
not a
even on
part
a
of the.
fundamental level. Not even that. It's all. It's how it scientifically.
Wasn't it the same like concept with like Freemasons? Like you'll meet low level Freemasons, and they just stand by the club so hard and
Yeah, I know a couple. They're good dudes and they're not evil.
Right. Yeah. And they just, but they don't know the truth of the higher teachings because they're not at that level. They're just,
How
peons.
do you know what they know?
Oh,
That's a good point.
trying to claim. I'm not trying to claim that I do know. I guess
most
I'm
of them
just
don't
going
have a
off
clue.
of, stuff that I've read from other people that claim to know the
Oh, okay, I got you.
higher
He,
teaching,
he
the
said she
higher teaching.
said he knew. Okay.
No, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to claim that I know personally. I could be
So what
wrong. Maybe
good could
it is
ever?
a good organization. I have no idea, but I feel like anything done in the dark and anything that's secret can't be, above board can't be good. That's where I'm coming from.
I don't know. I've done some pretty great things in the dark, my friend.
I'm not interested in what you do in your bedroom.
The best things happen in the dark, don't
Yeah, yeah.
But you understand
You
what I'm
know,
Secrets are fine, but secret societies are a whole different thing.
correct.
Well, put it this way: even religion was a secret society. Now it's out in the open, but the dudes that run the religions, you're not privy to the backdoor conversations and what really happens. So,
Hey,
Guys,
I've done a lot of
we're a
great.
secret society.
I've done a lot of great things in the dark too, but nothing I wouldn't bring to the light and be ashamed of.
Yeah,
right,
exactly.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the point I was trying to make.
Yep.
It's funny how quick some people are to judge, right?
So yes, I
About
had sexual relations with that woman.
I
We
don't
all
know.
do.
There's some things. There's some things that I've done that now that if brought to light, like if I brought it out to light, I would carry shame, but I'd still bring it out to light. But still.
Well, because you're still gonna own it. I mean, you're still gonna.
Let's just say I lived and learned.
You can repent and you can, you're human, so you're able to make mistakes. We all have things in our past that we've done that we regret and that we're not proud of, and we don't want a lot of people to know. But if they were to find out, we're not gonna hide in. You might, you're gonna own it because you're. I was gonna say man, but obviously you're not a man. But you know what I mean. You're,
I
a
mean, it is what it
strong.
is. It benefits you in some way when you did. You either choose to, like you either learn what you do want or what you don't want. One of the two.
Willing to own up to it too. It sets you free. It lets that burden off of your shoulders.
I like to do it like
you
this.
either learn from it or you don't.
There we go. There we go. I like to do it like this.
In the dark or with the lights on?
Oh boy, no. Hang on,
flick 'em off and
we
on.
can talk about that later. I'm saying this.
Like in the
Always
dark,
do.
then you gotta feel your way around.
Oh man. Let me say this and then we can
You
go get funny. Let me say this. Always do the next right thing.
Exactly.
That's it. Just do that. You're good. The next right thing. Right?
Yep.
Well, you can't keep focusing on the last wrong thing, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
I was going to say something about secret societies. A lot of people are really quick to judge secret societies. And I admit, like the Masons probably aren't infiltrated by the Illuminati, especially at the upper echelons, right, where the presidents are at the 33rd level. But I admit that. But down at the lower levels, there are probably people that are just ignorant who are lonely and want, for different reasons, maybe to get better business or maybe they just want the fellowship. Right, but if you think about the number one secret society in China right now, it's Christianity.
Christianity was a secret society, bro. Before it started out.
Yeah, but is that a secret society or is that underground religious practices in a communist country?
Now, yeah, that's what it is. But I was just saying back in the days. Christianity.
Well, it's both.
It wasn't open to the public.
Right? And what if the Masons is nothing more than an underground religious fraternity in a in a capitalist country? You ever thought of that?
Yeah, it was basically he's a religion, bro. I don't know why people.
So is Freemasonism synonymous with communism?
It may be. Maybe they are trying to take over the world in a communist dictatorship run by a few elite. Maybe that's true. I don't know. I'm not there. I'm not in the midst.
Maybe
Here's
they're
what we
all a
can
part
do,
of
though. We can prove that
the Earth is flat.
That's right. We can prove some stuff. We can't prove anything about the Freemasons on this
Thank
channel
you.
here.
Exactly.
I'm sorry I used Freemasons as an example.
No,
No,
dude,
you're
it's
right,
fine.
right.
It
No.
happens all the time. It happens all the time, but it's just you know what's so funny is that that's fun speculation and everyone does it. Everybody wants to do it. The best part is that I don't know if I can prove this, prove that. You know, we can prove Earth stuff.
But you can only go so far with it, though, right? Because you can't prove it. Once you get to that point, you got to move on. It's redundant.
It's like it's like
that's the thing
condemning
that drives me
everybody.
crazy to no end too, is that this is provable, and it's simple. It is one of the most simple things that I've ever learned in my entire life, and I learned it late, but it was so easy, and it's so easy to prove too. And the fact that so many people, it's like the hardest conspiracy to prove to any of your friends or family. Other things can be simple. I mean, there's so many. Pick one, and a lot of people are way more susceptible to believe and listen and really take it all in, and you can see the wheels spinning in their mind, and you can lead them in a certain direction. But when you bring up this topic, it's so unbelievable how quickly they shut down.
My guess.
Think about it
I
like
have a
this.
guess
Brett.
on
You
this.
said
Go ahead.
you're
Go
late.
ahead, Hank.
You said you're late, right? I'm glad you made it, right? It's okay that you're late. Don't even worry about it, right? But I told my brother-in-law like several years ago, and at the time, he wasn't ready to receive the message, so I only mentioned it once, right? And then he starts getting into like TikTok and like listening to all the conspiracy theories because I guess TikTok isn't as regulated as like YouTube, right? And as he starts learning about all these conspiracy theories, like he sees that flat Earth thing pop up again, and he's like, "Oh, I remember." Like Larry, my brother-in-law, he was telling me about this. So I'm gonna go ask him. So he's been coming around asking questions about biblical cosmology and asking questions, about the flat Earth and stuff. And it's like, man, like, dude, took you long enough, but I'm glad you finally came around. So I think that's what has to happen. You have to let people like go through the phases of that's stupid, that's bullshit. Why does it keep popping up? Okay, it's the third time. I'm gonna, debunk this real fast. Oh shit, why would they lie? And basically, when they get to why would they lie, it's like, fuck, why would they lie?
Yeah. Yeah,
Absolutely.
I don't know why I didn't get stuck on why would they. I didn't at all because I was already down, right? Since 2001, I've been looking into everything. You feel me? So yeah, I was already ready to like. I was and of course they lied. Like that. I was like, well, I know they're lying, so let's see what about this time. You know what I mean?
For me too, that is the worst question ever to ask, because I always think, well, hold on, why would they lie? Why have you lied? How many times have you lied in your life? And for what reason? And sometimes it's to get yourself out of trouble. Sometimes it's for really no good reason at all. Just try to prop yourself up and make you look cooler or whatever in front of a
Get something
friend
you
or something.
don't deserve.
Exactly. It's just it's such a silly question. Why would they lie? Why wouldn't they? I would fucking lie. Excuse my friend. I would lie. I mean, come on. That type of power, that type of control to manipulate someone like that. How many people lie to their children on a daily basis about mundane stuff just to get them to do what you want them to do? We as humans lie to each other all the time on a daily basis.
You know why? It's because we've set up a bullshit place where we have to lie to each other to live within the bounds of this thing that goes almost completely against nature.
Absolutely. To live on this globe.
Not just that though. I guess I just mean society.
Everything is a lie. No, society too. Because
yeah, but think about
it's all based off that. Everything
Think
is
about that
based off
question though. why they would lie. Think about that for a second. Why would they? Why don't they just use force? Right? If they want control, why don't they just use force and control the people? So maybe the point is, maybe the point. Well, hang on, hang on. I'm
Because I
just
think
saying,
that can only go so
maybe
far.
the point is that they need you to comply. Like they need you to agree. They need you to ask them to do it. They need you to, like maybe they can't go full force against everyone.
You're
Well, no,
right.
absolutely. I believe that too. I
Hold
believe
on,
that they
Paul.
can't. Oh,
I can
I'm
tell
sorry. Go ahead.
you. I can tell you why they can't do that. They follow Levitican law and ecclesiastic law or natural law, wherein free will is given away through compliance or set aside. Your natural birthright. All men were given dominion over earth. No men were given dominion over other men. You can lay aside that natural birthright to all things on Mother Earth or in creation through free will or compliance. Yeah. They want to be righteous men. They think they're still going to go to heaven because you gave it away through free will. They didn't take it.
And that's why they would lie.
Absolutely. That's what I was going to say. They think they're not being deceitful because I mean, and in a way they're not. They do admit everything they're doing. It's all out there. You just have to seek it out and find it.
Here's what's strange to me. See, here's how, and thank you, Mike, for saying that. Here's how it appears to me. What they're doing is they're not supposed to get the cookies in the cookie jar on top of the fridge. And they know that they're not supposed to get the cookies. But they go and reach in and get a cookie. And they get the cookie and then they leave it kind of sloppy and obvious so that it's obvious someone's been in there getting cookies. And that person who just took the cookie figures, that's good enough to say that I took a cookie, is just assume that they're going to see that I left a mess for them, oh, clearly somebody had a cookie, right? That's good enough. I don't need to actually tell them I took a cookie from them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and nobody pulls them up for taking the cookie, and that dude keeps on taking other cookies, and nobody does anything about it.
Well,
This
you
is
didn't
the whole
complain
point.
the first time I got a cookie, Dad, and you seen the jar was a jar. I know
Right.
you pay. I know, Dad, you pay attention to everything. You knew I had a cookie and you was okay with it. But now, because
Right.
I took 1,000 cookies one at a time, now all of a sudden you're mad.
Well, the system
Exactly,
they
yep.
set up too is there's no
That's my daughter, dude. That's my daughter.
there's no consequence for taking the cookie either. When they're questioned about it, they can just lie and say no, and there's absolutely, no matter how much evidence,
It's
there
unfalsifiable.
nobody
This
is going to do
my-
anything about it.
Hey, this is my daughter's reasoning. She said, Dad, can I have 20 bucks? Sure, you ask. It's in my wallet. Go get it. She took 40 bucks. Okay, oh, well, I didn't say nothing. But I say, those donuts are mine. Nobody touch them donuts. They're mine. Well, Dad, you didn't care. I took 40 bucks instead of 20. I didn't figure
Right.
a $2 donut would piss you off.
Wow.
You
Yeah,
know,
just swing it
I
right
do-
back around on you.
I love them damn donuts, too.
That's one of the best analogies for what's going on that I've actually ever heard. That is really good.
That's
Well,
that's my daughter.
It also goes
Yeah,
like this, right? It also goes, they're convincing us that stealing a cookie isn't bad. And then when we
Yeah.
steal the cookie, right? And then we say, no, I didn't steal the cookie. It's like, oh, well, you owe a debt, right? You stole the cookie, right? And debt makes you a slave. So slavery is legal according to the 13th Amendment. It's just been renamed a duly convicted convict as a felon. And a
You
felon is the
comply
new word
with
for
it,
slave.
though. You accept
When
the
they put
contract through
themselves in a
compliance.
situation too where they think all the cookies are theirs to begin with, anyways.
Well, yeah, here's the thing. See, we gave you that contract, you complied with it, wherein you accepted that we're taking thousands of dollars in your taxes. And then we also told you not to take shit that's other people's, but we're taking your shit. And you took the damn cookie. Now, when we took your taxes and you were okay with it, that became our fucking cookie.
Absolutely right.
You could use that argument with
I
anything.
think you guys need to make a different analogy. An analogy that
any narcotics, but they deal narcotics all day long. They bring all the drugs into this country. There's no reason why half the drugs that come into this country need to come in. They come in because they let it come in. And the same thing with war. They say you can't kill. If you kill anybody, we're going to throw you in prison. But then they'll say, well, go over here in this other country and kill these people. They do it with
should let them come
everything.
in. Do you think they shouldn't let them come in? The
well, the
drugs.
thing is, they don't want you to deliver the wage of sin, which is death.
Yeah.
By Levitican law and ecclesiastics law for Leviathan, the great behemoth of the deep, which that's us. You can. It doesn't say thou shalt not kill. It says thou shalt not commit murder, which is a legal term. That's killing, the taking of life outside of the law of God. That's murder. So
But they set
you
all that up so that we won't murder them, right? So that we
right,
will fear.
you're told when the blood isn't to be considered on your hands, so they don't want us to stone them for
That's where I was trying.
transgression.
Yeah, that's where I was trying to go. Yeah.
What is sin? Transgression of the law,
Right.
and not man's law. We're not talking about maritime law or law of the land or Lord law or common law. We're talking about the law.
Yeah. Do not.
Levitican law, Toradic law. Most people know Yeshua fulfilled the law, but they don't know what law. Well, that's Levitican law. That's the Torah, ecclesiastical law.
Mm-hmm.
He fulfilled it, and he didn't come to destroy it. It's the rules given for creation.
Guys, think of another example of when the truth might make someone go crazy, like learning that the Earth is flat and stationary.
Oh yeah, for somebody who's been told the law doesn't apply to him no more, and you give them the truth that the law never was abolished, and your Savior didn't say that, and they go nuts and start saying, "What God? Tell me His name. Tell me His name. What God?" And God in itself is a pagan worship of the falling God Riel. So my Creator has a name. I don't see Him as a God. He's a Creator. Adonai, Hel Elohim. He's not. It's not God. Gadriel is a fallen angel. Baal, El is a fallen angel. El is the denotation of Elohim, which are the sons of God. Any God with El in it,
Electricity, elect, election,
elite.
select. Yeah.
Elements. Yeah, it all goes on and on and on. Yeah.
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 Battlemod, is there a Holy Trinity involved with that too, or no? Is that just
A Holy Trinity involved with the law of Yahweh. Ecclesiastical and Levitican law was a covenant given by one true God to his people, or did a Trinity come down and give you that?
I don't know. I'm asking you what it
Well,
says about.
if we answered it scripturally, then Yahweh, the Most High, gave the law unto man.
Okay.
I mean, I'm an Adventist. I was raised an Adventist, and you got people who follow Catholicism, even though they believe Rome was a corruption of everything. They still follow a Catholic version of Christianity wherein the Trinity does everything. And you put a God before a God. He said, "Thou shalt have no other gods before you," but then they'll tell you there's no other gods, but then they break your God down into three. It doesn't make sense. It's
That's what I was
oxymoronic
asking because I
all
was
the
brought
way
up.
around.
Yeah, I was brought up. The reason why I was asking because I was brought up Catholic, so and I don't subscribe to that anymore. And when I think
I
back
don't
about it,
agree with the Trinity, no.
and even now when I in my older age when I try to pray, I don't even know how to pray anymore. I don't know who to pray to. I don't know.
Yeah.
When I used to pray to
Yeah,
I used to pray to God,
should
and
you
I never prayed
co-sign
to.
your prayers? I've been there.
Yeah, and I
No.
was taught all these prayers to pray to these saints
What did
and
Jesus
Mary
tell
and
you?
stuff, and I always thought
Yeah.
that it said in the Bible that you're not supposed to pray to anyone at all, no matter who they are.
Nope.
And
Yeah,
so I always prayed to
The
God. But to
Father,
be
which is
honest
in
with
heaven.
you, To be
So be
honest
good
with you,
for goodness sake.
I
Let him speak.
I don't know. I never felt like I ever got anywhere my entire life with prayer ever until I started to actually think more about the Trinity, regardless of like,
Well,
I
maybe
guess
maybe the best
basically the
thing is
family, like father, mother, son, not necessarily how it was taught in the Catholic religion with Joseph, Mary, Jesus, but I feel like since I've been focusing more on that in my life recently, my life has changed for the better, and I've seen a difference in just focusing on that
It's your
path,
intent, brother. It's
that
your intent.
Trinity, that holy, you know, that holy thing between a man and a
Yeah.
woman and a child.
Hey, and I want to say something, guys. Now, when I say take it to biblical, I want people to know it's not because I disagree with anything you're saying. It's not because people here, are against religion. It's not because we're anti-religious. I don't follow religion or a ritual. I believe in a creator. But it's arguments that lead to doctrinal fights or condemnation of people that we won't allow in the live stream. If you're going to start condemning people for their thought process, then it's time to go. If you believe Christianity is about condemning people, then I'd say you missed the message of the messenger and you fell in love with the messenger. Love your God, your father first. Love your neighbor like your brother, as I have loved you. It's that simple. If you don't believe in love, then don't start talking about religion because it's just going to end up a battle over whose belief is the best. And that's a 3,000-year-old argument, and I believe it was designed to divide people. Like your belief in God should unite you, not divide you. But if you play party that 3,000-year-old religion wherein there's one true doctrine, then you're never going to be united to the body.
I'm sorry to bring it back to religion too. I wanted to get that out with you, and I was thinking
I
about before
I
when we were
don't
talking about
mind
religion.
religion as long as people can have it without condemning each other.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, you got to understand when I say I don't want to be put in a group of people that are a bunch of zealots. These are people who have the pride to think they have the only true way and they can condemn other men to hell. So it's not your right. If hell is a real place, then you have no authority to send me there. Okay? It's that
God's
simple.
right, not yours.
Right, exactly. And I
And that's the
believe
point I was trying to make earlier. Is I thought it was, since a lot of the teachings say that Lucifer rules over our plane. He rules. He is the king here.
yeah,
And
the
so I
Lord of
always
this
thought that
world.
all these different sects of religions and everything, they're fundamentally basically the same, except for, a lot of stuff that is man written and man inspired, and what men said and what men wrote down. And I'm thinking that's probably Lucifer guiding their hands to separate everybody and to muddle everything up.
Well,
If that makes sense.
he's the Lord of division and separation, right? He separates things up and divides them like kingdoms.
Yeah, that's what's called
Well,
religion. You got two words.
there's
Make
many
and
different
religion.
there's many different spirits. Lucifer, the light bearer, the prince, the power of the air. That makes me think of it in a more scientific way rather than just. I mean, what does that even mean? The light bearer and the prince of the power of the air. Think of all these different energy fields that we have, and how we can't, like. Okay, so it's that age-old question: what is light? The prince of the power of the air. Does this not like grab anyone else's mind and captivate it and want to like just let go of? Anyway, I'm gonna hush. Just go
Let
ahead.
go of what?
Yeah.
Finish what you were saying. Let go
No,
of
I
what?
finished it. Yeah.
To let go of all the dogmatic, religious, philosophical type, and look at it in a very functional way, like
Right.
Correct.
Right, like a wheat from the chaff scenario, but for real. We don't have to involve So many of these, it's still belief system based if you're going to bring God and religion into it, guys. This is all very, like, even if you talk about simulation and all these things,
No.
you know, I
Just
just, I feel
because,
like,
listen,
religion,
just because
all
God's
religions
in it,
believe in a higher power and a creator. The only difference is how do we choose to worship
yeah,
that God,
listen,
right? That's what separates
that's
us,
it
right?
right there. You just nailed it on the head. Worship is a religion and rituals you follow. Belief in a creator is not a religion. A
Do you want to
religion,
know?
hold on, a religion has rules and rituals.
Do you want to know what worship really is? Worship, if you're gonna
Belief in God is spiritual.
worship is what you do, what you do, what you resonate with, what frequency you resonate with. That is like when you resonate with a specific frequency with it's what you do, what you say. When you speak truth and you speak love, then, and if it's of the creator, if and that's your worship. What you do is your worship.
So you're saying me, for instance, I never go to church, but I believe in a higher power, and I try to walk lightly on this plane that I exist on, and I try to touch everything in a positive way. Even if I'm killing a deer, I try to do it in the most respectful way that I possibly can. I've never, when I shoot a deer, I never use it as a trophy. I never take a picture. I never hold it up and gloat about look what I did. But I will take that deer and I will use that every part of that deer and feed myself and feed my family and love it and have and actually feel I feel bad when I kill it, even though I know it was placed here for me. But you know that's how I try to walk upon the earth. So that's how I worship. Is it, like does that count?
I'm with
Yeah,
you.
of course it
Let
counts,
me
bro.
say something really quickly, and it is quick. Intention to
That's
me
what I was getting ready to say. The reason
the
it's
most
worship,
important part. Yeah,
right? The
listen.
reason that what you do is worship is because it's your intent. It's what's in your heart while you're doing what you're doing. Okay, I'll hush.
Exactly. Whatever you're doing, if you put right is perhaps subjective, but let's just say for the sake of argument, you put the right kind of intention behind something. Like you were saying about feeling the love for the animal as you were taking its life and helping it through that transition. If you want to look at it that way, it's all in how you look. What's your intention? What do you really want to do? You know what you're gonna do, right? But why do you want to do it? And then once you've considered that, do you still want to do it, right? But yeah, intention to me is
Well, and
just as
sometimes
important, if not more
I feel
important.
conflicted about it sometimes because I know I can survive on fruits and berries and vegetables, and I really don't need to kill this deer. So sometimes I think, was this deer really put here for me to kill it, or was it put here for me to just enjoy the beauty and the nature of it and nurture it and take care of them and make sure keep harmony here on this planet and keep I feel like sometimes I feel like maybe we are supposed to
Hey,
be more shepherds to everything
listen.
that is here. Yes.
Predator and prey does keep harmony in this world because without it, there would be no balance. One life form would take over the entirety of it.
Right. So, but do we have to be the predator though? Do we?
Yeah. Yes. We are predators. Yes.
Which is
Can I
what we
answer
have
this question a
today
little bit?
with the tyrannical government. They've taken.
So you need omega-3 fatty acids, and omega-3 fatty acids bioaccumulate in animals that eat grass. So you can't really digest enough grass to get enough omega-3 fatty acids in your body. But
You can get
if you
those
eat
same
the fat from
omega
that animal you're
acids
killing, you
in
might get
certain
it.
nuts.
So yeah, you do need to
You
eat
can
the
get,
animal.
Well, it's not even about that.
but that's
It's
what
in
I'm
the
saying.
programming.
Like we're
We're programmed to listen. We can kill and we can eat, and that's part of like battle mod. My opinion is
Part of the circle of life.
you're respecting. You're respecting nature and the circle of life. If especially if you do it properly. But I mean, it's almost like you're respecting the animal and the process for what it is. If you eat the whole thing, and if you want to make a jacket for your daughter out of the skin or something, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. It just, if you do it that way, like I said, the intention is going to be the thing that really makes it a good or bad. situation.
When it becomes immoral is when it's and when it's malicious is when you do it for vain
But
reasons. Is when you
couldn't
do
it
it
be
for malicious
subconsciously?
reasons and you kill the deer for sport and you just
Couldn't
let
it be
it lay there and die
subconsciously immoral
or
though, just because I
rot on the
want?
It's
and you let it lay there and rot on the ground and you don't eat it
it's
and
your
then it dies in
consciousness
vain.
that makes it immoral, dude. Listen, the only wrong is where you take something from nature that you're not gonna fucking use.
Yeah.
Nature's here for us. We're the caretakers here, and nothing else has conscious thought. It's only us that can help. We're the only ones that can affect this ecosystem we live in to a good or a bad. The animals, they live their lives, they do what they do. Their area shortens. They don't know how. They couldn't grow another forest if they needed one, but we can. Not only that, we could repopulate them. We could take the animals and put them in a place and make them reproduce, and then let them back out in the environment once they're endangered. They can't do this. They're animalistic. We have a consciousness. We can take what we need and only what we need. But because we take more than what we need, we're killing the ecosystem we live in. And as we kill it, we kill us. Sure, well, they talk about food shortages and all that. Well, if we hadn't killed off 90% of the forest, there would be no shortage.
Aren't we
And
being
personally,
embroiled into every time we go to the grocery
personally,
store and just buy meat?
yeah,
Because of
personally,
the
I I get most of my
isn't that
meat from the woods, dude,
right?
because I believe why should I let others kill for me? And
Absolutely, yeah.
I don't know what they did to it before I got it. I don't know if they even had any love or respect for the animal they took out. Did the animal see it coming? Did the animal live in fear a long time before it did? That's unnatural shit. If you line up a bunch of cows, the one at the end absolutely knows he's dying before he gets there. How long did it take him to get there? Hell, if the other animals are just born and they're watching this, they know where they're getting to. So they lived a whole life in fear. I'm a farmer.
Future,
I don't
Yeah.
slaughter animals right here on the farm. I don't let the rest of the
Do you ever
farm
think
even
about
know it.
what that does to the meat too when you take
Oh,
an
I
animal
do.
when these animals are
yeah, it
slaughtered
does.
in the what?
It
It affects
releases
the meat price.
chemicals. It re-
Right. Yeah.
Cortisol.
it affects the
Yeah.
man. You're gonna
Yeah.
eat fear. You're eating fear.
Yes,
Yeah.
100%.
You're gonna
And
live in
doesn't
fear.
that's got to come back to people not questioning where they are too? It comes back to flat Earth and not
Listen, this is what it all boils down to. Man gave away his natural right and his natural responsibility. He's not listen, you're not the king of your kingdom. You're not you're not the master of your own temple, and you're not the master of your own reality. You let others do that and they fuck with it. So that's what you get. We gave up responsibility. We let shit happen and we act like it's not our responsibility to correct it. It is.
Yes.
Bad things happen
Yes.
when good men fail to act. Are you a good man or a
100%.
bad man? It's that simple.
right. And that's why the evil or the Lucifer or whatever he reigns here because we allow him to, right? We
What if
could as a
evil
collective stop.
what if evil's just
Evil
bad
is
deeds what if evil just exists in the bad deeds of men and the men who
exactly,
allow it to happen? What if that's the truth?
exactly.
What if
I
evil is
reckon
just
that's
all that shit you let happen? You're evil too then. Because you knew it and you didn't do a damn thing to stop it.
Isn't that kind of the society we live in right now, though? I mean, there's a
Yeah.
ton of
You,
evil.
listen, you know where I got this concept from? My dad was full-blooded Ojibwe. He's native, Anishinaabe. But they don't even believe in walking one step in this world in fear or doubt. If you're in fear and doubt, you're supposed to sit down, center your mind,
yeah.
body, and spirit, and then move on when you're in fear. Because not one good thing, when you're no longer in fear, you move on because not one good thing can happen in fear or doubt. Everything's got to be in love. Love for the next generation, love for your environment, love for the community, love for the animals. I mean, if you know you're taking too many deer, then as a natural native, you would stop taking deer for a minute and you'd start taking buffalo. Native Americans were called savages, but they didn't kill off all the buffalo. They didn't ruin the Great Plains. They didn't hunt shit to extinction, but they were savages. Actually, they lived closer to the natural order of things than any other society in the world. And because white people were in charge, and it's not just, oh, I got something against white people, this is just the truth. Kings and queens and kingdoms and principalities and dominions were already established in the other worlds, and then they brought it to this world. They brought division here too.
I think I know why they call them savages, man. Not because of the way they lived or anything, although that was their excuse. I think that they were really scared at how fervently those people defended their land. They'd never seen anybody fight so courageously and with so much heart before, and they fought in a almost savage manner to get those people the fuck off their land.
The rulers that sent people here, they knew what the hell was here. They knew what they were doing. They knew that, listen, they knew what I said. You got to give away your natural authority freely. So they come here and beat them down into submission. They didn't kill them all. They got them to freely give up their rights and freely sign treaties. They knew what they were coming up against. They knew that you should read their studies on the coming out of nature and setting natural law aside for the development of communities. That's where civil contracts and trusts come in. Aristotle and Aristophanes, William Herschel, all the natural philosophers, they all got principles on this. And they all, because they watched it. They watched people come together and form societies through social agreements, and legal fictions become created in city states. All these fictions, they're fiction.
Yeah.
Why? Because in nature, they don't exist. It's not true. Just because there's a bunch of words written on paper, you aren't born in this world owing any allegiance to the words of dead men written on paper. I don't care what kind of paper you write it on or what style or text you write it in. I don't have to give any authority to your fucking words. You'll label me a savage if I go out here and I live by natural law. Why? Because you want to rule. You want your law to rule. You want to be the lord of the land when you're nothing more than a man. You don't have dominion over anybody.
I always thought the term savage was just like a stereotype because there were so many different Native American tribes and some were super brutal. So they would encounter one that would bend to their will, and then they'd meet another tribe. And
they weren't super brutal,
they would,
dude. Listen, this is the lie they told you so it was easier for you to say, well, they need to move because we need more land. Who's the savage? You're pushing them off your land because you're a pilgrim in a new land, but it's not a new land. You didn't discover it. It was their land. Right. So they gave you a label, so it was easy for you to say, well, they're just savages because they don't want to let us. It's no different than if you moved into somebody's fucking household.
Well, and they thought at the time too that they were more primitive.
That's my point. I would savagely defend my household.
If you came into my house and you moved in my front room, I would start killing you off to get my front room back.
That's what I'm saying. That's all I was trying to say. I agree totally.
Listen, it's the same thing. The same thing happened to the natives in
all around the world, not just here.
Yeah.
Tell them.
Yeah.
Tell them.
In Native America, they call them savages. At my place, where I am, they call them barbarians.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but like Conan.
But we had trade with the North Americans going back 5,000-6,000 years. Nobody took hostile land.
The barbarians traded with the savages, and the Vikings. They were barbarians too, right?
Yeah, same people. They just migrated upwards. We did trade. Nobody stole nobody's land, but then group of people come along and write all this shit up.
Well, they use the same wording with savages too. The savages were barbaric.
Barbarians, yeah, I know.
Yeah, they're just labels. These people get lost in what they know, and they become confident in what they know, so you give labels to barbaric and you define it, and you give label to savage and you define it. And these people live in these definitions rather than live in the reality that you're just stealing from other fucking people, and that's why they're defending their shit. It's disgusting. It's disgusting how people. They said it was okay to just go cannon bomb whole entire villages with women and children and kids living in teepees.
Where do you think that disdain for and disrespect for other humans and humanity came from, that they just did it without any kind of thought or remorse and
rulers, principalities, divisions?
because it was done to them, so they thought it was okay to do it to somebody else? Like,
No, listen, it started with kings and queens who developed ideals and locked people into it because they wanted to be rulers. They came up with honor and valor and knights of the round table, and they thought they were bringing to earth something that it never had.
Yep.
Justice and liberty. When in natural law you lived in libertos anyway. Justice was already inscribed in your heart. The law was inscribed in your heart, and people lived by it. And when they didn't live by it, man went back to his natural state, which is war. So when you go back to your natural state, because the scales of libertos are on balance, then all of a sudden you're a savage because you're taken from people who want something they didn't fucking earn. On earth, you only deserve what you go out and earn yourself. This is why Jesus said, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. And then he said, if you don't understand earth, how can I tell you about heaven? Because you didn't understand what he said when he said, give Caesar what is Caesar's. Caesar didn't go out and earn shit. He sits on his fat ass getting fed grapes while he has homosexual relations with your kids. You give him your children, and you think you owe something to Caesar. Caesar's a man just like you. If he wants something, let him go out and earn it for himself. You don't owe anybody anything. Nothing in this world belongs to anybody. Ownership is a concept made through a civil contract. I own this land, you can't fuck with it. But in nature, you would have to defend your land and work your land and build up your bloodline, and your blood, sweat, and tears, and your generations would be on that land. And that's how you'd earn it. You seized the land and converted it to your own use. That's the law of nature. Not, oh, I took it from you people through a contract. So it's mine by law. And I don't even have to occupy it now because I contracted you out of it. And I just you pay me for the land that was given to you by your creator.
Yep.
Yeah, fuck a contract. If I can defend my land, it's mine.
Amen. If no one can take it from you, it is yours. That's the law. That's the lion.
Yeah.
Go in and fuck with the lion's property, motherfucker. You'll be food. You'll be food, and he won't once question himself, was that humane? No, he'd fill his fucking belly. Let his
He'd be
kids
licking his blood off of his paws while he's feeding his kids with the rest of you. Absolutely.
Yeah. While his kids are eating, he'd be cleaning your blood off his paws. Yeah, that
Well,
motherfucker.
that's what I mean. No, that's what I was saying. Yeah.
Send more.
The funny thing is,
send more. That motherfucker tasted good.
And the funny thing is, the lion would only eat what he fucking needs, and he won't go pissing around the whole continent. He'll just piss in one spot, and that's his spot. Don't intrude on his spot. That's it.
Exactly.
Even animals seems better than so-called human beings or people.
Well,
it's ridiculous.
Even people, yeah.
Well, that's what I was kind of thinking. Is when people came over here and started taking land and pushing Indians out and slaughtering and doing all that, and then plundering resources for obviously monetary gain, was that part of the difference that they had? Once again, the love of money is the root of all evil. Like they had monetary system built up, and the Indians,
they
the
had
Native Americans
signs
didn't
in their
have
eyes.
that sort of. They just like traded and didn't have that physical currency that they could, buy and sell goods and live higher than their neighbor. So
Can I interlude for 1 second? The whole point was there was a bit of a fight going on. this is what people don't know in history. And the two barbarians or the two savages said, let us fix up these other pricks that are doing all this evil shit, and we'll come back and do a handshake and recognize each other. But somebody else came and did the handshake, and it wasn't the proper people. And I'll leave it at that. People can ponder about that and have a
Damn,
think about what it
damn,
means.
damn, Hank, that shit's deep, and it does coincide with everything I've said. Where'd you get this
Thank you,
quote
sir.
about? Where'd you get this quote about the battles between psychology and technology, the rape of the mind, Juice Merlo? Well, it's just truth, man. They separated you from natural law. We formed societies and civil contracts. They were supposed to be beneficial to all parties. Now they're not. They're beneficial to the elite, beneficial to the royal bloodline, beneficial to the politicians. The rest of us live in poverty. The best of technology isn't ours. Why should we give a fuck about it? They can shut the power off. We don't fucking need it. You really don't need electricity. You don't need your damn phone. You need food, shelter, heat, and water. And you only need heat in the winter. There's some southern states where you motherfuckers are wearing coats at Christmas, and I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with that dude? It's 65, dude. You need no fucking coat. But I'm from a northern state, motherfucker. It gets cold here in the winter. If you don't wear a coat, you die. You'll freeze. Shit.
When the snow hits.
So are all men then in some way inherently evil and greedy? Or is there two different types of species of men where there's, us and them that would exploit
Nope.
for their own?
There's two different ways of thinking. And there are people who think they can exploit you and still be a righteous man. Because
Are they exactly the same as me though, or are they just
yeah,
like
they are.
they're made up of the same exact thing that or are they somehow
Yeah,
come
you
from
believe
somewhere else
in
or a little different
RNA,
or
DNA, you believe in fallen, you think the fallen are here ruling us. Maybe.
no, I don't
But
think that. I just question it. Like
but if we
maybe
were
there's
created in their image, and then we would be the same, except for in thinking. So, and nobody's ever exactly the same. What makes us mostly individuals is our beliefs and our concepts. Uh, I'm from a mixed family: Native Americans, Mexicans, Black people. I know Black people that's the only difference between us is color. We think the same fucking way. We live by the same thoughts. We believe this. The the only motherfuckers that are racist are the motherfuckers that think there's more than one race. We're the human race. I don't look at a calico. I don't look at a calico cat, a tiger strap cat, and a black cat and say none of them are cats. This is a subspecies of cat. This species, because it's more beautiful, is a more evolved species of cat. No, they're all fucking cats. Fucking moron. It's moronic shit.
Well, yeah, I do believe that that's a learned behavior because I remember when I was a kid and I would meet people of other races, Black people or Mexican people, I never looked at them as any different. They were just another person. I never saw their color. I never once thought in my head when I was a kid, he looks different than me. It never even crossed my mind until I got older and got into like middle school, and then I would be around other kids that were racist and would talk and say racist things about other kids around me. And that's when I
Their
became
parents
intelligent
did.
and learned about that stuff.
Yeah, because their parents did. That's where they
Right.
come with it. Listen, we're entrapped by the sins of the fathers, forefathers and foremothers. They complied to all this shit, or it wouldn't have just kept building. They could have fixed it generations ago, but they all had that idea. I can't change this. What can I do? It's so massive. Even if they realize it, it's so massive I could never change it. Well, there's so many people woke to it right now. That thought should never cross your mind. What you should be doing is trying to bring more people into the fold.
Hey,
Critical mass.
check this out, Michael. I mean, do you think there's something even more fascinating that no one has ever considered about the nature of humanity? I mean, we have all these quote unquote races from diverse cultures and everything. Possibly what they told us about the nature of these races, more than likely, in my opinion, is not true.
Yeah, I believe the same thing. You look at the family unit of a Mexican or a black person or a white person, and they're the same damn structure.
They want to eat, live
Look,
happy, and don't interfere. That's it.
yeah, look, dad acts like he runs shit, but that's only till he comes into the house. Mom and dad's door closed at night, and if the kids are smart enough to listen, they know who the real fucking boss is.
Correct.
But he still gets to act like the king. Now, see, we can go back to the lions for this, If the lionesses got pissed off, the king can get his ass kicked at any time, but he's still considered the king of the fucking jungle. I got morons that tell me lions are badass hunters. No offense, but lionesses are.
Well, I was just wondering. I was just saying, like black people, white people, yellow people.
They're all people, bro.
I know
Use
they're
the P word.
people. I'm just saying where, as far as the history of how this came about. Of course, we're all people, and we're all conscious people.
Yeah, humans.
But why do we look so different as humans? Now, this is,
because it's true in all life. The broad
Is there a word
spectrum
for a female tiger? Or do you just call a female tiger and a male tiger a tiger?
No. Well, anyway.
No, listen, I don't. It's not that boggling to me. It's just like I said about cats. You can go the same thing for serpents, for fish, for reptiles. There's a wide spectrum on every breed of life, but they still bring kind after their kind. Humans bring more humans. Fish bring more fish. You mix two together, you have a new kind of fish, but it's still a fish. So, and diversity comes from breeding. Period.
Correct.
No, I get that. I get that, Michael. I mean, just
migration patterns, bro. If you stay like out in the, just say
diet,
even I'll be classified as just say white. If I stay out in the sun, I can go like dark chocolate. And just say.
And when you add diet to that, listen.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, when you add diet to that, you are what you eat. You eat a certain thing for a long time, it affects your biology. So coconuts are prominent in the tropical areas and bananas, but you're eating apples and fucking pears in another environment. So you are what you eat and you are your environment. Your environment has a direct effect on you, plus breeding.
Yeah, and I totally agree with that. I was just trying to bring that up, with different regions. I mean, of course, we have mixed cultures now, but at the same time, we're all humans. And
What about what they used to teach me in grade school?
What they tell us about history. Well, hold on. What they tell us about
I don't agree with that.
History. Go ahead. Yeah, that's what I was going to say about our mixed history and how we are combined now. That there's a lot of what they tell us about history in question. So anyway, go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead,
it's kind of like the kimono dragon, right? You go to Florida, you see a bunch of little reptiles. You go to that one island, you see some big motherfuckers because they're unfucked with. It's not the
wait. They're what? Unfucked with?
Unfucked with. You don't have other things there fucking with their diet, fucking with their food supply. No
just like
adultery, unadulterated. Yeah, I could have said
unadulterated.
that
I
instead.
know,
I
I
but
like unfucked with better.
yeah, it's down to earth. You know, it's the same way up in Canada and Washington. You find these areas. There's a lot of woods. There's a lot of people don't know this. There's a lot of places on Earth where humans don't really go there a lot. And when you go there, you find the biggest animals you'll ever get. We got big deer in Michigan. We got a lot of woodland. You go to Washington, you'll find bigger deer. You go to Canada, you'll find bigger. Why? They got more unadulterated area. They got more area where there are no people and they're free to live and free to breed and free to eat and eat and eat. So they get bigger, you know? It's your environment. Look, you know, all the animals that live by Western cultures in cities, they're fucking stressed out all the time. They want to go wherever they want to look for food, but if they wander too long, they end up by the fucking humans who will probably make them food or just kill them for nothing. You know, a bear goes to town, they'll kill his ass for nothing.
Yeah, and they won't even eat them.
Yeah, in Alaska, up north, like I had a cousin that lives up north. He's a Youper. He's got a job. His job is, I think, one of the coolest jobs there is. There's prisons up north, right? So what he does is he goes traps animals by the prison, and he moves them far away from the prison, like black bears. You know, the black bears, man, will go sit by the fence around these prisons up north. It's like a zoo for the wildlife. The wildlife come looking at the humans like, hey, what's up, motherfucker? That was a human, son. And then the prisoners throw grapefruit and shit over the fence, and then the animals get lazy instead of,
And they're like
do
pets. The black bears are pets
yeah.
around the prison.
Yeah, so they come to the gate every time to get fed every morning, you know? And then when they're not getting fed, they tear up the garbage and all that shit. So the prison pays good money. So all my cousin does is live trap bears and drive them far away. You know, I'm like,
And but he's eating the meat, right?
no,
Nah, catch and release, bro.
yeah, it's catch and release. He
Oh,
don't.
he's just helping him. My
He
bad.
he don't kill them. Listen, they don't pay him to kill the bears, and that's one humane thing the prison system does. They pay him to live trap them and take them real far away, and then just let them out the cage again.
I've eaten black bear meat. Have you eaten black bear? It's not bad.
Yeah, it's kind of sweet meat. It is good. It's good meat. I got a black bear rug by my fireplace. I shot
I
that
ain't
when
gonna
I was
lie, I didn't
I was
kill the bear,
16.
but I would actually feel bad if
I did.
killed a black bear.
No, I didn't
But
feel bad.
but
We
if I
used
was if I was hungry,
everything we
fuck
could.
yeah, yeah, that's
We
what I'm saying.
we used everything we could from him.
There you go.
Down to the fat. My grandma and my mom, they made stuff out of the fat.
There you go.
Yeah.
Can I interrupt real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
I just wanted to ask, so does the concept of all the continents being one landmass at one point in time, can that work in the flat
Check
Earth
this
model
out.
or no?
If there's no oceans,
Pangea.
everything is one continent. Everything. If there's no water, continents are a concept.
Well, right, it could work
No,
on
but
a
you know what
flat
I
Earth.
mean. You know what I mean. They used to teach that they
Listen,
all separated, and that's why they look the way they do
it
and have the
could.
shape that.
It could work on a flat Earth through hydrology. You know, rivers cut down through continents, and they do cut them in half. But you know,
but hydrology doesn't necessarily line up with what they say
it
about
does if I
continental
could
drift and all
finish.
that kind of shit,
It
right?
does if I could finish what I was saying.
Sorry, brother.
I wasn't done at all. So it cuts them in half, but the ocean currents, that they remove sand shoreline on one side and build it up on the other. It just depends on the that flow of the system. What the hell is that current called? North Atlantic current. They push sands to one side of the continents while they remove sand from the other. Rivers also erode continents too, but there's always going to be a buildup. So there could be continental drift just with the movement of the ocean, but it would take long time for a continent to drift apart because the ocean's got to beat down one side and through the continental drift or
Cool. So with this long time, do we have any record throughout history of this
no.
happening? You know, with the mid-Atlantic, freaking the spine of the world, all that kind of
Well,
shit. You know, I mean, do we
well,
really have
kind
any
of.
record?
Well, couldn't
What
that
we
answer the question too, though? Why we have all these
we kind
pyramids
of
all
do.
over the world
Yeah,
from
we kind of
supposed
do have a
civilizations that
record
never had
when
contact?
there's.
Maybe they did have contact because at one point in time the land masses were all
We
together, and maybe they're hiding that knowledge, and maybe
I
the
don't
fact
think
that
they
they
were
were
all
separated
together.
could even be a biblical event, possibly. I don't know. I'm just
I think there
spitballing.
was less water on Earth, and that's why now certain societies are underwater. You think people build cities where they think they're just going to flood?
Hey,
I mean,
Michael, on that point, off the coast of every continent,
yeah,
there are cities that are buried now under the ocean.
yeah, that's my point, man.
Yeah,
Everybody
and
knows about this.
that means sea level
Even
worldwide
the islands, even
was hundreds of feet lower.
the Caribbeans, yeah, Australia. We know there's a continent under Australia. We now believe that Australia was a supercontinent. There's pyramids and societies off the coast of Japan, China, all that. So all you'd have to do is lower the damn oceanic levels, and there would be more land.
There'd be shitloads more land.
And not only that,
About
there'd
200 feet, it would be like
there,
the world
yeah,
would look
yeah.
totally different.
At 200 foot, there'd be large land bridges in between continents.
Yep.
I always think about that because I always think too how they're always trying to convince people for some reason that the origin of man for some reason started in Africa.
Yeah.
What is the plan?
Billions
Like
and billions and
why? What is
billions of years.
I can
what is
tell
the
you the
motive?
point of one lie.
You know what I mean? What's the purpose of that?
Well, to say that all the natives of all the lands, that wasn't their land anyway, because we're all from Africa. So what they're trying to do is take away the hereditary claim to all land in the world so the queen can own it. Hereditary claim is where your people have lived and died there for multiple generations. The earth in that area owns your bloodline as much as you own it. Because like I said, you've ate from there. You've ate from the local environment. You lived in it. You blood, sweat, and tears are there, and so are your past generations. They're part of the soil. They're part of the land.
Yep. My
You know,
body belongs to earth, my soul belongs to heaven.
yeah, Earth is just one big composite pile. You know that, right? They act like
Compost.
we need a compost pile. So they act like we need a molten iron core, but we don't. We got nitrate deposits underground. We got all kinds of flammable chemicals underground. And then we have deterioration and rotting flesh going on underground, decomposition, which causes chemical reactions, which causes heat. Earth itself can be hotter than the sun makes it just for one reason: decomposition. Not just of living organic flesh, but vegetation too. Decomposition isn't just for flesh, humans. It's for bugs, fish, snakes, deers, leaves. You got a bunch of leaves on the forest floor. You got sticks, twigs, the fruit that nobody ate, all the produce. You know how much decomposition's going in the forest every year, especially if man's not there. So hundreds of years of decomposition, layers of decomposition. The layers of rocks could be formed. You should see the shit we pull out of composite piles. You can pull rocks and stones out there where the heat is
No, I
moved.
know. I have 40 acres of woods, and since I moved there, it has completely changed over the last 7 years. It looks nothing like it did when I first moved there. It looks like a
Oh
completely
yeah,
different
see,
landscape.
that's you. See, I live on 325 acres, and I try to keep it exactly like it was when I was born here. But It does change because I add trees and I remove deadfalls, you know. But yeah, I try to fertilize my forest. If I take leaves out of my yard, I put them back in the forest on the bed. You know.
Do you think that it's even possible for us to travel outside of the little pool that we live in? If we, do you think is
I
at
don't
all
know.
meant for us to explore beyond the
Listen, I
Antarctica and
think
all that stuff? Or-
I think a resonant frequency holds our flesh and all our matter that is us in formation. It holds all matter in this realm together. We call that the Schumann resonance, right? The Schumann frequency. So I believe if we go outside that frequency, you could just fall apart, turn to a clump of mixed matter and flesh, you know? Because I believe in acoustic resonance and frequency given structure to matter.
Yes.
So if you go outside of this frequency, then you might be totally restructured.
So you don't subscribe at all to the idea that there could be other puddles out there beyond.
Oh, I
and other.
do
Oh, you
subscribe to
do.
that. Yeah, the multi-puddle theory. I also subscribe to there could be.
But we can't. We could never reach it.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. Honestly, I think that others left their estate for our estate and they tunneled here underground, but that's just my opinion. And maybe their resonant frequency is the same as ours. Maybe the entirety of the resonant frequency throughout all the puddles are the same. That's why in their image we were created.
That's the other thing I was thinking is I wonder how far when we actually does it end when you if we were just a tunnel as far as we can, will we ever reach anything? Or is it just
Well, they're doing that
forever?
right now.
Well, hey, here's my bit. Who told you the Earth was a globe? Whoever told you that the Earth was a globe and you're the third rock from the sun. It's their fault that they mind manipulated you into this idea that you're the third rock from the sun. That's their fault. So when we're sitting here just arguing with people day after day, oh, you prove the globe, you prove the flat, you prove the globe, you prove the flat. No, Earth is not that. It's neither. Earth is our realm. This is where we live. It doesn't have a shape. That's my opinion. You guys continue.
Do you think it has an end though? Do you think it's endless? Like if you were just to travel west.
Well, I mean, as far as the extents of where I've traveled. I mean, I've been in North America. I haven't been outside North America, so no. I really, but I don't think that anyone's been to the extents of any part of Earth that I know of. I guess. But I do think that Earth is not this globe that they claim, with the airplanes flying around a globe, but the plane or the pilot doesn't notice that they're actually flying around a globe. I think that's kind of silly.
Right.
They're traveling 500 miles an hour, but they don't realize they're just flying around a curved Earth. I think that's silly.
I mean, can we with our perception of the physical world, with our carnal minds, can we see existence like just existing without a measurement of time or a measurement of size, just existing within existence, and that's all there is existence.
Well, sure. It's like a phrase I use a lot. Is Earth is Earth, always has been, always will be. It doesn't have to have a shape or an end or anything like this. It's our realm. This is Earth. And yes, I believe that this is a realm that was created by someone. I was raised as a Christian. You can call them, the person that created this place, God, if you want to, and you can worship God if you want to. But I'm just telling you, there's evidence everywhere for creation. There's no evidence at all for this shit to have happened on accident.
Right, but are you content with not knowing what could lay beyond? Like, if you could, if any
Yes.
one of us
Yeah,
had the
I'm quite
means
content
to
because I
gather
live on
all the
Earth. I live on
resources,
Earth. Now,
yeah,
if as
I'm fine with him,
humanity,
Big Judy.
yeah, if as humanity we all come together and say, "Hey, let's find out how this shit happened," and we
Mhm.
were all on the same page, but I'm all about that. But we're not in that position because we have all this political shit, and we have people saying we're the third rock from the sun, and they have us on this prison planet. No, it's stupid. So yeah, we're almost in a place where we can't actually do that. So yeah, I mean, yeah, Earth is not what they told us it is, but we're not in a position to do anything about it.
It's a prison for your mind.
Well,
No, the globe is the prison for your mind, the flat Earth, or the idea of flat Earth, or just Earth itself as a realm, is opening your mind. You can actually experience Earth as the place that you were supposed to be.
time and dimensions are boundaries. They're measurements and boundaries. So it's like putting it in. When something in existence fails to be what it is, it becomes something else. So it's like there really are no boundaries. Time and dimensions.
Yeah, I mean, in the
Boundaries.
physical world,
They're
Earth, you're
constructs.
standing
They're
on
mental
it.
constructs. We
Yeah.
constructed them. They don't. They're not like attributes of existence itself. It's the way that we perceive it. But because there are no boundaries.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, but it's like if you attribute a shape to Earth, you already lost the concept. Because Earth was created for us.
We can't know what's beyond. We
If you
can't.
think Earth is somewhere, you already lost the concept. Earth is for us.
Earth is nowhere, Helio.
It might as well be, right?
Oh, you don't know where you are, at least.
Well,
No, you don't know where I am, and that's the way
I
I
know
wanna
where
keep
I
it.
am. I'm on Earth. I can accept that. I'm on Earth.
But where's
nowhere
Earth?
else exists. There's
When
no
we
other place
accept the
besides Earth.
fact that we don't know everything, then a whole new corridor of learning opens up, because what you admit you don't know for truth opens the possibility of everything you actually could learn about it.
Hey, do you have to go to college to study philosophy to understand some of this shit?
No. I never studied philosophy, although I have read books on it.
Me
Have
too.
read books on it.
I've listened to philosophers talk, so
Been born.
this is it, bro.
I listen to Bruce
Earth.
Lee's philosophy.
I'm looking for the
How many people here love Earth? I
Philosopher's
love
Stone.
Earth.
Who's
Man. I
with
love
me?
this place. I love
It's
Earth.
like water, my friend.
Iggs, we're looking for the Philosopher's Stone, aren't we?
I'm a tree hugger.
What is it?
I thought we were looking for this stoned philosopher.
The stone
philosopher.
Bro, I'm right here, bro.
The question
What do you
becomes,
wanna
what
know,
will you
man?
do
What do you
when
wanna
you
know?
find that stone philosopher?
Does anybody subscribe to the idea that our consciousness
Will you
existed
get
somewhere else
stoned with
before
him?
we were here, and then we chose to
I
come
would.
here because it's such a wonderful gift
Well,
that,
I
but we
think,
just don't remember that
yeah.
voice?
Listen, I think consciousness doesn't even exist here. that we're connected to consciousness through Wi-Fi.
What if here is conscious, like all of here? What if we have a consciousness, but we exist in a consciousness, right?
Wait,
Like
y'all have
we
seen
are,
the eye?
we are like
I
synapses
think your
within the
brain
brain
just
of the
stores
creator.
memory. I think your brain just stores memory. There's people who've stored so much into fucking memory. There's no way that your brain could be a processor and memory unit together. I think we connect to consciousness and we store memories in the flesh.
Instead of a picture of a globe with the little X that says you or arrow that says you are here, I need to make a brain with different lights in the brain where the synapses are occurring, and then put an arrow to one and say you are here.
I'd have to make a Wi-Fi and then say, you are here, but your brain is somewhere else and I can't connect the dots.
Right. I think it's somewhere in between there. I think we're constantly able to access a memory bank that isn't here, but we also have like.
Hey, I'll tell you. I'll tell
we have
you
a memory
something.
here,
I
too.
mean,
it's all
you know,
connected.
hold on,
Right.
Michael.
Akasha.
I was raised as a
Yeah,
Catholic.
Akasha.
Yeah, or something. I
Akashic
mean,
text.
it's spirit. It's spirit, and you
Right.
know, we're all really afraid. I think, you know, because of our different, you know, spiritual ideas. We're really afraid to just say,
Oh,
"Hey,
true.
I'm this,
I don't.
this."
So you, well, listen, you think consciousness exists in the soul?
No.
No, the soul is your mind. The spirit is something
yeah,
else.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, well, anyway.
So is the thought or the idea that I sometimes have where I feel like I might have existed somewhere else in another place outside of this body. That's not vanity? That's not vanity, is it? That's not an idea that I'm better than
No.
like.
Well, I mean,
Wouldn't a soul be like the product of your consciousness and spirit coming together?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, Michael. If this is what you're talking about, the soul has always existed.
That's not what I'm talking about. Listen, I think the difference between spirit and soul is the soul is who you are, and the spirit is what spirit you act in. Just like I say, I act in the spirit of Christ. I act in the spirit of forgiveness.
Well, I think I'm talking about the higher level of it. I don't know.
I don't know if it's a higher level, bro. You view the spirit and the soul as entities. Spirit is in the manner in which you exist. Soul is you that exists. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, your soul is you, your person.
I can act in the spirit
soul
of another.
inhabits the physical body, and then spirit is connected to the existential part of what we're experiencing here. When the body itself leaves or can no longer function, I would say it doesn't leave because the body's always here. The soul is you as a human, like my person is my soul. I'm inhabiting the body that I'm walking around in. My spirit.
No, your soul inhabits
Your person is your mask, your persona.
Yeah.
Huh?
That's
Okay,
my
so
soul.
spirit
Person
and
is a fiction.
consciousness. So spirit and consciousness were before the soul. Spirit and consciousness were before the soul. So the soul would have had to have come forth from the spirit and consciousness coming together. It's a product of spirit and consciousness. Yet
Soul and spirit are two different things.
They are. Spirit is
what I
qualities. Well, qualities come from what you do and what you think and what you believe, where soul is the power, the essence of being. Spirit is
affected by spirit. Affected by spirit.
It is, because those are the qualities a soul develops, or
Okay, I guess we're saying the
Born
same
of
thing.
spirit.
exactly.
Yeah.
Your soul
I
is like
didn't
a
mean to
gift
confuse
of
anything about that.
individuality.
I mean,
No,
you're a soul in a physical body that is
Yeah.
affected by spirit, basically, is all I'm saying.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of
There you
like,
go.
I
That
mean,
was it.
the way I see it is like the spirit of Christmas, the spirit of Thanksgiving. When you act in the spirit of the thing, you act like that thing. So your spirit is the way you act, the way you present yourself, what you believe, what you do. Uh, the intentions your soul works under. But that, I mean, that's just my opinion. And you're born in spirit. Well,
I know it for a fact. It's not my opinion, but you can believe me if you don't. But anyway,
well, I think we
anyway.
essentially we
I
all
know.
agree. We just have a different
Yeah,
concept
we're
of how
spiritual
we
people. I
form
mean,
that.
a lot of the globies just don't. They
That's
don't want to
another
believe in that
idea.
shit. But yeah.
That's
I
another
know for a
point.
fact. But they
Point of
can
my
disbelieve.
topic. When you're spiritual, you act on emotion, right, and quality, and
Yes.
grace,
Yeah.
and that's your spirit, your quality, your grace,
Yes.
your emotions, how you treat people, the manner in which you act. You could act in the spirit of Michael. I could act in the spirit of Helio.
No, you
And
couldn't.
I'm not gonna. I can even walk in the spirit of Christ. I can love everybody.
You only know me over the internet. I mean, you really couldn't walk in.
Well, I could walk in the spirit of what I know of you.
I'll tell you what.
And I wouldn't
It's a
I can
metaphor,
walk.
bro.
I can walk in
Yeah,
the
it's a
spirit of
metaphor.
Christ. I can walk
I'm
in the
not gonna
spirit of Christ
ridicule you
because
over.
I've read about Christ and I can
Well,
walk
what we know of him, yeah, we can walk in the spirit of what we know.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what I
Of your
mean.
of your
Listen,
comprehension, of your
I'm not going to
understanding.
crack any jokes on you, Helio, about it. I'm not going to say I'd act like this, or I'm not even going to try
I'm not
to
trying.
I was
mimic
about
you.
to, but yeah.
I'm not trying to take the piss out of
Oh, you was going to give me your best fucking Arkansas impression? God damn it. I'm Dennis Cash, damn it, boy.
No. To be honest,
I'll whoop that ass.
I don't know, for some reason lately I've been really frustrated with all the blowers and the propaganda shit that's going on.
Animosity.
Everything is just really. It's just. I'm
We can
very
act in the
frustrated.
spirit of animosity,
I,
yeah.
if I appear to be like just trying to, I'm not trying to antagonize, and all my friends that I've known
Bro,
here for a long
I'm
time.
trying to be light on you because I think I noticed all your frustration building up because it would have frustrated me too.
Dude, bro, I mean, it's like
Matter of fact,
all of my friends on here, you guys
it
have
has.
supported me for a long time, and just
Watching it.
yeah, okay, I
Watching it.
appreciate you.
Hey, watching that bullshit be done, it's frustrated me. So I imagine, I'm frustrated lately.
Me too. So let's have some patience with each other, and Michael, I mean, I appreciate your patience here and everyone else involved, but in the channel.
It's
Yeah,
like
man,
Bong, dude. I tried my hardest. I'm like, Bong, man, you've been doing this 4 days, man. People are complaining to me and shit, and I love you, bro. I'm asking you to just stop being so aggressive. And he just got more aggressive. I don't know what's going on in his life or what, but
well, it's just like, I mean, the spirit of people. It seems like active,
yeah.
like everywhere you go. It's just energizes. Like
It's getting
I
fucking
fucking
hyper
love you
intense.
or hate you. I was just like,
I tried to tell you guys that this is a about the alignment of
getting hyper
Saturn and the
intense.
moon, and then it's a
Yeah,
full
I
moon
can.
and it's a very large
It's a
full
full
moon.
moon
Oh
right
yeah,
now.
I saw the full moon tonight, and I'm like,
I'm
oh, so
looking at it
maybe
right
that's what
now.
it is. Maybe that's what
Yep.
it is.
It intensifies everything. Like it's already the
That's
moon
gotta be
already
what it
does.
is because
Right,
I
but it
just
being
I
aligned with
was
Saturn,
acting
even
irrational
more
last
so
night and
intensifies it.
tonight, you know. And
It
I,
must.
You know what's
That's
interesting
thank you
about
for
that?
pointing that out to
I
me,
think a
Barry.
part of that too, though, is people that are asleep are so sick and tired of being lied to, and I think maybe subconsciously know everything is bullshit, and they don't know, they can't process it, and they can't wake
They don't
up
know
to
what
it.
to
So
do.
they are.
Yeah.
There's a huge negative energy surrounding everyone right now because they want to lash out, but they don't know where to direct that energy. So it's just all this pent up.
All I'm
All
saying,
this.
Man,
I
brother.
all I'm saying is just
I
wait and be patient and let it pass. What were you saying, Glatt Flow? Because you started to say something too, and you got.
Oh, no, I didn't. If I think of it, I'll say something. Thank you.
Yeah, so I was gonna say, one thing you can direct it towards, like I was meaning to say this to Bong, but he left right before I could say it to him, was that, hey man, you should go outside, find somebody, tell them that the earth is flat, talk to them face to face about this. Don't do it here when you're like that. Go outside and do it.
Yeah, I've noticed a lot of frustration lately too. All jokes aside.
Yeah, it's really, but it's really cool that True Prevails brought that up because I was standing out smoking earlier and I'm like, holy shit, I didn't realize it was a full moon, and I was totally tripping last night. Like I was doing shit that I didn't. I almost had no control over. I was like,
What are you trying to tell us, Elio?
I was saying I was like just kind of out of my mind.
Right. What did you do when you were out of your mind? Come on, you can tell us, man. It's a safe spot.
No,
We're
I'm
your
not.
friends.
No, it's not. No, it's not a safe space to say some of the shit that I was thinking and doing. It's kind of personal, so I'm not gonna.
Running around.
But
No worries.
I didn't do anything horrible or anything.
I was
like that.
thinking about I should find that motherfucker and whoop his ass too. Damn it! I'm
Yeah,
with
so
you.
it was kind of like that, but
I'm
it was
with you.
really just kind of like and it was just like it wasn't like it was just like I felt like I have a
That
back
more
in the
lately.
corner, and if anybody comes at me, I'm gonna. Yeah, I was feeling kind of violent. I don't know why I was feeling violent. It's like
Notice that.
motherfucker come at
A
me.
few people have.
Motherfucker.
Well, the thing
You-
too is
Well-
they're telling everyone that if this group of people don't believe what you believe, they're Nazis or they're putting your family at risk and they're
No,
going to
but that-
kill you and they're
well,
causing
what I-
death. So that
well-
again is causing a ton of animosity
Yeah,
between.
well, what I was talking about, I'm not talking about what was going on here on the server. There was something else going on, with me, and I don't think there was necessarily a threat there, but I just was kind of like thinking about it all night. I was like, well, it could be this motherfucker.
There's a reason we're talking about it right now because it's an actual thing.
Yeah, zealotry needs to stop. All zealotry.
The moon
Well,
stuff hits me like 2 or 3 days late.
I mean, it's like I was. And it's funny.
That's all I
you
was
brought
going to
it up.
say was like,
Yeah.
I noticed y'all having some spats and stuff, and the energy's getting nutty. And then I was just kind of looking around at people where I live and stuff, and yeah, and Battlemon, my cat's doing some crazy shit too. But the he's
Yeah, so
kidding,
am I.
so he's gonna do it. Yeah,
Are they
but anyway,
females and not? Never mind. Go ahead.
no, he's a male, so he's just
Mine
crazy because
too.
he's still got his testicles.
Does he still
But,
have his?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was
he
going to
does.
ask.
He
Mine
senses
too.
all the other females around it.
My
Hey,
freaking cat's an
mine-
asshole, and he's still got his nuts.
I'm tired of asking for attention and not getting it. He started spilling my stuff, clearing off my end table, laying down on my laptop. He gets up there, dances on the keys, and lays down on it and just stares at me.
I dare you. What you gonna do?
Right. So I've ended up holding him and petting him a lot more, but it just, dude, the last 2 days, my cat has just been like, has to be on my lap constantly. Then the dog gets bombed. He comes over and lays on me. He's 65 pounds. The female cat, she gets bombed. She's on the back of the love seat, laying down, arm on me, digging in my chest. I'm like, man, what the hell is going on here? I go out to the barns.
Mike, you're just so lovable, brother. That's what it is.
What? I go to the barns, the
Hey,
cows.
can I lay on you if I come
It
visit,
seems
Mike?
like, yeah, well, it seems like
I can't believe
it
you
seems
said
like all
Alrighty
the
then.
seems
Can I
like all
put
the
my arm
animals
on
on
you?
the farm are wanting closeness. They're
Helio.
grouping closer
Yeah.
together. The cows are they
What?
You ever see that
grouping
movie
real
Brokeback
close.
Mountain?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it was really weird. I didn't even realize it was a full moon until I went out. I'm
So you bent
literally
over.
like an hour ago. I
Seriously.
was like, "Holy shit, it's full moon tonight!" And,
I wonder if that's something.
And now my cat
Could
wants
have
to go out
done.
and bark at the moon.
Fuck at the moon.
The full moon appeared
Go on, dude. Get the fuck
when
out there.
once somebody
Sorry.
bent over, and the moon was out.
Hey, I just restarted the live stream, so
Cool.
I stopped it.
No,
About,
nobody heard my
ago.
full moon joke. That's a
Sorry, do it.
No. If you just said it like a minute ago, so within the last
It's
minute,
on. All right, sweet.
on there. All right, cool. What was your full moon joke? You can repeat it.
Yeah, say it again. I didn't get it.
I didn't hear it either.
Once the full
Seriously.
moon appeared, once somebody bent over.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
In the
You know
dark
the
of
full
the
moon?
night.
Oh yeah, it's pretty sour.
Must have been that lame filter. Kept me from hearing
Fuck
that.
it. Brown-eyed girl.
Brown-eyed girl. Oh my
She's my brown-eyed girl. I remember when we used to start with love. La la la
La la la. Now everybody knows what brown-eyed girl really means.
That was fucking hilarious. See, I mean, the full moon thing, the moon thing first, but the second joke hit the spot.
Yeah,
That
she
shit
was the lead up.
funny.
She was the lead up.
So in other words, you've redeemed yourself, he says.
Thank you. I didn't want to full just go into shock mode straight away. Oh boy.
Either way, that was funny.
What's her name, Mike?
Oh, the cow?
Yeah.
I call them all Betsy.
Yeah, those are two different ones, I guess. Now that I look at it. Betsy. They're just all Betsy.
All Betsy.
Yep.
All right.
Come here, Betsy girl. The whole group comes over. Yeah, that was a young one. That young one, he was an almost breech birth. Had to manipulate it. The top one with the tongue, and so I helped the mother remove the birth and stuff, and it's been real close to me since it was born. It just loves me. That motherfucker followed me all around the barn, followed me to the
That's
house.
awesome.
Hey, Mike, we might have talked about this before. Have you ever had to pull a cow?
Yeah, I've had to pull a calf.
Or calf,
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah.
Pull a cow.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to say
you probably had to pull cows
pull a
too
bull.
when they're fucking obstinate,
you can't pull a cow, bro.
Anyway, but
You can pull a bull.
pulling a calf. I mean, so were you? I actually helped the doctor pull the calf, but were you the guy that went in there and hooked that shit around and like stuck your arm up in there?
Oh my God! Yeah. So you
Hooked it
want me to
around?
admit it? Yes, I have
Reach
been
around.
arm put deep in a cow before. Yes.
Ooh, man, that is some crazy shit.
Yeah, my veterinarian, he was a big guy, and he said, "Well, you got these skinny ass arms, Mike, and you're all."
Oh, so he wanted you to do it.
Yep.
Oh, he made me do it. He was 65, and his little helper wasn't there. I was like, man, he's like, well, you know the consequences if you don't, Mike. The
The cow's gonna die, and both of them are gonna die.
Yeah,
You got the rubber glove that goes up to
Yeah, it
your
goes up to your shoulder.
Nah, you don't have to.
Well, you don't have to. You're gonna have to take a
No, so hey,
damn good
listen.
shower afterwards. But
Sometimes you got to reach back in there and find that glove.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
No,
it
I'm
just
dead
depends.
serious.
Yeah, it depends on
I
how
believe you.
close the legs are, or where you're gonna have to pull from. Wait,
Yeah.
see what the way I experienced it. I was working for a vet, and he was like, "Hey, we're gonna have to pull a calf," and I'm like, I
Okay.
was at the same time, I was like, "Fuck
Cool.
yes!" And at the same time, I was like, "Oh my god!" So he was like, "Stay right here." And he had this cow, in the barrier, and he was like, "She can't move, right?" But he was like, "I'm gonna get the shit, and then wait for me." And then I'm watching this shit come out of the back of the cow. It's like, just crazy freaking blood shit, and I'm just, like, she's trying to give birth, but she can't because the cow's coming out breech,
God, it's
right?
so
And
terrible.
so he finally gets there with the calf puller, and he
Calf
has
puller.
he has the shoulder glove like you were saying, and then and I'm watching him just reach up in there and like whip the chain and freaking grab the legs and get the shit hooked
Holy
up.
shit.
And he was like, "All right, time to pull." It's a come along, right? You know what a come along is? Like a
Yeah.
yeah. So I was sitting there on the ground. I was sitting on the ground, like while he's like, when he did that shit. I'm
What he
like,
did
"Oh,
was
come
called
along."
leading the calf. You
Yeah.
gotta push it back into the uterus and then reach in and lift legs and lead it down the
I ain't
birth
gonna
canal.
lie. I fucking loved it. It was the most awesome experience I've ever had in my life. As soon as that calf came out, that little sumbitch stood right up on his leg and
Yeah.
said, "Motherfucker, I'm here."
Thanks.
Bro, the enthusiasm that Helio has to say
Hey,
that shit
tell him.
is
It was
totally
fucking
hilarious.
awesome, bro. It was
Tell him,
so
Helio.
good.
Helio,
I
that's intense.
Hey,
That's
hey,
intense
tell him
shit.
the calves are cute as fuck too,
They
dude.
are. It's just like,
They're
look at me.
fucking
It's like,
cute.
I'm giving you play. Dude, the mother and the calf would have died if I
Yeah.
wasn't there with the doc. It was fucking
Yeah, and
awesome.
they both show you appreciation for it if you let them too.
Yep.
Yep.
It was freaking
Mike,
cool.
you and I have such the similar life, man. I've pulled so many calves and done that growing up on
Well, I
our
did it
farm.
once, but I still loved it.
Oh,
I mean, I've
Well, it's
working on
nice when
that farm. I worked on that farm for a
it's
while. There
nice
was
when you
all kinds
don't need
of
the
other stuff.
puller, isn't it?
it's
It's
much
nice.
better. It's
Yeah,
better if you don't.
it's better if you don't need the puller and you can just lead them.
But when you have to, you have to. But yeah, we even
Yeah.
prolapsed uterus one time where we had to fix that, and that was all pushing things back in and
That's
trying to get it to stay.
Oh.
Damsel medic.
Yep,
Hey.
Yep.
A fellow Arkansan now.
I am now. Gonna put all those skills back to work. I'm sitting on a ranch with bunches of cows having calves right now. I think there's over 150 head, and there's
Damn.
probably 20 that are pregnant, and there was 2 new calves just this last week. So they're just out in the field having them. So
There you go.
dropping calves.
Yeah, they're
Well, it's
cute.
good to hear that the elite agenda doesn't want to stop those animals from procreating.
Well, they do in Oregon. Did you see the law that they're trying to pass up there? Maybe you
What's
ever
that?
read any of that? They're trying to get rid of
No.
all ability to raise any domestic, like your own beef, goats, cattle, and all that, because they're calling it animal abuse if you butcher them or if you raise them to eat. They're trying to outlaw it in Oregon State right now.
Really?
Yeah, complete outlaw of all. We're talking everything. It's so extreme. I just about dropped when I saw it. It was like, oh my word. Yeah,
So,
and it could easily happen with the liberals that are in control of the voting. There's just no way that
what are
smaller
they
guys.
gonna do? Just what are
I
they
don't
gonna
know.
do? Introduce the cows back to nature after years of help with
I don't know.
with birthing?
Introduce cows
Let
back
him,
to
I mean,
nature.
it's every animal though.
let
It's
him
everything
run.
from cows to pigs to chickens,
Yeah,
everything. It's basically
let
going to
him run
be, yeah,
the city of
nobody
Oregon.
can touch them. Nobody can own them. Nobody can eat them. It's
Dude,
pretty
it's
nuts.
going to be Generation Participation Trophy Butthurt Snowflake. That's going to, like, the
Oh,
vegans are going to
it's
end
gonna
the
be
world.
Generation Civil War.
Yep.
Well, they've got the
And
same
this is not even
situation that
law. It's not even
Washington has.
corporate law.
Yeah,
Fucking hell,
well,
people
you
don't
know,
get
it's
it.
the same thing though. You got the big city on one side of the state that votes everything that's crazy in, and the poor people on the east side of our states, Washington and Oregon, are the same kind of deal. And you can't beat the number of people that are voting these crazy things that they don't even understand what they're doing. They don't even understand the lifestyle. They don't have any concept. And there's nothing they can do. They're going to split the state right down the half. They really will, right down the side. And yeah, it's a snowflake versus the tough ranchers and rural folk and normal people. It's just crazy.
Oh, I know. Like they go in and they put their heads in the chicken machines and shit. Like he almost died. Well, no shit. He's a dumbass. He stuck his head in a fucking machine. What the fuck?
Fuck, you know. Oh, can I ask you about you'll probably know this. Where does the Mason-Dixie line run through?
The Mason-Dixon line.
Yeah.
Mason-Dixon. I get.
He said Dixie, didn't he?
Well,
He's a.
Dixon.
It sounds
It's
like he's
pretty
a
much.
Brit, so he doesn't really necessarily.
Right. I'm going to call it that from now on, though.
The Mason-Dixon line runs, like down to the middle of fucking. It depends on if you look at the old maps or not. But it separated the original northern from southern states, but it was like
But
above.
it even goes through some states. It splits some states, like Ohio.
It does now on the new one. On the new one, it does, but not on the old one. Virginia, Kentucky, they all it
Yeah,
bordered
look at
right
that
at them states. Wyoming, Texas, Utah.
I brought it up for a
Yeah.
reason.
Yeah, I'm
I
not
think
buying
you'll
that
get a
one,
better one.
Glatflo. I'm not buying that one necessarily.
Yeah, well, they're changing the Mason-Dixon line. It was original. What was the Midwest wasn't the Midwest because it was just the original state. So when the Mason-Dixon line was produced, everything California, that was the Western territories. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not states, territories.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm
Yeah.
not sure about that one. That one there.
Yeah. So it didn't go through the Western territories. It just
Right.
went right. It just went right there where I showed it.
Yeah.
That's the
Can I have a
original
look?
Mason-Dixon line.
Tell you
Where
what,
did they
they're
come up
trying
with
to
the
do something
name?
like that now.
Yeah. Where did they come up with
It's
the
two
name?
families.
Mason
Wasn't it two
Dixon?
families in charge of that stuff?
Correct.
It says on October, Charles Mason and Jeremiah Dixon
Yeah.
complete their
Right.
survey of boundary. Go ahead. Yeah. Well,
Crazy.
as far as
We
I'm concerned,
needed.
that was a story that I've never actually followed.
Yeah. So Mason, you know, I'm
Right.
surprised none of you jumped on the Mason line.
That's why I
Or
brought
the
it up.
Dix
Right
on. Dix on. It's terrible.
Yeah, Mason Dix online.
It's
That's
crazy.
why I brought it up.
Online,
But
yeah.
anyway.
Man, these people.
So,
Oh,
That
goodness.
motherfucker. Anyway.
Baramud, we need to do a thing, bro, on like natural law. Get
Yeah,
this shit sorted out, bro.
It was based on, the original slave owning states, before the abolition of whatever, of slavery. Before they abolished slavery.
Abolition? The
Yeah,
abolition?
I was gonna say abomination.
abolition.
The abomination of slavery.
I was about to slip out.
I
With
mean,
that
you're
word, sorry.
right.
Abolition.
Abomination.
You're right.
Yeah.
The abolition of slavery.
Abolition,
Yeah. So before that, they were just divided, And the funny thing about Charles Mason, Charles is another way to say dick.
Charles in charge.
Yeah. Charlie's
Yeah,
Angels.
yeah, just like Charlie's Angels, those are the dick angels, right? And another angel is angel. It's now been used as urban slang, as real feminine male. So it's a Charlie's feminine male or a Dick feminine male or a Dick woman.
Oh, good.
Charlie. Oh my God.
Charlie's
Same with
Angels.
Johnson.
And literally, I believe all the original Charlie's Angels were all trannies. There's been trannies since the 40s. So,
Dude,
just
it's
a
been
lot of
the,
people
I
don't.
mean, the Egyptians.
Yeah.
Who's read it's called Pimp by Iceberg Slim. Read that
I've
book.
seen a movie about it.
Read the book, bro. That's hectic. Early 1900s. Apparently the first like black pimp, whatever. And he stumbled upon a few chicks with dicks when he was working.
Of course.
So yeah, they've been doing that stuff for a while. It's just a few people have cracked onto it now. That's all that it is.
Well, how long ago could they put boobs on a mofo?
Oh, they could fake it though with clothing well before they could actually hook something to a
Just
body.
throw some fake boobies on there, and then bam, you got a chick. Because they know, listen, they know the magnetism of a set of big boobies. You know, this ugly ass dude with these big old tits, but all anybody sees is big tits.
Seriously,
you know the joke. You know the joke. My eyes are up here, Michael.
I'm sorry.
Michael, you're
My eyes
talking to
are
my
up.
boobs. Yeah, I know. I was about to get on my knees and propose to the nanny. What's up?
And then you saw the saw the penis pop out. Gets down on his knees to
Yeah.
propose.
So you get that joke now. Why does a man get on his knees when he proposes to a woman? Because he's not proposing to the woman. Apologies to all the women in here. My dad told me that joke.
That's why I laughed at it. I got it.
Yes, my father was a pervert.
I think we got to poke fun at each other as much as we can to keep it light.
Oh, of course, especially in these
Some
times.
people
I'm
make it
telling you.
easier than others.
Yeah, there you go. See?
Hey, the funniest married joke my dad said is, well, why do we dress the bride in white, son? And I was like, I don't know. He said, so the dishwasher matches the oven. I said, damn, old man, that's kind of mean. He said, well, your mom likes them white sweatsuits. I said, my mom's a nurse. My mom's a nurse, you motherfucker. I used to get mad. I was a mama's boy. I was like, that's bullshit, Dad. The washer and dryer is white too. It's just fucked up. He said, well, hey.
That's just fucked up.
Dad, why are you being
yeah.
racist?
You know what my dad said? Go in there and mess with the washer and dryer, boy, or the oven. You'll see. I was 13. My mama wouldn't let me wash my own clothes. I was like, that's messed up, Mom. Why can't I wash the clothes? She said, that's my washer and dryer. Don't you touch it unless you got to repair it.
Well,
I wanted to wash my own clothes, man. I was tired of starch. It was chafing me. Like, damn it, Ma, use some of that new Downy Fresh stuff. What the hell? Fabric softener, not stiffener. What the hell? I found out messing with it. You don't mess with the woman's process, man. You fuck around and get in trouble. Your steak be burnt to hell the next dinner. Nope, boy, this one right here is yours. Don't go looking at that plate. This is your steak. Mama made you one special. And your fried taters, you got burnt taters, a cardboard steak. Like, damn, Ma, this thing's gonna break I'm breaking the plate trying to cut it, Ma. What the hell? You sure this ain't the dog's plate? Did I get the dog's plate, Dad? You may have, boy. Shut up and eat it.
you may have.
Or you be left with no plate at all, boy.
Yeah, that's what my dad. That's what they said. You know, next come the breaking of the plate, right?
But
Oh shit!
I remember one time my old man, because he didn't want eat this particular food till I ate it. I actually, my dad made me sit at the table for 7 hours. He didn't let me move till I finished the meal.
Oh, that was liver for me, dude. I got that, and the whole time they was threatening to break my plate. Kids don't even know what that means. Oh, you break my plate, I'll get another one. No, no, no. When we was kids, that was your plate. It
Yep.
was symbolic. Break your plate
For me,
and your cup, damn it.
for me, it was
And
like you can't have nothing to eat. You'll be eating the same thing tomorrow. You're not moving.
yeah.
Can't go nowhere. You sit here.
Oh, I
If I tried
hated.
to get up, bam, across the head.
I wouldn't eat the liver, man. My grandma finally come in. She said, "Hey, boy, you know that Swiss steak you had the other day?" I said, "Yeah, that was good, Grandma." She said, "It was liver. Just eat that
Liver.
shit." I was like, "What?" She said, "Yeah, I taught your mama how to do that." I was like,
Hey, liver's good for you.
Well, I ate the liver because I figured I already ate it. It's just the smell of liver. Liver and
Yeah.
onions. Really not that bad.
No, I like it, man.
Yeah, I like it now too. It's got to have onions too, but as a kid, you couldn't get past the smell. Or I couldn't
Right.
anyway.
Are you guys taking note of all the protesting going on currently right now all over the place? Australia, France. They're
Yeah.
really crazy today. It's interesting to see, though. It's hopeful. I mean, I like seeing it, but I don't know if it'll do any good. I just don't know. I don't know if it'll ever do any good, but at least it's good to
I
see
like to
that
send
people
it.
are
I like
doing
to
it.
send it good energy,
Yeah,
and
that's
just
the
think
thing.
about the fact that there are so many more of us than there are of those in control. So as long as
Yeah.
that confidence, and it's not cockiness, it's a confidence that comes from the fact that I know there are so many more good hearts than bad ones that are ready to do what's necessary to protect what's most important, I think. And so yeah, with continued protesting and continued just it's like a life force. It's like, well, hey, at least, gosh, yeah, are they getting hurt in the protest? Yeah, some people getting hurt, some people getting nuts, right? But at least someone's saying something to the point where they're not stopping, and it's not racial anymore. There's something else going on. It's people are waking up, truly and deeply, whether or not they want it, whether or not they know it. It's
Yeah,
kind of
100%.
it's kind of all
On
just
that
coming.
Yeah,
on
and it's
that
not
point,
small scale either. It's huge. Whatever's going
Right,
on,
right.
finally,
well, and
it's finally here.
they've tried to steal
Yeah.
the term woke, right? It's like woke people. They've misdirected the term.
Right. Well, they
They
tried to kill it.
appropriated it. They appropriated that.
Yeah,
Right.
they
Tried to kill it.
misappropriated, I guess. So I guess you could say that. Yeah. It's like woke
It's
people they're really just degenerate freaking weirdos.
It's just too late, though, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like,
Yeah, this should have happened 50 years ago when my parents were kids.
Yeah.
It should have
no,
happened
I don't
back
mean
then.
that.
Well, it actually
I
did,
mean,
but go ahead. Go ahead.
Hey,
here's what I'm.
that's a military aspect. They don't know nothing about the misappropriation and stuff. Yeah.
That's funny, brother.
They don't have that fortitude, yeah. They
Appropriation.
don't
It's
though.
good.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
stealing
It's a nice
funds.
thing to see. Because I've never seen anybody stand up like this before. I didn't live through the
World War One.
that or World War II or the 60s and 70s.
Depression.
Where
You
they
know,
protested wars, yeah, and things like
yeah.
that. Sure.
So this is the first time I've seen it, and now that it's really, really real for me, I almost have a sense of calm about it. Excuse me, because
it's freeing.
well, it is
Yeah.
freeing, but now
Liberating.
I don't have a question as to who's lying and what about. Now the only question I have is how I'm gonna maneuver through that in the coming years, try to have some semblance of regular life, and just do the best I can that way.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to lose that idea of getting back to a normal life.
No,
We're
I
so
agree. I agree.
Yeah,
we're
there's no
so far
normal.
from a normal life. In a normal life, you watch what you say to other people because you might have to pay for your words. Because men are judging women by their words, but that's no longer true. We're so far from. It's like we got out of the bush. Now we're in the middle of the field, and there's no way we're ever getting back to the bush because we got a bunch of liberals and idiots blocking the hedgerow. We
To
can
stick
get
their
back
heads
to
in machines.
yeah. So and after the war, the bloody war, there's going to be so much blood on the hedgerow. We're not even going to want to walk through the blood to get to the bush.
I think
So
you're right
we're
about that. I think that's
So what are
exactly
we gonna
why
do?
that's why I'm on the fence about protests, because I know the ultimate goal, I think, is to start a war between us, a civil war.
Right.
I really do. I
The
think
flood.
that's the ultimate goal.
yeah, they want civil unrest so there can be a restart, so everybody forgets about the treaties are up, so they can screw the engines in the process in the quiet.
Exactly. You're going after the wrong enemy. You don't recognize
They're
your
doing it
enemy.
again.
They've done it before. They're
Oh,
doing it again.
they've already tried to do it. It's time to do it again, but people don't get the point. Battle, I don't know if you really want to, but yeah, that idea that you said yesterday, bro. I reckon we should do it.
Oh yeah, have live streams on fucking natural law and have call-ins.
Yeah, great idea.
Do a
Yep.
Google phone number, have call-ins for the live stream. Well, I used to do it to Flat Earth, and people would call in, debate us on the phone while we're on YouTube, and it was fun. I get 4 or 5 people on the panel, like me, Indio, Jose, Antikytherium. We had a lot of great guys in that would, and a lot of educated guys who since then have broke off and started their own channels. I mean, things start. You got drama, you got conflicts, personality clashes. It's a community of people. So I've always
Nice.
throughout it, yeah, throughout it, I've always tried to tell people, hey, you can go start your own platform and not have to get mad at everybody. You got this one focused belief that you want to focus on. Well, and we help them. That's when we helped one person start their own platform and they blew up. They got popular. We promoted it here so that because we got tired of losing friends along the way. We build relationships. We spend a lot of time together. And the
Yes,
guys
that's
who
that.
started this, we're all family people. Friends, family, neighbors. It all means something. It's all the same thing to most of us. Most of us are just successful people who use their mind and their body to get ahead in this system. And we see how the system, in the end, you end up with a destroyed body, a family you didn't get to spend as much time with that you should have. And their faults are yours because you were working instead of raising them.
It's a
That's why
perpetual.
I've seen the effects on economics on my life and my family. So, and that's why for me, there's the two biggest aspects to flat Earth that usually that I believe help perpetuate the most is the abolition of natural law, you know, and the destruction of the family unit. And those are the two things we need to get back to.
Yeah, the most
Amen,
important.
brother. I agree completely. And you and I have such a similar background with our military, our farming, all the rural. I mean, the whole thing that we've done. You've seen the same thing. Our families, our lives, our bodies destroyed. I mean, it's nuts,
Well,
and it's not going to work.
I wish I would have been at war to establish a better place for my family.
Yeah,
That,
me too.
or you know, originally I thought it was about protecting my family and my community
Yeah,
and my nation, and it
yeah, me too.
eventually I came to the idea that we were insurgents in another nation, and the things that we're doing wasn't to protect my family because these people who weren't on our land weren't a threat to our family or our
Yeah,
nation.
that's what I found sitting in the Middle East, listening to the call of prayer one morning. I just stood there going, what the hell are we doing this all over the world for? I just
Yeah,
couldn't believe I
it
was
ring
there and
it ring
watching what was happening. It was like watching a movie. I couldn't believe it. I was like, I was part of a
yeah,
movie.
it rings out every day, and you're like, these people just want to. They try to live good. They go worship. They call the whole nation to prayer. Come on.
Yep.
Well, and they
The
just
people
were
here.
normal people. I couldn't believe it. It was like, why are we here making these people hate us? Because that's all I could see.
Yeah,
That's
and then
all I could see.
we put our young men in this position. You know that we're insurgents in their land. They're taking up arms and defending against us. We're calling them savages. Our young men now have to choose. There's a child with a rocket launcher or a child with an AK-47 who just wants to do what we thought we were doing. Helio,
Michael, no,
your mic was static. Listen, they're just defending their homes and their family, and now we got to weigh our life and the life of our military brothers against this child's life.
Yeah, it was terrible
well,
decisions like that that crushes a lot of the
yeah, it
guys
was
that I came home with. That's why they took their lives because they were so morally distraught over what they had done to people who
Oh,
were just like them and families just like them for no good reason. They couldn't take it.
yep.
Yeah. So yeah, what I wanted to say is we could teach them just how to at least send out papers and explain shit if anybody's got questions and whatnot. Because most of these idiots are waiting for instructions, and people aren't given the servants instructions. All they're doing now is going to protest, but without giving instructions to your servants. You know what I mean? You got a butler,
well
but you're not telling him what to do. These are
on
public servants.
on those points. With the Iraq, Afghanistan, or whatever. Were we fighting against insurgents? From which government, or were
No,
we actually making?
no, we were the insurgents.
Yeah,
We're the
yeah,
bad guys.
I know that for a fact. But
There were
Yeah.
no.
they have leaders that actually agreed to let us go into that country.
Oh, I know that.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
But
it's
the
all
people,
purposeful.
listen,
Yeah.
it's the people's land. The people lived there, died there multiple generations. We're insurgents. They didn't agree for us to be there. And none of them were insurgents in their own damn land. That's an oxymoron.
no, that's not true. See,
It is true. You can't be
no,
an insurgent in your own land. An
Your own
insurgent is
land,
there
bro.
in an
well,
an
all right,
insurgent is there in a military might.
Yes.
all right. So
Once
you
you're
think
there,
that
you occupy.
Saddam Hussein didn't agree to let
He was
America
in
come
his
in?
own damn nation.
I'm just
That's
saying, bro. I mean,
li-
no, he
no,
agreed
no.
to the war.
His people didn't. That's what you're. Listen, you're
No,
saying we're not.
but
We're not
that's what I'm saying. The
insurgents.
leaders agree with the leaders to
Well, the
let the
Listen,
leaders
war
are all
I'm
in
happen.
breaking it
agreement
down to
together,
root
That's my
thing.
point.
I'm
but that's
The
breaking
not.
it
people
down to a
didn't. The
root
people
thing.
didn't, of course.
But we're
No,
talking the
they didn't.
ground level, mom and
One
dad.
person.
I
Yeah,
know. I know.
one person invites us there into an entire people's land.
Yeah. People don't get it. We need to do this, bro. I'm telling you, because people don't understand these rudimentary things.
Well, we speak Babel because most people don't even know what our words come from.
Yeah.
They
That's
don't know
very
the
true.
meaning of our words.
Well,
They
that's the
don't
way they
know.
get away with the law. They abuse us with words all the time in the law. That's why
Well,
people can't figure out how to
the
get around.
word is the law. That's what they don't
The word is
understand.
the law. Yeah.
The word is the law, and every word has a legal indentation to it. You need a lexicon. You need to know what these words, what they all.
Define them. Yes, you must
Yeah,
have the definitions and not understand. You should actually not ever use that word either. I don't understand anything. I understand.
yeah. She gets it. It wouldn't be hard to build the bridge for her, Eggs.
Yeah. You can use understand if you just say, I don't understand.
Yeah, a lot of
Because you
people
don't.
think when we're trying to decipher and remove people from the babble they speak so that we can all be on the same legal footing and understand how our words bind us. This is why anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Your words bind you.
Yep. Exactly
You're
right.
bound.
It is your way of consenting. I mean, without even a knowledge of, you don't even acknowledge you're consenting when you're consenting. It's nuts. But yeah, people don't
Yeah,
get it.
it's because you don't understand the words, and this goes back to natural law. So
Who are,
it's free will consent with your words.
who
Because
are
you
these?
use
Who are these three people that I just posted in this
So
picture?
Satan's
people,
minions,
I was going to
Churchill,
say,
I know.
Stalin.
Who wouldn't know Churchill?
you know,
Yes,
Paranormal,
Churchill,
you know when you,
Roosevelt, and Stalin. There you
Yeah,
go.
Yeah.
Satan's son.
Sitting
Yeah,
right next to each other.
yeah, they're in love with each other.
they already divided the world then. That was the division of the world. I
They're
just wanted to say something.
the big three,
Um,
the Grand Alliance.
when speaking to somebody or when writing a contract, one party has to give to the other party an actual dictionary. Has to be they have to be given a dictionary, so all the words are defined.
Terms.
Because none of these people, if anybody here write to any government agency, what language are you speaking? And you'll see if they reply that they are speaking English, they won't say that they are speaking English. If it's a different language, then it's null and void. Like there's a lot of things that can be done and need to be said out loud, and there's simple things that can help people to get back to some, I was going to say normality, whatever, close
Yeah.
to normality.
So in terms of contract agreement is usually orally, right? It can be in writing, but usually it's oral.
Yeah, that'll be an agreement. Yeah.
Yeah.
And same with like if somebody comes up to you, especially police or everybody, they have to read you your so-called Miranda rights. If they don't say that to you straight away, whatever they've said before that can't be used in evidence. It's a matter of law.
The fruit of a
They can't go blah
poisonous
blah blah
tree.
blah blah blah, coerce you or entrap you, and then go, oh, now we're going to read your Miranda rights. If you're smart and you know the system, you'll say, hey mate, I'm going to exclude everything before that because you know what, you didn't read me my rights. I don't know you. Fuck you.
Hey, let me ask you, Iggs. Do
Go for it, brother.
Miranda rights? Is that available for you in Australia? I mean, is this or New
I think they
Zealand?
call them something different here. In Australia, yeah, they call them something different. They just call legal rights, whatever. You have the right to remain silent, blah blah blah.
Yeah, that's a term. That's a term used too. It's called contractual provisions.
Yep.
Yeah,
Surely
Miranda.
because
I mean, Miranda may, if you're under arrest, they say you have a right to remain silent. You have a right to attorney. When they actually put you under arrest.
Miranda is actually an acknowledgement and understanding of your rights.
Yep.
Because
before
it
that,
doesn't
you
it
didn't
does,
know him. Yet.
yeah. So it doesn't really have to do with these are your rights, and I got to tell them. No, you got to ensure that they understand their rights as provisioned by the law. It's part of a provisional agreement. So I can't agree to that which I don't understand. Miranda didn't understand her fucking rights.
Yep.
What?
Exactly.
Or his.
That's what I was.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to. I was explaining to people before. You know, oh, they go ignorance of the law is no excuse. I go, you can't be ignorant of something that you don't know. I go, if you know something and you ignore it, then fair enough.
Best case scenario, if you are put under arrest by a law enforcement officer,
But
don't say a goddamn thing.
It's Article 1. Article 1.
Before they put you under arrest, you shouldn't talk to a cop ever.
Yeah, it's Article
You really
1.
want to know it? Never.
It's Article 1 of contractual law, defining of the terms and understanding of the definitions.
Exactly.
Same with
and they're meant to give you.
same with Miranda. It's Article 1 for law.
Yep. You have to define
you-
them. They've never given you any definition. Sorry, guy.
Well, and he was a foreigner, right, Miranda? So
yeah,
for him to accept the contract of American law, he had to understand and agree to it. Article 1. He had to know the terms under which it's defined.
Correct. Well, I think it will be very beneficial if you're up for doing this. But
Oh, I do. I do too. I think it should be a series of them. We should probably sit down and say what's the most important to define and then do it in a series so that each live stream can be named in that section of the series, just like law is sectional and specific, made of elements. We can give all the elements.
Yep.
In series.
Isn't it
Well,
really
yeah, cool.
strange that, since that we live under American, America or whatever, wouldn't it be, with Miranda law or any other type of legal stuff? This should be something that's taught across
in school.
That should be
Yeah.
taught everywhere. I mean, we should have YouTube videos. Just like, these are your rights. This is how you should conduct yourself if you're ever, accosted. Well, I won't say accosted,
Yep.
but for the most part, you are accosted when they stop you for any, traffic infringement or whatever, or you just stopped anywhere by some law enforcement. I mean, I don't like the word law enforcement because I think the law is enforced after you're convicted. But
yeah, the judiciary. The judiciary law started with Moses.
Yep.
The
That's why
That's why
it's
he's
called
on the
Mosaic law.
Supreme Court building. They have his
That's
name
what's
and
yeah,
statue.
that's why it's called Mosaic law, not God's law. It's called Mosaic law.
Yep.
But being Mirandized isn't the first thing. The first thing is you need to see proof of jurisdiction.
In a court of law, not during an arrest.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is.
It's not smart to argue that during arrest because you got other bullshit laws that you can do. Your actions can provide for the officer lawful right to take your life. So
yeah,
it's
because
not smart. It's not smart to tell anybody to argue all that crap during arrest.
Yeah, because you're talking to someone that is a law enforcement officer when they have actually they have no idea
The place
how
to
to
argue that is
enforce
in
the law.
court, dude. If you
exactly.
So would you
wait to court.
hold up? So the law, and would you advise my children to stand on the street corner and argue with a law enforcement
Yeah.
officer or to argue law with the judiciary process?
That's not an argument. That's a question. I need to see proof of jurisdiction. Really simple. Proof of jurisdiction comes first before anything can happen.
Yeah,
'cause
yeah,
I'm not.
jurisdiction and
What the fuck the cop gonna
jurisprudence.
do?
Jurisdiction and jurisprudence is of a judicial format and argued in the court, not by an arrest by an officer. The officer is not versed in law to that level. He's just going to get pissed off at you and beat you down.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
I
Have
don't
you
want
not
that to happen.
seen what happened even to Austin? You
I
can have
mean,
all the law
you're-
behind you and it don't matter. You've
if
got to
you're
be
intelligent
Cuddles wants to
enough,
argue with the court jester. Cuddles wants to argue with the court jester.
yeah, I know. If you're that smart and you can memorize that much law, you should first you should protect your well-being, and then second, you should understand the platforms under which you argue each law. Judiciary law is argued with a judge, not with a fucking cop. Come on. They can't
Probably
even
don't
make
even
the,
know it. Don't even
they're
know it.
not qualified to make the legal determination on jurisdiction.
Hey, Cuddles, do you have any children?
Where are we going with this?
Well, I was just gonna say, I mean, if you have a teenager and they just happen to be talking to, they get, they're just in a situation where they have to talk to a cop, would you recommend that they just tell the cop everything or just say nothing?
Silence is golden.
Silence.
Silence
Absolute
is
silence.
That's what I would tell my kid to say. I was just like, I don't have to tell
Your
you
mouth
shit.
shut.
Call my dad. That's what I'm gonna
Yeah,
say.
call my dad and that's it. Don't say
Like
anything else.
The
it's in their
first
book. I
problem
was
is
gonna
there are
say.
no.
Go ahead, bro.
The first problem you have is there are no officers.
Oh my God.
Yeah, are you
Yeah,
gonna
you
argue
can
that
go
with the
there.
police?
Yeah, you
So
can
you
go
want to
there.
argue constitutional law with fucking, or the law, common
Retards.
law? Well, yeah.
No, that's just law.
Yeah,
An
I
officer
Yeah,
understand
but
that,
they're dumb,
dude,
bro.
but I want
Listen,
let me
listen.
see you what happened when if
You
you
know,
argued that with the officer.
listen, you know damn well the average person doesn't know this. What makes you think that the cop is going to be qualified or equipped to argue this with you or even give two shits about it?
I
Not
I
the,
get on that. Like I've told them before, look, just give me the ticket and let me go. I got shit to do.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
That's probably the best. You
Yeah,
don't want
it is.
confrontation when it comes to the physical
like
part. That's your first priority is to survive the encounter. And you
I've
don't want to
If
trigger
if
anything.
I was an MP and trying to arrest you under an article of law and you started arguing the Geneva Convention with me, I'd probably just fucking shoot your ass. We're at war. We ain't got time to argue that shit.
Yeah, I was gonna say the cops operate. It's called Black. What is it? Blackstone's. Blah blah blah. It's a whole thing. I need to find the book. In the
Black's
book,
law?
it
You mean
says
black?
It's
no, Blackstone. It's called
yeah,
Blackstone.
yeah. You
And
know what his proof of jurisdiction is? Indio's a good point. The gun and the radio. He can call for
yeah,
backup and he can shoot your ass right there. So don't. He has a right to take you before the court by the law, man. I mean,
yeah.
you're gonna argue all that stuff, and you're gonna get into the what was that a lawful use of deadly force or not? It's
Well, see, here's the thing, though. Like before, everybody wants to talk shit about how not to argue. I've argued before on the side of the road and not been taken to jail and not been shot, and not
I
been
have
taken.
too. I have too,
But
but
I wouldn't say that to
It's
newbies,
about
bro. That's what I'm saying.
it's
it's all
about the
to
situation.
it
If you
is, and it's about the
if you
person
know
you talk to.
shut up.
Yeah, wouldn't give that advice to somebody that's learning, or even 1/16 of the way through learning something. What I was going to say in Blackstone's dictionary, it's a whole thing verified in the book. It says that the police under their jurisdiction, or the way that they get taught, they are allowed to lie and plant evidence.
Yep.
It's written there. So that's
Sad
why
but
you
true.
shouldn't communicate with them. And most people don't know this. I studied battle mod, knows my situation and what I've been through. Most people don't know this. They don't know the book that they use. They haven't read all this shit. They don't know.
It's called Blackstone's Criminal Statutes. They're Blackstone's is legal statutes, right?
Yeah, it's just for police officers. It's their like dictionary or booklet or whatever guide on how to operate, how policemen can operate, what they're allowed to do, and it says they can lie, plant, entrap and whatever. That's why the first thing they said is you have the right to remain silent.
Well, it's weird that the so-called non-criminals would have the right against the law to commit crimes against the law. That's a fucking oxymoron if I ever heard one. But it's there, and that's how they operate.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
Well,
if people know this,
it's
then these
common
people
law.
can. Yeah, and under common law, you're allowed slavery. So this is my point. If people knew this, then these people would get taken out. You wouldn't need them. You'd have your proper constitutional sheriffs or constables, which is a different stature altogether than a police officer. Because a constable is something else, a police officer is something else, a sheriff is something else.
William
People think they're all
Blackstone.
one and the same.
I need to read that. I haven't ever actually read it.
Well, you can read a lot of books from Blackstone. His commentaries on the laws of England. You can read his statutes, his concepts on civil law, criminal law, common law, the right of a person, dealt with family and public law, real property law. And notice they say real property, not owned
Real,
property.
yeah, exactly. Not shadow property.
Real.
Yeah. I need to find the actual that book. That one cost me fucking quite a bit. But yeah, these things need to be put out there so people know what's going on. Because ignorance can't keep on going on. Otherwise, we're going nowhere.
The Killing Mockingbird has a lot of his commentaries in them.
Yeah, I'm so glad I started discovering that stuff about 4 years ago. All this legalese, if you want to call it that. It's been an eye opener. I always believed in common law or, natural law, but I didn't realize how we were in such a different position and contractual and, oh man, especially being in the medical profession. I didn't understand it as well as I should have.
It's called
Have any of
Blackstone's
y'all
Police
heard?
Operating Manual. There you go.
Have any of y'all heard of Eddie Gregg or Randall Kelton?
Yeah.
I've gone
Heard
past
of
all those gurus. I don't believe in those gurus.
Yeah, it's like every other guru out there, dude. They're all the same.
Yeah,
Tongue in cheek.
yeah, and they don't give out proper information.
Because common law is separate from constitutional law, and it's separate from administrative, and it's separate from
is.
contract law. They're
It
all
is.
separate.
And judicial, yeah.
Yeah, they are.
They are
People don't
separate.
understand it at all.
The thing is figuring out where you stand, who you
Yeah,
are.
you need to have standing. Yep, exactly. And most people don't have standing.
Well, yeah, and to know that, you actually need to know the many different types of law.
Law, exactly.
Yeah, this should be
Kinda-
taught from day one in kindergarten on up. It really should.
Yeah,
Well,
you should.
common law
But
is
they don't.
defined in constitutional law as case opinion, and that's it. But the case opinion is supposed to be based on the pre-existing law, and a lot of the times, like Roe v. Wade, they go against the existing organic law, and manufacture their own from the bench, which is an act of treason.
Yeah, but case law, that's just somebody's opinion. You know what I mean?
Common law,
Yeah.
judicial
It's not.
precedent, but
Yeah.
it can also be the body of English law, and not just
So yeah,
not meaning American law, but English common law.
and common law refers to the people that are commoners, which is not the normal people, like the House of Commons, which is a step down from the House of Lords or the Lords, and a step above from the people. So common law dictates that they can have slaves. That's common law. It's not common to the people. People get this mixed up. So it was common to have slaves, so it's common law. But people, it applies to them for some reason. That's why the House of Commons have got their own court. Same with the House of Lords, and same with your senators and senators. You know, a trial by your own peers, not by Joe Schmo.
That's why I bring up certain people when I talk, because there's only a handful of people out there that tell you simple things that anyone can comprehend. Very simple. Carl Miller is one of those men, and he was taught. He was actually his story's pretty interesting. They were in Vietnam when his CO pulled him and a group off and said, "Look, I'm about to teach you guys the truth about this because of what's coming." And that's exactly what his CO did. So Carl Miller started teaching everybody else.
Oh, yeah, people don't even. When they pull you over, they can't give you a ticket straight away. They're actually meant to take you to court, and the court is meant to be open 24 hours for them to give you a ticket.
Yep, that's a public law.
Yeah, because you're presumed innocent till guilty. But these guys have co-opted you and found you guilty before anything, and people just pay these things, and because they don't know any better. I mean, I can't blame them, but it's just
You get
given
arrested
the
on a
education. And
when you get arrested on a bench warrant, that warrant says take this individual to the nearest magistrate. It doesn't say hold him. You can hold him in jail for 24 hours to see if the precinct's going to come pick him up or not. It says
yeah,
take
straight away
the
to the
individual
magistrate.
to the nearest magistrate.
Yeah, correct, brother. That should happen with even a speeding fine. That's just a revenue thing. But before, even if somebody was doing something silly like that, they'd take him out and they'd take him to the magistrate. But it's become out of hand, and people don't know these principles or these mechanics that are put into place to either, you know, to help them. So there's no abuse of power and whatnot.
Right. Well, I
So
mean,
when I get arrested on my warrants, as soon as they get me in there, I tell them I want to fill out a habeas.
Habeas, writ of habeas corpus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then they usually let me go. I
Yeah,
usually
because
don't
they
even
can't
get to
bring the
fill it
body.
out. I usually don't even get to fill it out. They
Of
just let me
course,
go.
because that's gonna put him in shit. Yeah. Is that
That's a really
drag
good
the body?
way to handle it. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. But these are the things people need to know. And if sometimes you do get dragged in, you need to know how to write it up. You can't just say it and utter it, and you know, because the judge might pull you up on it and say,
Yeah,
"All right,
and
cool."
You're not supposed to have a bail hearing either. The magistrate, when he issues the warrant, is supposed to set a bail. At the
Yeah,
time of
before.
issuing a warrant of arrest, the magistrate shall fix the amount of bail, which in his judgment is in accordance with the provisions of section 1275, and this is Uniform Code 815A, warrant and arrest, warrant of arrest. It's not an arrest warrant, it's a warrant of arrest.
That's a commercial warrant.
Yeah. See, even
Yeah,
the grammar's not
shouldn't
properly
they
in there.
shouldn't they drive around in cars that say color of law enforcement?
Should be warrant
Yeah,
for arrest.
Actually, it's a
It doesn't make
criminal
sense.
procedure
Warrant of
warrant.
arrest. Should be warrant for arrest.
It's black and white cars because they're pirates. They're just looking for booty.
Booty,
they are.
yes, exactly. Yeah.
They're online, on land pirateers.
I actually experienced that in the Dominican Republic. They don't even have enough money to give their cops cars, so they actually will stand in the street and stop you when you're driving, and then, yeah, if you pay them a bribe, they let you go. It's pretty common. I was told that was going to happen no matter what you were or who you
Well,
were.
I wish I had the
Used
money
to-
to pay off the cops that pulled me over. Shit, that would work for me. Shit.
Pretty funny if
probably
you
would
could
work
drive
for you.
around them and they try to chase you. It's pretty funny on foot.
Depending on who you are, it will determine if you try and bribe one of them, whether or not they shoot you.
Oh yeah,
Hell
no.
yeah. I don't
That
think
crazy
$5
country.
classifies as a bribe, bro.
I thought my color of law enforcement would bring a funny thing, but okay.
It was good. It was good.
Thank you.
It was
Yep.
okay.
I was gonna say, the making of your own documents. Everybody should have their own documents, so you can have them standing. And even if they try to do whatever, your documents are in place.
Yeah, I've seen people do that, actually record themselves interacting with their own documents, trying to keep the cops from breaking in their windows and such when they get pulled over and such. Sometimes it works.
It's really more
somebody-
intimidation, I guess, in that at that point.
Somebody can catch up to where me, Iggs, Battlemod are in 2-3 years. Easy. It's really not hard, or less, depending on what you're trying to get at.
Yeah, and if you want to actually do something.
You have
you
to
can
want
take a
to
whole.
know it. You want to know the truth. Yeah, you have to look at it deeply, just like you did this subject of flat Earth. You have to really love it.
Yep. It's like everything else. You really actually have to dive into the deep waters. Can't stay on the beach thinking you're going to learn shit.
I remember the first time in court, it was like 4 QCs, fucking 3 lawyers, another 2 of the runarounds. I ended up winning.
But see, the thing
QC,
that people
fucking funny
people
ass.
don't know
go
here
ahead.
in the States, it's still a public law. Every state is the same. Same public law applies. When they arrest you, unless you've committed, well, probably even if you've committed murder, they're supposed to take you to a magistrate so that he can hear what you've done and determine whether or not the court will have jurisdiction over you at that point based on the law. Not based on the code, not based on anything else, based on the public law.
Yeah, they have to present facts. So evidence is facts admitted in court to show the judge that this person has actually done something, because otherwise it's like the Inquisition.
Yeah,
You know
but
what I mean?
hey, public law only pertains to a legal person, right?
Correct. That's what I'm saying.
So are you a
Absolutely.
legal person or a legal fiction? Are you
Exactly. There's
property of a legal
fiction.
fiction? What?
Yep.
So
legal
you're not
fiction.
jurisdiction to a public law unless you have declared yourself a legal person.
Yep. Well, most people are. Well, 99.99% of people, because they don't have the proper papers.
Right. Public law is between a legal person and a government.
Yep. Because now, yeah, it's all corporate government.
Yep.
Then you've got constitutional. You've got contract law. Then you've got private law.
Yeah, and public law can also be between institutions too.
Yes,
One
correct.
institution to another.
Well, yeah, the
But
Supreme
but
Court
you're
even declared corporations are now a being, a person almost.
yeah, but as a citizen, we're not considered an institution.
Correct.
Because institutions are almost sovereign unto themselves with bylaws.
Yes. Yes.
Codes and statutes.
You're basically a
Ivan.
slave. You're like what's it called, a floor worker in a factory under corporate law, and they can change whatever day by day and so on.
Well, look at the mandates they're doing now. That's how they're pulling it off.
Yeah, well, they just want to date men. That's why. Oh, a bunch of faggots. But that's besides the point. No, a mandate is not a law.
Of course
They've-
not. But that's how they
Yeah.
kind of throw their jurisdiction around in the
Yeah.
corporate field. Make people think it is law. And then they
Correct.
consent without even realizing they've given them permission without even knowing it.
That's like something a gay man does, right? Go on a
Yeah,
mandate.
mandate, date man. Date man.
Yeah. Data man.
Oh my gosh, you guys are fucking sick.
I'm glad somebody picked up on that.
I know
yeah,
it
so-
gets weirder. Just when
Oh,
you
yeah.
thought the parade was the last step, now they've got mandating is mandatory.
Yeah. Mandatory. Mandatory.
Sounds like a terrible disease to me.
Yeah, it's when two men give each other oral. Ori. Mandatory.
Hey, damsel, just this has nothing to do with it.
Sorry.
We're having a meetup in Fayetteville on September 5th. If you can make it, if you can.
Oh, I can make it. I have nothing on my dates, so I'm
Yeah,
good.
September 5th. I think it's Sunday night.
And
September
Fayetteville's
5th.
what, an hour from me, maybe? Maybe at the most.
It's about 2 hours, I think.
Not much though. It's not bad. No, that I can easily make that.
Oh, it's gonna be
What
fun. We
state?
already have some RSVPs. Me and my friend that lives close to me, we set up these these meetups sometimes. So yeah, if you can make it, that would be so awesome.
Count me in. I'll be there.
All right, cool.
What state is
Awesome.
that in?
It's in Arkansas, Fayetteville, Arkansas. I actually made a video for it.
Well, post it up and make sure I get some notification. You got my DM.
Yeah, I put the Google Maps link in the description, so anybody can just click on it and find
I am
it.
I can make
always
the next
wanting
one.
to meet more like us. Anyone I can hook up with in the area, especially in the same state, that'll be awesome.
Yeah, it's like
Hey,
it's crazy you're in the same state, but it's just like I mean, you're in high country, I guess you would call it. So it takes about 2 hours. Where if there were, freeways or highways,
Yeah,
to get
Yeah,
there.
it's
From where
they're
you
still
are to
letting
get
us
to
go.
Fayetteville, it's just like you're going straight west, and it's just like there is no straight west from where you are to Fayetteville.
No, everything's real curvy here.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, Eggs.
Yep.
I'll be
yeah,
the
brother.
guinea. I'll be the guinea pig, and I'll record it if you want to help me show people how we're supposed to be buying trucks.
Yeah.
What do you got? What's this
Because
truck
I
thing?
need a truck or a car so I can make it to the Flat Earth meetups. That's the only reason I can't go nowhere right now.
I'm gonna be looking for a truck too, man.
Right, but it's all under negotiable instruments. It's a whole nother chunk of law and business that most people don't even know. Not even the attorneys know this shit. So
Hey, despite what you might have heard about Arkansas, we do have roads here.
Actually, the
we're
roads
talking
were
about
better
something
here
else.
than my state in Washington, and I've had a good experience so far.
Talking about something else. Making debt disappear.
negotiable instruments and how to use them properly, how to discharge them properly, yada yada.
I
There
need
is
to in
no
on
money.
that.
If you go read House Joint Resolution 192
It's a
in
formalized
1933,
IOU, right?
and then you go before that to the Gold Act, I think it was 1915 or 1913. They've removed lawful money off of the market mostly, completely, because
They
there were
removed
issues.
legal money. They've removed legal money. You don't even have the S with the one bar, bro. Even the legal tender is gone. This is what I'm trying to say. Like, there's shit that I've learned, and I've known this for a while, and I've tried to tell people. People don't get it. You know, even the legal tender is gone. You've got no S sign with the one bar going through it, and that's under corporate law. So you've got no even corporation to make corporate law.
So
They've all been actually disbanded. So
well, yeah, 1862 Legal and Tender Act, 1862. They shot down the right of a government or a Congress to issue paper money.
So this is what I'm saying. I can explain all this. I can get rid of fucking debt, house debt, in debt, whatever debt. There's enough people who can, make it all fucking super cheap. But
My
people
buddy Bill is gonna
need
love
to be
you.
able to learn.
The gold.
And you're gonna love my buddy Bill because he's already gotten rid of debt, about $500,000 worth.
That's good.
He might have overlooked one thing, maybe just looking at his process, but it actually got paid.
Well, if he did his due diligence, those guys, even up the top, most of them don't have a clue. It's just people are even scared to write back to, whoever, government or a debt collector, whatever, and that's the main problem. It's the fear,
Well, when I go buy my truck, I need that help. I got to figure that out.
Not a problem. Not a problem. Well, that's it. The whole why I say this, and I came on here because I thought people were a bit more switched on. Didn't want to get no doctrines about this, even in the so-called, law or legal or whatever society. There's doctrines, and then I hear doctrines everywhere. Was to help people. Once they have this so-called finances and that burden lifted off their shoulders, that can actually be more mindful and think about other things and help other people. That's the whole point of this.
Yeah, no, but it's hard to get people to wake up to it. I've noticed that it's really difficult to get people to talk about these. This subject seems to be really, I don't know why people are kind of not interested.
What's
I'd
the
rather
same
pull
with
their teeth.
anything? They'd rather not learn and accept the fate that they've, been handed instead of changing it.
Yeah, some mystical deity is going to come down and save the problems or something or other. But it says in every holy book, you need to get up off your ass and do something. Ignorance is not good.
No, it's not.
Oh,
No, and I
you know,
picked up on this from Crow 777, Big Sib. Who else did I follow? A couple other people, and started reading and started figuring some of it out. But yeah, it's hard to find people that are really interested in talking about it, other than a really
God,
small
talk
group.
about throwbacks. Crow 777. Oh my God.
I'm fairly sure I should be able to even get what's it called? You guys in America, it's a lateral, and in Canada and everywhere else, it's very simple. What's it called? Titles.
Title.
Yeah.
Well, they call alloidial here. They call it sterling alloidial.
Yeah.
Or
Freehold. Yeah.
if you're like a car or a truck or a boat, they would call the sterling or the alloidial title like the MSO or the MCO, the actual original.
Yeah. 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 So sort of freehold. If we're going to use broad terms, freehold. So
There's actually there's a few
ahead.
people that have actually gotten their sterling title to their truck and their car, and the interactions with the police have changed. It's night and day to what
yeah.
it used to be.
Of course.
Because the guy's like, yeah, here, I got the allodial title, hands him a copy of it, and the cop's like, oh, well, try and be careful, have a nice day.
Yep. They know about that one. As soon as you have the license plate, then they can, do whatever. But if you rip out the allodial title, just a copy, you don't obviously carry the original one on you, but the copy, they'll leave you alone. And same with the house. So
yeah, a dealership screwed up. This teacher, his story is hilarious. This teacher was learning about what we're talking about and learning about the MCOs and all of that. So he took the little bit of information that he had and he went down to a dealership. We'd called and talked to the sales guy and, got him all pumped up. I'm coming down to buy this car and everything, but I need the MCO to be there when I come. So the dealership guy had the MCO in his hot little hands and laid it down on the desk. Well, the teacher grabbed it off the desk and said, well, that's a great car. And he fucking left and came back and was like, where's my car?
What a dickhead.
Right. But there was nothing the dealership could do because he was holding the sterling title, proof his possession.
I know. What a dipstick. Listen, most dealerships refuse to give the MCO or the title to the car, but you can sue them for them.
So the manufacturer certification of origin.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, some of them refuse to, but you can sue them, or you just most people don't even know about the manufacturer. Yeah, manufacturers. Say that word, bro.
So now you guys are talking about real property titles, lands, buildings, fixtures.
Well, your MCO would basically be a land patent to the car.
I know what it is.
Yeah. Everything
I manufactured it and you own it because you have the title and registration. Where an I serial number didn't certify it.
Well, actually, the MCO comes without registration. That's outside.
Yeah.
It's a separate thing.
Yeah, it's without registration.
No, I mean, when I put a serial number on it and give it to that MCO, I've registered that serial number to that ownership of that. It's the origins, track origins.
Oh, okay, yeah, I get you now.
So it's no different than if I own a part for an automotive, it's got a part number, and with I certify that's where it came from. That's what the MCO is. It certifies the origin of the VIN number.
Yes, yeah. Like provenance that you got it. Yeah.
Yeah, and the VIN number is a registration of manufacturing.
Yeah, but it's up to you if you want to register. Obviously, you wouldn't because then you diminish your capacity. But yeah,
Why would
Right,
you want to
right.
enter a partnership with a complete stranger and you own it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you can manufacture your own vehicle, right?
That too, yes, of course. Nobody can stop you.
I mean,
And people don't know this.
the PDF. I can drop the PDF about the car registration if you guys would like to see it. I'll post it again because it tells you what
I would.
registering. It tells you what registering your car actually does,
Yeah, it's
and
giving up ownership.
it's not what you want to do. It's good. It's bad. It's bad, bad, bad.
Yeah, it's giving up ownership. If anytime you register something, it's under legal doctrine is giving up ownership. So these are things that people I think should know. And as I said, things go good, and Pat Mod wants to do this because he's more techy than I am with this kind of stuff. I can speak if he wants me to speak. We can do it together. We can make people's lives better, and even people, if they have monetary problems, can be sorted, and then maybe put into something. Everybody puts a little bit into something, into a big pot, and I don't know, gets used for, I don't know, schooling for kids or something. I don't know. I don't give a fuck. Or whatever. I need it for the money. Just help out, because this can't continue, man. I don't see any way out, because all this stuff can be fixed if people actually declared a few things and did the paperwork. Because these people, most of them can't function in the fucking third dimension as people. They're only on paper, second dimension. I don't know how else to describe it. These people are just like lacking.
So I just posted another guy that I've been following. He's been slowly learning himself over several years. I watched him before he even knew about any of this law stuff. And observation deck. He's doing a lot of good work with it right now. Even does
I'm
classes
sub to
that you
him.
pay for. You like him? Yeah, he's
I
pretty
haven't
good.
listened to any of his law stuff, but I listened to all of his older stuff.
Well, he's really gone into making that part of what he does now. He's teaching classes and teaching others everything. He's a learner and teaching as he goes. As he learns, he teaches you what he learned. So it's been pretty interesting to watch him.
So you've got legal, then you've got law, then you've got lawful, then you've got law, as in LORA. And they all mean something different, and you have different standing in every one of those scenarios. Tell me something different. People think that it's all the same, legal, law, lawful, and all the rest of it, or law. When I was doing the legal shit, like, all right, 10 years ago, finally, got it. And then I was dealing with awful stuff, and then I kind of got to the threshold and shown a few things. and it was like I busted my brains. Like it's good to know, but busted my brains for could have been a lot easier. It was a lot of hurt. Because when you're dealing with, I don't know, legalities, it's like you're a serf. And it's like word salvage. And the lawyers go into court, they argue about, what word means what. Because in the contract, nobody's agreed to a definition of a word. And then they'll argue if the comma's been put in front or behind the word, that means something else in legal definitions. It's
It's like playing a very advanced game of mousetrap, and you are the mouse.
Exactly.
That is very accurate.
Exactly.
The only difference is you have the right to walk away from the trap. They're just not going to show you how to do it.
Yeah, correct. There was this one
No.
dude that was really good with all the codes, and I was telling him, God, get away from the codes. Like that's like even lower than legal stuff. But he was fucking really good, and after like 6 months of kicking ass, he had a really big thing up in court. So what they did overnight, they changed the codes slightly, and he was fucked. He couldn't argue his case. And they can do that. They can just change it a little bit, and then you're fucked. Your whole argument or presentation goes down the crapper.
Yeah, that's
I
why.
think-
While everybody's
You go ahead.
good, while everybody's busy on Christmas, Easter, stuff like that, all celebrating and happy, they go and they patch this shit at midnight. They change
Yeah,
stuff on
that's
purpose.
I've seen that happen so many times after during holidays. It's like holidays are their favorite time to screw everything. It's it happens in war too. It was in the military. The same kind of craziness would go on holidays.
Yeah.
Government holidays for some reason. Holy moly! I think they did that on purpose.
Well, mind control
you're
holy
correct.
days. I mean,
Yeah.
you're saying a mouthful right there. Mind control holy days.
Yeah. When you look at it, the so-called holidays, the Declaration of Independence, or this country, that country, whatever. It's like they make it out to be like something about freedom, but really it's about death. But they've just flipped it on its head. Does that make sense?
Yeah, our whole world is like that. It's always upside down, backwards, twisted. Yeah, it's the same
Upside
thing
down,
again.
back to front, inside out.
Yeah, any way to get you confused, like that mousetrap example. Exactly. You can't find your way
Yeah.
out of the maze.
And you threw a
the
song about that upside down. Boy, turn me inside out
inside out.
and round and round.
They'll put it in songs, in movies. They'll put it everywhere for people. This is the thing. Yeah, it's funny, but
It's funny now
yeah,
that if you know, but it's pitiful when it's somebody that doesn't have any idea that that's what they're in. They're in this thing,
yeah,
matrix, that is such a mess. Yeah, it's sad. It's sad that we had to learn the hard way too.
yeah. Well, our aim would be to show you guys how to have the highest standing so you don't get touched. Possession of your body, your property, and everything.
Yeah, I told people last year the whole escape from this whole thing that was coming with the tyranny, the medical tyranny, is all wrapped up in how to get through the legal part of it. If you knew how to make make it through that part, you could escape a lot of the consequences. This mandate is just silliness, and if you know how to get around that, you can also get around all the other stuff they're pulling. There is a remedy to all of these things within the law, and most people, that's why I think that's why they've made it so hard, because again, you can't hardly get people to talk about this, and I think they've poisoned the well on purpose so that people wouldn't know that they could get out of all this stuff. Even with their job, they actually have a lot of power in if they knew it, to keep them from getting fired, or even if they did get fired, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But
Do you want some of got some something if you like for free for the vaccine thing? You can share it around to.
I would love to share it, since I'm not in that position of working anymore, so I'm not trapped in that cycle as much as others. But yeah, I'd love to see what you've got, because I've got other friends that are, and they just don't know what to do with themselves most of the time.
Not a problem.
Yeah,
Sis, I'll send it to you right now.
one of my brothers is dealing with this with the city. He's worked for the city for like 6 years. In the last year and a half, they really haven't had a problem with him not wearing a mask. And now they're trying to start shit with him. And me and him studied law a couple years back together, so he knows a lot of what I know, but he's got a house, a girlfriend, and so he's kind of fallen off studying.
Yeah. Well, I've got a post office lady that's the last person in hers up here. It's actually here. I just met her this week, and she's concerned because she's the only one who hasn't taken the mandated thing, and she's kind of worried about what will happen next. And if I could help her out, that would be a real nice thing to be able to do. She seems like a
I
real
just
stand-up person.
I just sent you it. If you want to have a look.
I certainly will. Thank you so much, brother.
Not a problem, sister. I'll send you one more thing so you can have another sort of document where they admit that that thing doesn't exist.
Yeah, yep. I've seen some of the studies that show there's nothing there.
Hey, Iggs.
This is directly from them. I asked them a question.
Even better, you got some response back. Good.
Yeah, direct response, and they said it doesn't exist. That if
Yeah,
you
nothing's been
ask
isolated.
properly, if you ask properly, they under penalty of perjury, they have to give you. Otherwise, you can. Yeah.
Yeah,
You
this
can do some real damage.
post service lady, she and I had a really good talk meeting her the first time, and I tell you what, she's a smart cookie. She just is known intuitively all this stuff, and I think if I could show her that and have her show her coworkers, I think that would really help. So, but it's just a small
Beautiful.
local post office. That would be beautiful to be able to spread that around. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, not a problem. Everything's covered. You can. I used to be in medicine, so you can just create. Everything's listed on there.
My dad was an RN. I became a PA after being a medic. So yeah. I'm glad you were a male nurse. He was one of the first in our area ever to graduate from the nursing program. It was pretty funny. They actually called him the token male.
It's inspiration. Nothing wrong with that. As long as he was doing good.
Yeah,
We've
he was
all.
really good about it. But it was funny because all the nurses, back in the day, they probably you guys too, they gave a cap to the nurses, and of course it's a female nursing cap. There's no male version of it. And so they, at the graduation, he was the first male to ever graduate from the program in Washington, where we were living anyway. And they gave him a white baseball cap in the graduation ceremony instead of the nursing cap. It made me laugh. Yeah.
That's awesome. That's a cool story.
And they always gave a rose as well. So they gave him a rose, but they did give him a baseball cap that was white instead. So that was pretty cool. Yeah, I got to see my dad go through all his nursing training. I was 6 years old when he started his program.
Oh.
And so I got to watch it all, and that's what got me into medicine. It
Mhm.
inspired me. I started reading all his books at 6. I was a really good reader, huge reading level, and it was fun. I had a good time studying anatomy with him.
This stuff should be all taught in school. Go for it, sorry.
It used to be. Higgs, are you over in Truth Prevail's room?
Yes, I'm a member. I think
She started up a law group or a law room so that we could like drop stuff and teach and have calls.
I saw her drop that recently. Yeah, I'm part of that group too. I saw her put that in there. That was a really good idea.
Yeah, after the PMT earlier, I ended up getting to hang out with my mom the rest of the afternoon, so I didn't start a call today. Or yesterday, whatever.
sorry, I dropped out for a second.
You're back now.
Yeah. this guy's having a joint now, I can tell. Yeah, no, all this stuff should be taught in school.
Can you imagine the intelligence level you would have if you started these kids at kindergarten teaching these things and teaching proper definitions of words? Just even the sciences it'd be just incredible if you started that
It would
too.
be astronomical.
I know. I think that's why they didn't do it. They didn't want intelligent people. So yeah, don't dare teach even language correctly or any of that sort of thing. Definitions of words that are understood by people.
Well, what
Even how
happens
to
is you end up.
Okay.
What happens if you teach them is you end up with the world-renowned chemist that makes a pill to cure every disease.
Yeah. We don't want to do it. Don't use that word cure.
Well, he
To
disappeared.
treat. Cure means to preserve. You don't want to preserve diseases.
Right. Brain fart.
Heal. You want to heal every disease.
Heal. Yeah.
Well, they've got freaking 8 different definitions for the same damn word.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why.
Purposeful too. That's what they
Yeah,
did.
that's why you get sued even in man's court when you say you've got a cure, because that means to preserve something. That's
I like the word remedy better. It's a remedy.
Yeah, remedy is good. I was going to say, even with the language, like you can just disqualify a whole document because it's not written properly. Because
yeah, the words are so important. So important. People just don't get it.
It's written in poetic language. It's called, I said this before, what's his name? Shakespearean language. When you write a sentence, there's a science behind writing a sentence. And I got taught this. You have to have subject, object, verb. You can't have adverbs, noun, all that stuff.
Diagramming sentences. They made us hate that so much, but that was a key to understanding how you construct a proper argument or a proper statement or a claim or whatever.
Yep, exactly. Because the sentence, you should be able to read it the same front ways and backwards. When I write it, you read the same backwards and frontwards.
So there's no misunderstanding and there's no way to reverse it. Yeah.
Exactly. Can't argue semantics. You can't argue ambiguity. It is what it is, and I'll leave a key on the side. So I'm not gonna give everybody buy a dictionary. It's with $50, $60 to give to everybody, and I'll just say, either I'll use my own special grammar if they know it, which they use I can teach that if the people want to know. But otherwise, normal
Well, I'm
English.
interested, man. You're gonna have to teach me some of that. I got to see what you're writing. I love looking at other people's writing. So yeah, I've written a bit
Yeah,
myself for medical scientific stuff. So
stuff.
it's got
Yeah,
to be
yeah.
pretty precise too, and I like precise language.
It's the best.
Tarzan.
It's the best. And otherwise, I'd put a key there and I'd just say one meaning per one word. You can't open up the dictionary or another dictionary and pick out what meaning you want for the word. This word means this, and that's it. The rest are just fillers, with, for, that's it. And there's no argument there. You
The
can't.
rest is slang. It's just
Yeah,
slang.
no, exactly right. Sister, exactly right. And people think they know what somebody else has written when they've put it down on a piece of paper. You know what I mean? It's poetry. You read a poem, one person gets this understanding, another person gets that understanding. One person feels this, one person feels that.
Yeah, look at
You
the
know
Bible and how many people can take one
exactly.
verse and turn it into all kinds of things.
Yep, exactly. And that's the difference between a testimony and an affidavit. A testimony is what you've seen and felt and your emotions and blah blah blah. An affidavit is just the facts.
Just the facts,
These
man. Just the facts.
Yep. Not I saw him and I was scared and then I tied my shoe and I farted and whatever. It's this person went up to that person did this, he did that, and that's it. No emotions, no nothing. All facts. So
Yeah, that's what I love about science. It has to be that precise when we write, and that's one of the things I really did love about it.
that's the beauty of it. That's why I love science,
Yeah, that's one of the things that always made me happy was being able to understand what it meant exactly. There was no ambiguity. If somebody was writing properly, there's a lot of bad writing anymore in the science field.
Oh yeah, I've read some of the new
Oh,
stuff.
some of it's just trash, absolute trash. But those who know how to do it, and some of the older stuff, man, yep.
Well, they think
Yeah.
the more words that you use, the more something has meaning, more weight it has. But it's really the fewer words you use, the more weight something has, because there's less to ask questions about. Tarzan had bone. Jane took Tarzan's bone. Tell Jane, give back Tarzan bone.
I thought you were going to say
Exactly.
Jane pregnant.
Give a bone.
Right, but that's that would be an example of a proper claim for damages in equity. It's so simple.
Yeah, they like to obfuscate by using such big flowery words, putting lots of extra stuff in there, just a bunch of junk filler. And then by the end of the sentence, you don't know what it meant. NASA website. Reading that NASA website will give you a good example of all that kind of crap. Just go read some of their explanations on things. It's pretty
That was
obvious.
hilarious.
That's
It kind of
going
makes
on.
me think of give a dog a bone.
Proactic osteotherapy. Yeah. What the hell does that mean?
What is it? A dog bones the clock?
It's a
Might
good
as-
exercise. Write to any government agency, ask them what language they speak. Just do it.
Well, there's a legal language, I guess, is what it comes to.
I know there is. Do they speak it? Do they speak legal language? Ask them. They've got no claim to no language. Ask them yourself. So they are speaking babble. They're just uttering nonsense, and you are interpreting it, whatever way you want. And because of fear, it regulates you. So you interpret
Well,
it in the worst case.
I mean, it's like I have guns and they have guns. Who has the bigger gun?
Big gun. Well, that's why I want to move to America, because I'll be armed to the teeth. I'll be walking down the street with, like, I don't know.
Well, I mean, you might be. I mean, they have 100 people with guns, and it's just you, and you have a gun. But more than likely, they're going to win if they have 100 people.
Yeah, but then you got a community, and there's a community of people with guns.
They'll
Then
be so shocked by you getting killed. Like, he must have been wrong because he didn't have enough guns.
He got killed. He got killed. He was wrong. There's the legal argument. Your Honor, he got killed.
Mean, to be honest, we're laughing about it,
wrong.
but that's basically what we're facing.
Well, if you want to move somewhere, move to Arkansas, because everyone has lots of them here. Oh my word!
Gone down to
I've
Arkansas.
seen it. People carry them everywhere. It's pretty crazy, but I love it.
The average number of guns per citizen, or per whatever you want to call them. Y'all are talking legal. Don't bitch at me here, okay? But per citizen,
No, you're right, brother.
in Texas is 8.
Hey, Iggs, I mean, I'm curious about this. When Australians lost their rights to have, to have guns or whatever, it seems I remember a video where everyone was turning their guns in. Was that a thing or something? Do you remember this? I mean, it sounds like you're old enough to remember it.
Yeah, brother. People volunteered themselves to hand them in. There's not. What they did was they handed them in voluntarily.
Were they paid money when they turned
Oh
the
yeah,
guns in?
a lot of money. Like back, what was it, 20 years ago? They were paid for just
I saw a video about it. I'm just wondering if you remember that, if you were alive during
Yeah.
that time.
Yeah. People were making even fake guns, and they were getting paid like $5,000-10,000 for it.
They turned in fake guns and got fucking
I swear.
for it. Holy
That's
shit.
very smart, though. That's really intelligent. You go to a machine shop, throw a couple pieces of pipe together and a piece of wood on it to make it look like a stock. Oh, yeah, I could see people doing that.
Yeah. I had one of my friend's dads who was bragging about it. He made a shitload of money.
Well,
my God.
I heard that you can still own guns in Australia, but it's very specific. You have to get a permit.
Yeah, it's for hunting. I mean, it's the same way in England.
ranch control, yeah.
England, it's like that too. Yeah.
So it's not totally, but no handguns around where people are carrying them all the time, things like that.
That's correct. That's under corporate law, because in 1966, and this is not having a dig at any Americans or people from the USA. Australia was, and is still, actually got just disbanded now, just like the USA, the corporation, but it was occupied by the US from 1966 till not long ago. That's why Australia switched from the pound to $1.
Oh, now that makes more sense. But I had heard that too before, that we had owned you guys.
Well,
This is what I was
actually, I
saying.
mean, England, from the England owns Australia. America never really.
No, we're
I
not
won't say
free from that
owned Australia.
completely either. Yeah.
But hey, I was watching a video. I mean, I'm on YouTube all the time, of course. And so it's like, you've seen those videos where they, like, on the street thing, they're kind of like, name the 7 continents. And people just, I mean, they do this, you know, maybe they had 100 people that actually answered it right, but they'll, of course, put the dumb people on there just to make a popular YouTube video. But anyway, but to be honest, I don't think that people can name the 7 continents for
Yeah,
the
that's
most
sad,
part.
but I've seen that.
All
I've
right,
seen that.
but
It's hilarious, bro.
I know it's just kind of. I'm wondering if they actually just put up the dumb people, or if this is actually a representation of of anything.
I
But
reckon
anyway,
half.
but I
I
mean,
reckon
I would,
half, bro.
yeah, maybe half and half.
Well, you got to look at Witsit's doing the same thing with its 3 questions, and you can see how many people don't even know anything about what they believe in at all about the
Yeah,
globe.
sure.
I
I
mean,
mean,
if you look at that, they can't even answer how many times the Earth spin in one 24-hour period. People can't answer that. He says it's just incredible how many cannot
It's
answer that. It's more
sad.
than 50%.
well, I thought I saw one that which. I mean, you know, someone said how many time zones are on Earth. I would say 23 because it starts over at 24. But time zones is a different thing, right? I mean, it works different. I mean, it's not like all the longitudinal lines. You go one longitudinal line, then it's the next time zone. No, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, but he's
Yeah,
even
but that's an
doing simpler
estimation,
than
isn't it?
either.
Yeah.
He's even doing easier. He's just saying how many times does the Earth rotate in a 24-hour period? One.
Yeah, I know.
Once, bro.
People just like they just go they
They
just
don't get
blank
it.
out.
It's
They don't
day,
The
night,
blank,
sun. Should be that, one.
blank face like a sheet of paper, just nothing.
That's really
Like, who is
concerning
it?
when you think about it.
It is
That is
concerning.
just like,
It's
what is wrong with people that they're fluoridated to death, they're poisoned, and
no,
then they
no,
are
no,
It's
just
like
no.
Rich,
I wouldn't even blame it
Rich
on
from the
fluoride.
Adams family.
I just blame it on uh indoctrination. I wouldn't
that
say
too.
miseducation. It's indoctrination, not
Yes.
miseducation, because most people are smart enough to figure this shit out
Well, that's the
fairly
thing. They're
easily if they're
smarter than
taught the
they
right
appear.
thing.
It's like,
Yep.
yeah, they're smarter than they appear or act, but yeah, they've been started from kindergarten up to not how to process and think through a problem. That's what I'm finding all the time is people don't teach their kids how to work through, step 1 to the end product, and people just can't figure out. They don't know how to think anymore. It's
No,
very
but they
odd.
don't want to think anymore. They're comfortable. They're just comfortable just moving along with the system, believing what they see on TV, and it's like, well, this is the world.
Sleep, eat, work,
Well,
eat.
that's not
That's
even.
like Chocolate Sand song. What is the world? What is the world? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. I love Chocolate Song, man. The way he presented that. What is the world? Really?
People aren't given the proper principles to learn, like education. The definition of education is training for animals. That's what it actually means. So
Yeah, it's
I mean,
indoctrination.
they haven't been
It's
trained
not
properly.
really. It's not
Yeah.
critical thinking.
No,
They're
it's
not taught to critically think about anything.
You need to be.
it's really kind of concerning, how easy it is to manipulate mankind,
Yeah.
right? I mean,
Yeah.
like we're humans,
Very.
and we've seen how while we were growing up, and the things we figured out now as adults, how they've manipulated us, or were trying to manipulate us, and to a certain extent, we're successful in my case. Until I really was. I never bought into the whole process, like evolution. I never believed that nonsense.
Yeah, me
But at the
neither.
same,
Never.
but at the same time, the globe Earth, I really didn't think there was something there to actually contradict it, and so it was really hard to break. For that to break in my psyche. But once I saw it, I can't unsee it. I can see how they, how they've just created this whole mask of reality. It's not reality. It's a version of reality that they can manipulate people to believe, even though they're not actually, just like, with rockets going to space and Mars and all that kind of. This is a veneer of reality. It's a pretend reality that nobody actually ever does, but most people believe this is happening. This isn't. It's fucking insane to me.
Well,
They've
they
been
just
given the
hung a
script.
veil. They
Yeah.
just hung a veil in front of everybody. And until you go beyond the veil, which is scriptural, you're stuck behind the veil. You can't see beyond.
Hold on, but to see beyond the veil, and it's like I just posted a meme. I'll post it again. I created this meme. It's called "Be Like Toto." And, when
Oh yeah,
Toto
behind the curtain. The man
yeah,
behind the curtain.
when Toto goes, it's like, damn it! Everybody stop looking at this. Toto's the dog, right? He goes over there. He's like, look at this guy. When Dorothy's just like, oh, she's freaking out, like, with this, freaking homeboys is like just throwing up this big thing and everything, and Toto's like, I know we've been friends for a long time. Me and Dorothy have been friends, but hey, I see through the curtain. Boom! Toto walks over there and goes, "Hey, that's not the wizard. This guy's been faking you out the whole time." And to be honest, at the end of the book, which is what's it? Frank? Is
Frank
it Frank?
Baum.
Yeah,
Baum. I
Baum.
read all his
Baum.
books.
Yeah.
They're actually
Yeah.
really
So
quite interesting.
yeah. So see, the Yellow Brick Road it's all about the financial system and the manipulation of society. So yeah, I mean,
Oh yeah, he wrote
people
that
think
during the
these are
Depression
children's
era, and it was
stories. This
crazy.
isn't a
It
children's
was
story. This is an
it
adult story.
it was definitely
When
written from an adult
I was gonna ask,
perspective of the
when
Depression era and what was going on during the time. It was crazy. That's a crazy
exactly, when
series of
was that
books.
done?
I was what in the
What
30s?
year was
Is
it?
that
Yeah,
when?
30s. He was writing them in the 30s. He was even paid to write the other additions to the book, the first one. It's an interesting story from the guy's perspective. He had no success in all his other books, but this first one, when it came up, it became so popular because it was touching adults' hearts more than children at the time because of what was going on worldwide
Well,
with
it,
the
it
Depression.
was a public announcement. So Dorothy,
Yes, I mean, follow the yellow brick road. Follow the
she
yellow brick
had,
road. Follow,
yeah,
follow, follow, follow. Dude, this
in the
wasn't a
original,
children's film, man.
yeah, in the original, she had silver slippers on, and she was
Yep.
following the yellow brick road, which means don't use the paper money, use gold and silver. You've got a straw man, you've got a tin man, or you got a lion.
Exactly. That whole
It was
book is
about
all
commerce.
about commerce and everything that was going on economically. Yeah, that book and the series is quite. If anybody hasn't ever read all those books, you should go back and look. They're really,
I'm definitely going to go
really
back and
interesting.
check it out.
I'm curious. They made a second movie to The Wizard of Oz. Are any of the
They changed the
books
slippers.
part of the second movie?
Yeah, some of
Oh,
the second has quite a bit from some of the books. It's got a little bit of it in there, but yeah, it's definitely read the books. They're not hard to read. They're actually really enjoyable. But yeah,
Well,
the second movie does have quite a bit of some of the
it's
other
got a lot.
characters.
But the dude, if you remember what she did in that room that she had, oh my God, there's a whole bunch of information right there.
Oh yeah.
You see that? I made that GIF. Be like Toto.
The whole world
Expose
is
this
a
bitch.
stage. It
Well,
really is.
that
The whole world is a stage, and they set a script for us all. And if you can break out of being one of the actors, one of the participants, and get from behind the the curtain of the stage, that's where it is. It's really where it
Yeah,
is.
and this behind the curtain term is a very popular term, but it comes from this, right? Behind the curtain
Yeah,
yeah.
who's the man behind the
comes
curtain?
from the Frank Baum book about the story of Dorothy, right? How she's involved and how she found this guy who ended up being a good guy, right? At the end of the
Sort of,
script.
sort of.
Sort of, yeah, yeah.
Some people think he actually is kind of an evil character in the end too, because if you go back and watch the movie scene where they're in the balloon and it suddenly somehow gets loose, go and watch that scene really carefully. You might be kind of suspicious, like some people have been, that he
Well,
set
sure. I
her
mean,
up so that
if you
to
have
leave
that
her
much
behind.
power, you can make yourself look like whatever character you want to be if you have
Yeah.
that much power.
And that's kind of what he's kind of it's just a strange thing. But yeah, go back and look at the scene. Some people have noted that it looks like that was a purposeful, it wasn't accidental that the balloon got loose and that she got left.
No,
that
no
she had to
shit,
have
right?
happen.
Or they just happened upon the poppy fields too, right? All that kind of
Oh, all
shit.
that, yeah.
Yeah,
That was
yeah, it's all kind of
pretty
stuff.
spectacular too. But
Yeah.
there's
But
so
anyway,
much
that's
stuff
why
now.
I just made that. It's like, how profound is Toto in this scene right there? Where he just like, all right,
The innocent
I'm tired of
animal.
this shit. Toto just runs up and says, look, it's not so scary.
Yeah, Toto's never scared. And throughout.
Oh, you broke up, damsel. But yeah, that right there tells the whole story. I mean, everybody's watched The Wizard of Oz.
Well, and dogs are used as the symbol for God a lot of times within
Yeah, well, I
literature
mean,
and scenes. So that's like the
It is.
Holy Spirit or God.
yeah.
Dog is
Yeah.
backwards God. So a lot of times they'll play with that, and so maybe that's
Well,
what.
and after Toto exposes him, it'd be like, oh, well, I'm just this guy.
Exactly. Just
But
another man.
yeah, I'm
That's what I'm
just
trying to
another
explain
man.
to
Yeah,
people.
yeah. Go ahead.
These
Go ahead,
people
Ames.
up the top are just other men, but they're depraved and really dumb. They don't
Hey,
deserve.
but did Dorothy buy
right-
his nonsense when he was? And that's what I was saying. He was like, oh, he pretends to be a good guy, and he's like, oh, I go in this freaking
Well, he pretends to give a
balloon.
degree to the guy who wants to be smart when he doesn't even need a degree. He's smart already. He just didn't believe in
Right.
himself. I mean,
Hey, and now I'll tell you what.
He's got courage.
I'm a college dropout, and
Yeah.
I'm smart.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. He hands out the fake parts saying you're courageous now because I gave you a medal, which they do to us in the military. Make you feel like you're something special when you're.
Damn,
We got a lot of
D'Angelo,
medals.
you were so
what the
about this. You got the medals, you got everything right. Behind the curtain, we're just exposing.
Well, it's that movie was a real truth drop and very early.
is.
Obviously, I mean, look at when it was made. It was real early.
Yeah, at the right time when they were getting rid of the gold and stuff, and they were telling people, don't hand over your gold. All they did is write something in a newspaper, and people went.
Well, the
handed their
symbolism
stuff in.
is the symbolism of it, and it's not the only one. There are a lot of other ones, like I think in the past week we've talked about Brave New World, which I've talked about in the past week. Or there's several different
Look at
books
John Wick,
Animal
bro.
Farm.
we've gone through.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Brave New
Animal Farm.
World, Animal
John Wick.
Farm. John
You should
Wick.
watch
John
John
Wick
Wick.
is good too. Yeah.
See, he pays
I
his
think
stuff in gold.
some of the authors in the early 1900s really I think there's too much influence of authors past the 40s that I mean this is the generation we're in now. I'm not saying they're not as good or no, it's not about being good
All the
authors
quality.
or whatever. No, it's not about quality either. It's about influence. It's about what is happening through generations. Now, for the most part, I think that it's about what you're subject to by influence. You know what I mean? If that makes
Yeah.
any sense. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think I
yeah,
get
yeah.
it. Yeah, I think I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, because it's influencing your so-called culture, the cult that is around you,
You know,
that
especially
pushes
after
something.
and what I'm saying is that these authors in the early 20th century, whatever, 1900s or whatever, not 1900s. Yeah, I guess 1900s. Yes,
Yeah, you're right. It's
early
1900s.
1900s. They're influenced by these authors because television wasn't invented yet.
Well, not even radio when we're talking Frank Baum
Yeah,
was even in use. So
yeah.
you got to remember that was books were finally affordable to the masses and libraries were established. And I mean, you could actually access the information that most people would have never had before that. It was quite
Mm-hmm.
common to be able to afford a book by this time, and people shared that. So it was like the YouTube of their day.
Yeah, it was
That's how
barely
information
radio. I mean,
went.
you could get radio sometimes if you had enough money or whatever, but for
Yeah,
the
but it was
most part,
still
it was just
early. It
always
was still early.
books.
Yeah,
It
it was
was
books.
books.
And that's
Yeah.
how people shared things. And they memorized them. That was the crazy thing is people did a lot more memorization back then.
Oh yeah,
Everybody had
I
a
remember.
Bible. Everybody had, a few books that they
And
would
it's
all
very
pass around.
difficult for our modern age to actually think about what it would be like 100 years ago.
I think we need to go back
I
in some way.
I wish to God we could go back because this modern culture is I think they're I'm not gonna even say it.
Did you read any Isaac Asimov, the guy who actually invented the word robot? Did you ever read any of his books?
I
His
have.
stuff is
Yeah,
starting. He wrote a bunch of books, but there's some books now that are really starting to come true, especially with the AI, the
There's some other
robot,
stuff that I've
all the
read, and
laws,
I'm a
what he was
huge
trying
fan
to
of
do happen.
audiobooks and fiction. Fiction, Stephen King, and freaking. You ever
Is
listen?
this?
You ever read some Dean Koontz?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So all that kind of
Let me
shit. Yeah, I'm all
let me
I'm all
say
about all
something.
of it.
The word robot actually tracks back to slave. But the word robot actually tracks back to slave,
Yeah,
which is
yeah.
very interesting how they are all about robots
Well,
and doing
he's acclaimed for
making everything
having used
robotic and
it and given
everything.
it, a real meaning and what was going to be. And then he invented the laws of the robots. I don't remember if anybody has read those
The
books.
laws of the robot. Wow.
Well, the first law was that they could do no harm to humans, and then that because they were this is AI way before anybody was
Yeah,
talking
sure.
AI.
That was in the 40s, wasn't it?
Yeah, and so he wrote that the first law should be they can do absolutely no harm to human. No way are they allowed. And even the final law, I can't remember them all right now, but they were really pretty interesting, real simple. And the last one again was a repetitive of the first. Everything is okay up until if you violate the first, you're in problem territory again. So there's a whole series of his books where he goes through where there's a conflict with AI and humanity. It's really
Do
pretty
you think
close to
that?
what we're
Let me
gonna
ask you.
probably be dealing with.
I'm not sure. I'm asking you. Are you aware of any relationship with him to L. Ron Hubbard's stuff?
I haven't seen an actual for sure connection, but some people think they were connected because, again, some of the things that L. Ron Hubbard came up with seems to be coming from his writings. So
Okay.
he wrote one book, and I can't remember the name of it. I wish I did, but it literally had people living in isolation from each other, and the only way they ever saw or talked to each other was through basically an internet communication holograph. And it was crazy because
Awesome.
nobody ever saw each other, ever, not even to have kids. They would do it all in a lab. They were totally antisocial, totally isolating
Fucking hell.
themselves. Yeah, it was nuts because that's exactly
Where
what
did
we're
the
dealing with
funding?
now.
Where did the funding come from?
I don't
It's
know.
already been paid for, bro. The
It's all,
technology is already hit.
yeah, the funding comes from the government, but
Yeah.
we're not going to talk about
But
that.
everything was done, remotely from, your home. You just stayed in your little cubicles wherever you were and did everything through that. And they were basically paranoid of each other. And then they have this character that jumps in from another world. Of course, this is all science fiction, so there's multiple planets and whatever.
Hey,
But this
you know
guy
what?
jumps in and
You
he's
know
like
what?
totally
Ultimately,
offended that nobody will talk to him. He ends up crash landing in one of these people's yards, basically, and they are just scared to death to come near him. And he ends up, living with this one guy, and it kind of starts the change of bringing people into contact with each other again. It's a really interesting read because I think that's kind of telling us something again about what's happening.
So
well, it's
what did
like
you
I
say?
think
Crash landed in somebody's yard.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, it's
yeah.
just an
A lot of
accident.
his
It's an
books are like
accident
that.
like Superman. It's like Superman just happened to land in Kansas, and was raised
Same as
by,
same as Dorothy, huh? Everybody's landing in Kansas, bro. What's going on
I
with that place?
know what
Yeah,
the fuck's
kind of
up
like
with
it.
Kansas, bro. What the
Yeah, one of
fuck?
his other books was another one where a spaceship that's highly intelligent, it's AI, and then it crash lands on a planet that's all just covered with dinosaurs, and it's like an ancient Earth kind of thing. And this guy can't get off the planet because his ship is broken, and so he ends up having to
So
survive with the dinosaurs. It's
what
pretty
is
crazy, like
real Earth?
caveman
I mean,
life.
can we make at least a fictional book about real Earth? I mean, somewhere, somehow. I mean,
We
it's
can't do
like
that.
even like all
It's
the
against the law.
dramas that we have. I mean,
It's against the law,
nobody
bro. You can't do
experiences
it.
that in real life. I mean, it's just freaking crazy.
Oh, what I was
Yeah,
gonna ask,
fun though.
if I was
Yeah,
to tell
sure.
you
I love
guys,
drama. I love drama and fiction, and
hey,
sci-fi.
here,
Go ahead.
listen to this. If I was to tell you guys that AI was up and running in 1980, would you believe me?
Absolutely. I think it was even earlier than that.
All right,
I could
good.
probably tell you where they put it. I'd probably be one of the few that could too.
So where do
I
you
know
think
it
it
was up and running in like 1970 something, but go.
They've got different stations, but I think the first one they did was in Europe somewhere. But they built another one and another one and another one. They've got a bunch of them. They've got like 2 of
Yeah.
them here in the States. They just built a brand new one like a decade ago. Fuck, I think it's between Germany and another country, but it's like quarter mile underground.
Hold on, I think I missed it. What are they building? I mean, they put something. What? What did they put?
AI is basically just a giant room of servers, but it's like 20 acres of fucking servers.
Yeah,
I
and it's
mean,
been up
I'm
and
not
running for
discounting that.
50 years.
So it's
what I'm trying to say.
well, I mean, are they? I mean, of course they're collecting data, of course, and so it's.
Oh, they run the world with it.
Yeah,
Everything, every decision is made through that system now. And it's been
If
that
me
way
and
for
That's
quite a
why
while.
this is what I'm trying to say. That it doesn't take a lot of people to run the place, especially if people think they're getting orders from this guy or that guy, but a person doesn't exist.
No,
It's
no,
just a few
it's not about
people that
orders.
populate.
It's about they want you to think that you want to do it. You don't take
No, no.
orders from someone.
No,
You
not
actually
me.
want it. No, I'm not
Yeah,
talking about
no,
you.
that's a different story.
And
I'm just
that's why
saying,
I was
these
just like,
people that work for
I
the
was
government.
talking. This is Brave New World. You actually want to be that.
Be stupid and dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, they demand their chains of slavery. People do.
Yeah.
They absolutely demand
What's that
it.
other movie?
They don't even
When
have
they're
to try
giving
to
that
convince you.
Soma?
Shit.
Oh, that's Brave New World. Have you seen the movie?
Yeah, Brave
There
New
was a
World
movie.
has the Soma. You know, well, they have a Brave New World series on Peacock TV. If you guys haven't seen it, freaking cool. Where they
Actually,
have
I've
these
seen the old
different
one.
pills.
YouTube has it free. I watched it on YouTube recently
Oh,
free.
did
There
you?
was a new release of it,
Yeah, the
and
old one?
yeah, the old one was
Did you watch the old
No,
one?
re-released.
no,
So
this is a new
Yeah.
series on. It's on
I
Peacock.
haven't
I
seen that
saw.
one.
Yeah, I know that
Peacock
they
is
made a new
NBC.
series.
NBC.
Yeah.
There's like 8 episodes, and they have these different types of Soma pills and stuff, and yeah,
Well,
it's pretty freaky, man. So yeah, if you haven't
Hilly,
seen
you
it,
should watch the old one.
oh, dude, I listened to the freaking old like reading. Well, I've listened to
watched
the
the
audio
movie.
book. I've listened to the audiobook, and I've listened to the old radio episodes, like
Ooh,
audio
I like
drama
those. Yeah.
of
Yeah.
Brave New World, and that shit's
I
freaky.
reckon you should watch the movie.
And they just put out a brand new.
Watch the
Last year
movie,
they
bro.
put out a new series of Brave New World with the Soma. It's really good. If you guys haven't seen it, it's good.
I haven't, bro, but you should watch the old one. I think sister can back me up. It's pretty funny that they're just walking around like automatons, and one person gets lost out with the normal people outside, and it's just hilarious. They're just dropping
To
these
be honest,
tablets.
They're
to be honest,
studying
I
them
would
like
never
an
think. I
experiment.
mean, I would hope that I would never be able to be influenced by a drug to make me an automaton, or anything like that. I mean, that could possibly happen.
Yeah.
I mean, for the most part, I mean, I used to
Have
think
you-
the Earth was a globe, and when it's obviously
Leo,
not. So I
you ever
was,
listen to yourself on the live stream?
yes, and I sound like an asshole, and I don't like to listen back to myself. So why are you asking me that?
He doesn't like it when he talks back to himself.
Wait, I'm curious. Why are you asking me that?
That you think a drug would never be able to make you an automaton. I was just curious if you ever listen to yourself on the live stream.
Yes,
mean, man.
No, I don't feel like an automaton, but
yeah, I'll tell you the gist of it, Hilya. The whole point of because they've been ordered in this weird society, they want to take this drug because it helps them deal with this sort of ludicrous way that they live. You know what I mean?
Well, it's the only way they can feel
And becomes a habit. Yeah.
okay
Sure, I mean, if
in that
you've
society they're in. Yeah.
yeah,
It doesn't, nothing
if
makes
you've
sense.
yeah, if you've if you've read or watched the Brave New World stuff, then you're going to see that they have to take Soma. Everybody has to take Soma. And then the
I'm on
people
Soma right now, bro.
I was gonna say,
I
doesn't
know,
that sound like
dude,
something you're
I know,
passing
I
down?
fucking know. Okay.
Everybody
then-
needs it. You must.
I'm gonna do
If you
quick
start
plug for
if you
Soma.
start not taking Soma, then you're going to see reality, and this is the purpose of the story, and this is why Aldous Huxley wrote this fucking book.
Are you guys talking about one of my favorite books of all time?
What, Brave New World?
Yup.
You like it
Yeah,
too,
we're
huh?
talking about
And,
it.
and guess what? They made John the Savage look like an idiot for being the smartest person there, just like the world everyone in this Discord lives every single day.
Is
are
that
made
you
out to
see?
be. It is.
Hey, did you watch that Peacock series?
No.
I'm gonna send it to you.
Hello, sir.
Hello,
I
CI.
Hey there.
sorry to open up my mouth.
No,
That's
go
all
for
right,
it, brother.
brother. You're
Don't
fine.
apologize.
Yeah,
I'm
thanks
not a
for
fan.
shutting me up. See,
Sorry.
I'm gonna back
I'm
off.
gonna rebut
I'm gonna
your
go to sleep.
apology.
Brother.
I
You need to
I,
talk more, brother.
I had a really bad lower back pain yesterday. Like, it was bad, and it
You took
hurts.
some Soma.
No.
Yeah, that drug sucks, man. Don't take it.
Do
Don't take it.
Do you have a tennis ball?
No.
Buy one.
Do you have? Well, you probably might want to get one because there's probably a cluster in the myofascial system that's probably causing that. And if you take care of the cluster, then you'll get rid of it.
I know why I have it, but it's kind of personal because
That's all right.
I'm just
it's
okay.
nothing
Shut
to
me
do
up.
with diet. I'm sorry.
I hope you're
You
all right,
take
bro.
care of it, though,
Seriously.
man. But I've been solving some of my muscle problems with my backs and shoulders with even magnet therapy. It's been working great. It's very fast, very effective.
My back problems. Last year, I was on a walker. I could barely walk. I could barely do anything. But I got physical therapy with the lady that actually knows what the hell she's doing with the fascial system, and I'm about to start jogging.
So you employed a fascist, huh? Awesome.
Huh?
You employed a fascist.
No, fascial.
I'm just-
Fascial
I
system
know,
is
bro, I'm
yeah,
just
yes,
making
yes,
a
I know.
joke.
Pun. Bite me. We could blow some minds, though. We could tell them how a bank gets started.
Yeah.
They would not like that. It's pretty funny, though, how a bank gets created. Like the one down the street, your local bank, how they actually start it, and how the accounts are made, and how, oof.
The whoopsie daisies.
Oh, man. It's crazy, because it's, dude, the whole thing that they have is just a piece of paper.
Yeah, I know.
It's so funny.
It is. I'm laughing a bit. Like I used to laugh about it ages ago. Then it made me sad because I know the state of affairs now is kind of people need to just take control of it.
I think the most important thing about Brave New World is the symbolism, especially with how they cut the tops of crosses, and also how the smartest person was mocked to be a savage, and everyone made fun of him for being smart. You think for yourself, you're a clown. Basically, how the book was. You want to be different? That makes you a clown. Like, the fact that.
We were just speaking about that before, brother. It's synchronism is awesome. About savage and barbarians and yeah. Go ahead, bro. Sorry to cut you off.
You're okay. I'm just happy people share the same passion for that book that I do, because the fact that they called John a savage is really profound. Like, that's his nickname, John the Savage.
You know, what's really
People don't get the
interesting to me,
profundity.
the drug that's in Brave New World is called Soma, which in our modern times or whatever, Soma.
Antidepressants, right?
It's related. I mean, it's a muscle relaxer, but it can be used as an antidepressant as well. But yeah, it's just it's muscle related. But in the story, Soma is not that at all. So it's like I think they put this Soma drug out just to
acid or something.
they put Soma
Isn't it?
out. What?
Isn't it meant to be like an acid pill thingy or something? The Soma?
Well, that's what I'm
It's like
saying.
a
I mean,
sleeping pill.
yeah, I mean, well,
Okay,
no,
I was just making
it's a
sure.
muscle for the most part. It's a Soma. What we take as Soma is mostly a muscle relaxant, but Soma in the Brave New World story is not that. Soma is something else. It's really so. I think they put this. Well, call me a fucking conspiratard. They put this Soma drug out. They called it Soma to get rid of what Aldous Huxley was trying to tell everybody was going to happen to people in the future. But anyway, I mean, you can go back and watch. I mean, this was when videos were. Aldous Huxley was trying to tell you exactly about his book and what he meant by it,
Two
and
things.
how he's connected. Anyway, go ahead. See.
The first thing is some of turned out to be bad though. Like people were dying from it or losing memory from it. Like they also highlighted how taking too much of it was very bad. It caused memory issues too. And also, I think Aldous Huxley was really trying to show us the proof, especially with materialism and how people just throw away things in planned obsolescence. They talked about planned obsolescence as well. Like, oh, you had that for 2 weeks, throw it away, buy a new one, which we see with a lot of modern technology. And I think he was trying to tell us the truth, so much so that he died the exact same day as John F. Kennedy. And I don't believe in coincidences.
Not those kind, at least.
The irony of all these
I
drugs.
didn't know that until you just told me. I didn't know he actually died.
India's the one who told me that.
Wow, that's insane.
I just think it's weird, all right? And some people will laugh because it is kind of funny. It really is. But how is it okay to have a side effect for a pill for, say you're suicidal and you're depressed? How is it okay to have a side effect of a pill that you're taking for that be suicide?
Or death.
Yeah, that's just common sense.
Well, hey,
It's just
guys,
hilarious because you're going to take this not to commit suicide, but it could cause you to do it anyway. What?
well,
Yeah,
check this.
it's
Check
like
this
There's a
out.
disclaimer that it don't actually work.
Hey, check this out. I just posted a link to. I mean, this is it's Peacock Network. It's Peacock Original, which is NBC. I posted that link, and it's a series that you can watch for free. You don't have to subscribe to Peacock, to watch it on S2D. But everything you guys are saying, this is there's several in the series, without giving too much spoiler. There's a few different types of Soma, and it depends on your attitude. It's just exactly what you guys were saying.
But don't you know you're not supposed to read the package insert? You're not supposed to see what the
Yeah,
side
no.
effect. If you don't, it's
Nothing
kinda
to
like the
see
Van
here.
Allen,
Move along.
like the Van Allen radiation belt. If you don't know it's there, it can't hurt you. You know?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Just like the Van Allen belts, we didn't know that the gamma radiation was there, so it just didn't affect us. What?
Here, take this pill for your suicidal thoughts. It might give you more suicidal thoughts, but it might just also not.
You gotta love that double speak, man.
Or like you got a 99% recovery for this scare thing going around at the moment. So yeah, take this thing that one of the side effects could be death.
What was Aldous Huxley's brother's name? It was what was his name? I can't remember. There was another Huxley that was influential in the at the same time. There's another Huxley. What's his name? All right, I'm gonna have to Google it. Damn it, you guys don't know.
So they didn't make a movie?
The educational
No, it wasn't a
system
movie.
has
I'm just
failed,
talking about
failed another man. Here they are
No,
using Google.
I meant for a Brave New World. They haven't made a movie for that yet.
Dude, yeah, there have been several movies. I just shared a whole series they made on Peacock last year.
That's a TV show, not a movie.
They did
Yes, they actually made a movie in the fucking 40s. We were just talking about it.
Arr, 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 arr. Easy, bro.
All right.
Look,
Yes, they made a movie. They made a movie about it in the 1940s.
You guys have been cutting in and out during this conversation, so I only have what
Nah.
I've heard.
It's just Helia. It's just him going.
No, it wasn't just me. Me and C were talking about Aldous Huxley. We're talking about the movie. No, the book came out in the 40s. I think the movie came out in the 50s or 60s. The first movie about Brave New World. You've heard of that before, right? Brave New World?
Yeah, the world that's brave.
I'm gonna fucking. If I could get to Australia, I would kick you in the nuts right now, Iggs.
And then we'll have a beer.
Yeah. No, we wouldn't,
Sweet,
because
done
you kick me back in the nuts, and then we'll be on the floor rolling around. Then we'll have a beer.
Then we'll have a beer. Okay, cool. Done deal.
That might be one of the only fictional series that I get into, but I'm not big on fiction. I used to be, but then I got into nonfiction.
All right, check this out. The reason I brought up Aldous Huxley, Brave New World, it's fiction. Have you never heard of Aldous Huxley?
I have. I'd never read the books unless I was in elementary or middle school.
The reason that this person is pertinent to this conversation is because he's connected to these rich families and shit. He wrote the Brave New World novel to expose what they plan on doing.
Yeah, I got all that already.
All right, well,
I got all that when y'all started talking about the Brave New World. Because that's what we were talking about.
All right, so since you're not a fan of fiction, what's your fucking thing?
Nonfiction, generally, history, art, Nietzsche.
So you think that every fiction artist is just making shit up and they have nothing to do with what's happening in reality? Is this what you think?
There are good fiction writers out there. Like
Who's your favorite one? Who's your favorite one, bro?
Cuddles, do you think that history is non-fiction?
Well, there's a part of history that is non-fiction,
He's got
and
you
then
there, buddy.
have
He's got
other
you there.
things. What you mean, got me?
Dude,
I said non-fiction.
History is 100% fiction, I think.
I think
12%
everything that we
better
have
than
is
true.
fiction. Everything we have is fiction.
If it's
fiction.
fiction,
I can't fucking
not
believe this
history.
now.
If it's fiction, it's not history. If it's
Have
fiction,
you ever?
it's
Let
not
me ask you this, Cuddles. Have you ever heard of the term or the phrase "truth in the movies, lies in the news"? Have you ever heard of that before?
Yeah.
All right. So, do you believe what they say in the news is true?
Fuck no. I've caught them lying.
Do you think what they say in fiction books is true?
A lot of the times, certain situations, yeah.
All right. So, where do you find the truth where do you find the truth? Is there a wait? Of course, fiction is called fiction for a reason, but if you watch the news and believe every fucking thing they say on the news, you're just a fool. But so where do you find the balance? Tell me, Cuddles. Tell me.
Well, there's a lot of nonfiction out there that's garbage, which, I mean, I get it. I like specific things within nonfiction. But there is facts about history. It's just you've got a fictional version of history and a non-fictional version.
What's your
99%
favorite?
is
What's your
fictional
favorite nonfiction
history.
and fiction? I mean, just give us some balance. Tell us how to.
What are the true events and which one are fake ones?
Okay, I got two
I mean, I
questions.
don't-
Who wants an answer first?
Who built all that buildings in America? In
No, let's not even go there. You said you have two questions. Go ahead, Cuddles.
That's
Ask your
history.
questions,
That's
and I
history,
will
Helio.
answer.
We need to know.
No, I
Is
know.
that
But
we
he
don't
said
know.
he has. He said he has a couple questions. Or you?
Well, no.
Are you trying to
You asked a question, and then he asked a question. And I said I got two questions. Like, who wants me to answer the question first?
Which one in history are facts?
They're all facts, bro.
That's not true either. Who the fuck?
But that's what I'm saying, though. I take the information that's provided and I separate everything into the category that it belongs. And if I have trouble with figuring something out, I'll take it to the Father and I'll ask him, show me what the truth is here. I don't see it right now.
Hey,
Yeah, but
Cuddles.
with history,
Cuddles.
with history, you need a
This started with me asking Cuddles if he'd come across Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, which is
I've heard about
fiction.
it, and I probably
hold on.
haven't read it.
All right, you should read it. It's not really. I mean, it's a fictional novel, but he's connected to some like high families, and in the freaking fake history of world of the whatever. Aldous Huxley is connected with with the elite families and stuff. But this book is an expose. It's kind of an expose on what they plan for the future. And this book was, where is that fucking noise coming from?
What
Inside your head.
It's so funny that you're interrupting me while I'm talking.
I got him, Helio. It was solar. He's wrecking his kitchen because he can't get on the mic.
It's because he
Well, I
can't
was
stand
just
your
trying
voice,
to. I
Helio.
mean, he was asking. He's like, "Hey, I've never heard about Aldous Huxley. I've never read Brave New World. You should read it."
I've never read Brave New World that I know of. I might have read it in elementary or middle school.
Well, you've heard of
It's-
Soma
Of
and
that, I
Don't
know
worry,
about
Cuddles.
the Brave New World.
Neither have I.
I've talked to people about it. You're not the first one to tell me that it's a great book to get into, and that's great.
it's not the only one. There's others, man. I mean, it's not just Brave New World.
I read. I probably read a little fiction. I don't pay a lot of attention to it. It's normally filler.
Truth in the movies, lies in the news. So you read nonfiction more often than you read fiction?
Yeah, that
All right.
PDF I put
Cool.
up
So
is
you're gonna, or do you watch documentaries that are nonfiction?
Yep.
Do you think the documentaries are nonfiction that you watch?
certain parts. It's tongue in cheek. That's where discernment has to be present in you.
Where are you getting the information from? Are you watching Discovery Channel or some shit?
I'll catch. There's a lot of YouTube content providers out there that actually make series on information that they've done on like Discovery Channel and shit, but they actually tell like the full story. They don't leave anything out.
Like story about Eratosthenes, for example. We know all story about Eratosthenes.
So these documentaries are nonfiction, or is it more opinion than? See, I would consider, most modern documentaries, or some of the shows they show on YouTube or Discovery Channel, I consider them more they're not nonfiction in that category. They're more just people's opinions because they're good at crafting stories.
Yeah, I quit watching them when I was like 13 because they started talking about all these fairy tales with billions and billions of years and shit.
Me too.
Well, see, that's the thing. That's where the discernment has to come in. Like 2 weeks ago, I was watching stuff down in the Chill. We were all watching, what was it, National Geographic? They were going around from country to country, and like, oh, well, these are, just offshore. These are cities that are buried underwater, and they speculate shit. So that's where their discernment has to come in. Your discernment has to come in. It was when they start speculating versus the facts that they're actually giving you, because they're giving you facts. They're giving you facts. The tongue is giving you facts, and then they're cheeking it with the shit that they don't want to tell the truth about.
Well, here's what they'll give you is a basis of understanding. All of that is assumed. They're not giving you facts. They're actually just giving you an assumption right up front because they already know what they're presuming first. I'm not saying every single video because, there's a lot of mysteries out there, and that goes for both sides of any argument. But if they title a video and it's like, here's what we're going to assume, and here's what we found. Oh, well, God bless America. We found it.
But Eratosthenes find it first.
Forget
If
that
you
guy.
understand.
He's a numpty.
But listen, this is history. This is history. We are learning that from Eratosthenes, that sticks and shadows. But listen, this how he made the straight line in that time. We made that experiment. We'll take GPS, we will take a car, we will take the sticks, and we will not get even that straight line what he got with camels and slaves or whatever.
Isn't that an observation and not an experiment?
Well, bro, observational science, man.
I'm saying, how he did it.
I'm not being a smart ass. I really want to know the answer. Is that an experiment or is it an observation?
You want to speak with me about experiment, about independent variables?
I don't. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not being a smart ass. I really want to know the answer.
No.
So you want to know if
it's not experiment? I didn't use good word. Let's say like that.
Eratosthenes did not have an experiment.
Okay, how he did that observation in that time? How he moved from one point to another? How much was distance? 400 miles or more? He didn't put stick.
I think it was like 500 miles. I think it was about.
Yeah, how he did it, the straight line in that 500 miles. How he did that.
And they both observed the same thing at the same time at 500 miles away.
Yeah.
What? No GPS and radio? What?
Not even car. Not even only
Yeah,
camels.
he got on his donkey and he rode really fast.
Must have been a
Or his
great fucking
camel.
donkey.
Maybe it was a camel.
He rode that ass, huh?
And that is, for example, that is the first proof for the curvature. If they are saying Eratosthenes, what? Let's do Eratosthenes today. Go somewhere in Kansas, point A, and go 500 miles straight, and put another stick straight now. Do that observation yourself now, today. It's easy, you need to use only technology and, GPS, all stuff, car, whatever, and you will get it. But how he get it, that's the point.
And you don't need an ass to do it.
Hey, Yuna, have I ever talked to you before?
He should have just.
I'm sorry. Albiruni went to the mountain. Let's go to the mountain and let's calculate that. How he did it.
It would have been a better story if he would have told everybody he had the fastest ass in history.
That would be good.
The fastest ass. That was.
No, Albiruni went to the mountain. He watched the horizon. He said, "Today it's 35 degrees. I think that vaporization is that. There is a fog, and I have atmospheric refraction. Okay, 3,959. I know. That's it."
I think one of my favorite things in this server that I've experienced. I went down to Chill Channel once. This was like a year ago when Indio got a new computer, and he was streaming a game, and I'm like, Indio streaming a video game? And am I surprised he was playing Minecraft? And I'm like, what? And guess what Indio's doing? He's doing Eratosthenes in Minecraft using RTX.
Dude, I would never suspected you of doing anything other than that in Minecraft. So
I would be new to this.
Hey, tell us about it. I'm being a dick by over talking. What did you experience when watching Indio do Minecraft?
I laughed my ass off so hard. It was just me, Indio, and Jose, and Jose says, "Look, CI, you know Minecraft, right?" And I said, "Yeah." India's doing Eratosthenes, and he had like little signs doing the exact like measurements, and then he like wrote like the mismatch in, and I'm like, "You've got to be kidding me."
That's cool.
That is very cool, actually.
Next time you guys see Indio, ask him about it.
Did he make a video?
I wish he did.
I should have.
Does Minecraft even give you like maybe an opportunity to have like something to crack the dome, or does it have a dome? That would be awesome.
No, unfortunately.
That'd be fun. That
There
would be
was
cool.
another video. There was another video game where they did crack the dome. I can't.
Yeah,
remember
I
the
actually
frickin' name of
watched
it.
that. That was such a big deal.
Yeah, you know what I'm
everybody,
talking
the
about.
end.
There was some
What
freaking
was the name
game.
of
I
that
can't
one?
remember.
Another really
I'm not a
popular
gamer.
one.
I'm not a gamer, so I can't remember. But there was a video game where it was just like crack
Yeah,
the
everybody was
dome.
waiting for the end of the season, and this was a big event. And I actually watched it because my son told me about it, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna watch it. It turned out them,
Hey,
yeah,
and I'm
cracking the
a
dome.
huge Stephen King fan, so yeah, I mean, it's just like the Under
was
the
pretty
Dome series
spectacular.
was pretty good, and old dude, I think he stole that meme from me because I love you, old dude. But anyway, yeah, Stephen King put some shit out Under the Dome, bro. I freaking love that.
You should
Well,
have some game.
actually, I was kind of disappointed with the Under the Dome series, but
Yeah, they couldn't make it good. That was
yeah,
it started
it
out
was
good,
alright.
but
Did you watch it? Did you watch?
I did. I watched the
Yeah, it was kind of
first
disappointing.
maybe I don't know, maybe
I watched a
5.
couple seasons, and then it was
Yeah,
just like,
maybe the first season I watched all of it, and then
yeah, it was
kind of
kind
petered out after that because
of,
it
it
got
was kind of
too much
janky.
drama.
Yeah.
Too much drama.
Well, I
Yeah,
like drama as long as it makes sense, and
well,
then
it didn't
it's
make
just like,
sense. That was
yeah,
the
yeah.
problem.
So
It was just a bunch of
I'm a huge fan of
drama.
Stephen King, but but I don't, when it comes to like Stephen King transferring to like Paramount or whatever these kind of he doesn't have as much, control. So, it's kind of like, how much was Stephen King involved with that? So, anyway, I'm a huge Stephen King fan, but yeah, that I don't think he had as much control over that show. Which really is kind of unfortunate because it's called Under the Dome. This is the show, and we're flat earthers out here, and so it's like Under the Dome is we can't point people to this bullshit series when we're all what we're not under the. I don't claim a dome. I never have, but at the same time,
Yeah, I'm
it's
not a
just
fan
like
of time.
it's just like a kind of a. I think I think Stephen King knows the earth is flat, but I'm not going to say that. Well, I just said it. Stephen King knows the earth is flat, but
I think he's part of the cabal, just like
yeah,
everything
yeah,
else.
yeah.
He's part of
He's a,
the system.
he's a multi-billionaire. So I mean, who fucking who
I think a lot of the writers,
But I'm
scientific.
addicted to fanfic. I love his stories, But
Oh yeah, they're not bad. I mean, he's
yeah,
got
I
really
love
good
Stephen King.
good
I
plot.
love
He's
Stephen-
got really good writing. So yeah, it's good. But yeah, he's part of it. Just like what was the other one? I used to.
Well, it's just really
What's the
interesting that
military?
last year he put out a show where he's the executive producer called Under the Dome. Right? When
just like
Flat Earth is just coming out and everybody's like, oh, you flat earthers are dumb and
it's just like
and
Lucas.
it's just
You
like
look at Lucas Films, his logo has a dome over it on his logo, and he knows. It's just all this crazy stuff.
yeah.
These people are all
It's
connected.
just like I will forgive them because I know that I'm just some fucking guy sitting in his grandma's basement.
Your grandma's basement.
How we know the truth finally comes out.
No, it's actually
there we go. Soundbite. Soundbite.
Did you people watch Good Omen?
Oh, but did you guys think I was sitting on top of a tower in New York City?
I thought you had a job, Helio.
I do have
even
a
more
job, but it
upset
ain't.
that
I
you-
do have a job, but it ain't fucking this.
Helio, now I'm even more upset you didn't rake your yard because it's your grandma's yard, you lazy bastard.
No, it ain't even my fucking grandma either. It ain't my fucking grandma either. I was just fucking with.
Making it up. Yeah, I'm
It's
sitting out
just
on the
like
porch,
it
Helio.
doesn't matter where you came from or what you're doing. This idea really has legs. I mean, the earth being what it is, it presents itself the way that it is. Doesn't matter where you came from or what you're doing. The reason we're having this discussion is because there's something wrong with what they're telling us about this place.
Your senses tell you where you live. It's very obvious that if you would go back to your childhood, you would never think it was a globe, and you would never think any of these things they tell us are going on or spinning or anything. You just wouldn't think it. I didn't think it as a kid. It wasn't until somebody told me I was on a globe spinning.
I wouldn't even imagine it, let alone think it.
I mean, just like when you're growing up, it might as well be what they told you it is. Might as well, because everything's not working perfect because life happens to everyone. But as far as this topic, Earth being a shape, third rock from the sun, wholly heliocentric. Dude, I fucking made a heliocentric like styrofoam model when I was in junior high. It was part of a science project. I made that shit.
Yeah, bro.
I used to think it was true.
But if you talk to you in your pre-kindergarten stuff, you wouldn't have ever said that. You would never think it. You would never even imagine it. You wouldn't think about all that kind of
I'll
stuff.
tell you what, to be honest, like talking to ignorant people, and when I say ignorant people, I mean people that I guess aren't ready or don't know that they're ready to see the truth about Earth. I actually, it takes something away from me. It's just like,
What do you want me to take you away from?
no, listen, hey, when people come in here and they're just like flailing all over the place at us, it's like, you fucking flat earthers don't understand a goddamn thing, blah, 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 blah. And they're just flailing and just like, hey, bro, don't worry. We all used to believe the same thing that you believe now. Here's what I feel bad. Like people that I know, if they actually have real questions about why I do what I'm doing, because they all know, it's like, why are you on YouTube fucking talking about flat Earth all the time? And if I tell them, it's like, well, for the most part, they don't want to know. They don't want to know. They'd rather just continue in that direction, because if you know why the Earth cannot be a globe, you can't stop your mind from knowing the Earth cannot be a globe the way it's prescribed. And the reason I use prescribed, it's a prescription of the globe Earth model inducted into your psyche from your birth through your parents and everything. This is the prescription.
Again. It's that script. You hear that script word again?
There
You're
it
following a
is.
script. You're the actor in the play.
And so it's
greatest
like,
show on earth is what we're all in.
so it's like I can have a relationship with my family, them knowing what I'm doing. Don't ask me. It's like the freaking Three Monkeys, right? Like, you don't see, you don't hear, and you don't. What was the other one?
See, hear, speak.
Speak. Yeah. Oh shit! Yes, you don't speak. Speak no evil, hear no evil, see no evil. This truth is not evil.
I'm not evil.
No, it's not evil. But it can be detrimental for people that can't see it. I mean, it can cause people to lose their shit because they can't see the big picture of the entire process. Because Earth, what they're saying about Earth is this Earth being the third rock from the sun as a globe and all that kind of stuff. That is, this is, for your whole life you grew up believing this, and now you're part of the capitalist system, and there's wars and all of the fucking stories you've been told, everything, all of this put together, all of a sudden Earth is flat, and none of that shit, I don't even, I mean, each individual person, everyone has their own personal experience of how they're affected by what they understand about history and how they've grown up and everything. I mean, this is not a secret for everyone, and I'm not a psychologist or anything, but this profound thing that when you find out that Earth is not what they told you it is, it can affect you in a certain way that it might affect you. I mean, if it's just like when you see it, you can't unsee it, and sure, it's going to affect you the way it affects you. I don't even know. I don't know you. I don't know you from anyone, but I'm telling you, when you see the Earth is not what they told us it is, it's
profound.
yeah, it's just like it is what it is.
Profound things, because yeah, it's a key to understanding that you're living in a lot of lies. Once you figure out this big one, it's like, oh, it's not the only one. It's all of it.
Sure, I mean, but at the same time, it's like it depends on. I guess it might depend on what age you are when you figure it out. But at the same time, when you see it, you'll start to think about all of your loved ones, and you're like, I don't. How am I going to tell them? And then you'll have people like us say, you probably shouldn't tell them right away unless you know something about it. But even if you tell them, they're not going to believe you, so don't tell them. So it's kind of, which I didn't have I did have some people who told me not to, but I did. I told them. So they already know that I'm doing this right now. I'm flat earthing all over the globe. Anyways, whatever. So all my family knows what I do. That doesn't fucking matter to me. But it's different for a lot of people. I mean, and to be honest, I have personal conversations with close family who are just like, "How are you?" And they might ask me about what I'm doing, why I'm doing what I'm doing, But it's but
Well, at least your family still talks to you.
they
I have some
talk to me
family that
because
won't even talk to me now. They won't even talk to me. Not at all.
That's fucking sad.
Lost a lot of family over just mentioning it one time.
Oh, damn it.
But then I have a son that absolutely is on board. My son and I talk about it a lot, and he realizes it's true too. It's completely changed his life.
What, your son's a
Turned it
flat
around.
earther?
Oh, absolutely.
See,
Yeah.
I've talked to my son about it, and he's like, I don't give a fuck. I got something else to do.
No, it changed my son's life. It really did. It completely turned him around. It was kind of amazing to watch.
Cool. Well, maybe it might happen for my son in the future. He's a really good kid. He's a drummer. He plays in bands, and he works at a restaurant.
Yeah, I think you've mentioned that. Yeah, I think he even played some of his music from his band or something a couple times.
Yeah, they have an EP coming out next month, and I'll share it around when it comes out.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah, he's pretty badass. I love that boy.
So I have a son, but I have a daughter too who will not talk to me anymore. She stopped talking to me about 4 years ago over this issue. Actually, our last spoken time was when she was trying to confront me with that I was crazy because I believe this, and I tried to convince her that I was telling her the truth. And it didn't go so well.
That's freaking sad. It's like, my family, I refuse to let this, estrange me from my family. I was
it wasn't
estranged from
me. Wasn't me that it's strange. They literally will not. She will not talk to me. Will not respond to me. Yeah, it wasn't my choice. I would have been fine if it had been just, well, that's what mom believes, so she's a little nutty, whatever. But that was not the way it went.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Who was?
But I'm not the only one. There's a lot of people like us. A lot of people have lost their friends and family over this simple belief that there is a lie, a very big lie. Yeah, it's it's hard on some people. Like you said, some people cannot face it. She was one of those ones that just can't face it because she has a lot of her belief system is really tied up in technology, space, robotics. She's kind of involved in the transhumanism movement. So yeah, completely couldn't
Oh, that's
deal with
kind of
me.
like the exact opposite of.
Exactly, exact opposite of
Wow.
mom. Yeah. So her and I are personality wise so similar and we look almost exactly like. It's just kind of funny. I'm hoping it's just going to be a long stage of rebellion against mommy. And maybe she'll
I hope
come to
so
the
too. I hope so
realization
too.
to the truth eventually on her own. So her brother she will talk to her brother at least still. So
Yeah, I have faith that it will come back together. I was estranged from my son during his teenage years, and it was because I got involved with another woman, whatever. It was after my first divorce. I mean, I've been divorced twice. Never will get married again, but
and me neither, brother. I understand.
so it was, that was all kinds of craziness, but me and my son have a decent relationship. He's my only son, and he's doing pretty good. He's got an EP coming out next month. But yeah, I mean, I was heartbroken for a very long time not being able to, have a relationship with my son. His mom, I didn't give a. She was such a fucking asshole. I didn't want anything to do with her. But just wanted so much to have a relationship with my son. And then I just fucked up on my second marriage, and it was both them's fault. But it was my fault too for even letting either of them, causing this to happen, in my teenage years or in his teenage years to cause this
That's
to
the
happen.
hardest time too.
But
when
I'll tell you what,
what,
when he turned 18, I took him aside. I was like, "Hey, man, I so regret what's been happening. You're my son, the necessary dad talk, man to man, all that kind of shit. So yeah, we're good to go now. I love that boy. I love that boy. He's my genes.
Hey, yeah, boy.
No, I know what you mean though. Yeah, I love my kids. Love them absolutely to the end of everything. I'd give them anything, do anything for them, even though one of them's really mad at me.
Well, that's why I was like, anyway, when I didn't talk to him much when he was a teenager, I think he knew that it was just like, that was just a bunch of shit going on with the bullshit marriage shit and all that. I think we have always been connected. So when I finally got out of the second marriage, I was like, bro, son, we need to talk. And so we're good to go now. And he's a badass drummer, man. I think he has a future maybe in drumming. I mean, he has an EP coming out on a label next month, small label.
You sent me videos. He's great. Speaking of music, I was actually playing improv piano while I was listening to you guys.
Hey, why don't you play it right now?
I missed
Live.
karaoke night since you guys
Wow.
didn't have it tonight. I was kind of sad. I was looking forward to hearing you guys again.
Wait a minute.
It's 7 in the
Didn't
morning.
have it tonight. It's only 9:30.
Oh, I thought it was.
Bye.
They were telling me it was last
Wait,
last night,
6:30?
this
No,
morning.
I said
They were
9:30.
saying it was on
6:30.
Saturday, so now it's on Sunday. You guys switched the day.
Holy shit! It's Sunday now.
Yes, sir.
Hey,
It certainly is.
I'm curious, who's got a good view on the moon? Bah.
I've got an extraordinary one here, and it's supposed to be a blue moon tonight.
Oh wait, I was still thinking it was Saturday because I've been up all
Blue
night.
moon.
So
They
it's
say it's a
6:30
blue moon.
a.m. So it's Sunday.
Yeah, blue moon, snow moon.
Yeah, that's supposed to happen today.
I wanna hear C play the piano.
I'm gonna be out and about.
I just saw the moon. That's why I'm asking, because I'm out walking around. It looks
Wait a
beautiful.
second, I'm going out to have a look at this shit. See what's going on.
Where are you at? Where are you at right now?
I know
I'm in Texas, East
You're in
Texas.
Texas? Well, right now I've got so much fog over here in Arkansas right now. I'm fogged over. I can't see the sky yet.
Well, you shouldn't even be able to see the moon because it looks so daggum low right now.
I saw the moon
has
in
been
Arkansas. I saw the moon in Arkansas earlier tonight. It was pretty fucking hazy. I was trying to take a good picture of it. It was so hazy, I couldn't capture it. A
See?
good picture.
This is why everybody needs like a 3-story tall tower on their land so they can go up and start doing
You're not
observations.
gonna get a better
build it for
picture
me.
of the
Build a
moon
castle.
from Arkansas if you're 3 stories higher.
Yeah, this guy.
What the
Everybody
entire
should
fucking
own a castle with a moat.
I'll tell you what though, the moon did look awesome tonight, but it was just really hazy. It was a full moon, but I just couldn't get a good picture of it tonight.
Hey, if we took neighborhoods and actually put a moat around everybody's house, we could get rid of this fishery problem.
A moat?
That's what I said.
we could also get
all
we
that
could
near
also
shore fishing.
we
We could just
could
open
put
up
some
fisheries in
dragons. We
neighborhoods.
could put some fucking dragons in the moat too, and then it would
Wow.
because all, we don't even have to hire security to help protect us above dragons in the moat.
Well, I mean, Louisiana and Mississippi have kind of already put moats around their houses. It was done naturally, but they got free food floating in their front yard.
Shit, man. This thing is so bright and it's clear outside as a motherfucker.
Eggs, are you seeing? Hold.
Yeah, bro.
All right. You're seeing the full moon right now?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah. We're
It's
both looking at the
actually-
same moon.
Bro, it's lit up like you can almost see blue sky.
Oh, shit,
That's
I'm
how
gonna have
bright
to
it
go
is.
outside and smoke. I was gonna smoke anyway. I'm gonna go out there and look, and if I can see I saw the full moon about 4 hours ago. Full look badass. I tried to take a picture, but it like Damsel was saying, it's really hazy right here now. But if you could see the full moon eggs in Australia right now,
yeah, bro.
4 hours after I saw the full moon, holy shit!
Bro,
Yeah, bro.
Texas and Australia are looking at the same moon. It's not a globe.
Yeah, like this is. I'm taking some photos now, and I'll share. I'll do one from different distances. It's like at my, what is it, 1 o'clock or something, but it's bright as, and the sky is clear as. I don't know. So wait a second, you're in Texas and you're seeing the same shit as me?
Well, it looks kind of like orangey pink, but it's huge. But it looks, because it's so far away, it looks like it's low to the ground.
See,
So
yeah, my
I'm
one looks
having
a
to
bit
walk around.
further away.
But see, I'm having
Do
to
you
walk
see
around because I got tree lines
see
in my
the-
way.
Do you see like, I'm saying like, do Oh. Maybe it's just me. I view shit differently. Do you see the thing, the other moon behind it, or not?
Hold on, because I've got a tree line in my way. I'm at the top of the hill. I live at the bottom of a hill next to a creek. So I had to go up the hill, and now I'm heading in towards town so I can actually get away from all the trees.
All right, if I can photograph the double moon, this should be spectacular. As I can see it might be our eyes.
Well, see, they'd probably have a better time with this right now if, like, Arizona, Utah, New Mexico, even though for, I think, New Mexico, it'd be right over their head.
They pick up a star.
I mean, it's funny. The moon is like 1,000 to 2,000 miles away from where I'm standing now, but I can still see it clear as day.
All right, please, when you look at it, tell me if you see two, because I can see two. I can see like a blue one behind it and the white one, like a white one in front of it. But my camera's pretty shit, so I can't really photograph it. It's the phone camera.
Yeah, I'm almost away from the trees, because to my right is where the moon is, the direction I'm walking. And I just got tree line, tree line, tree line. I'm about to hit a parking lot. Hopefully I got a clear line.
We shouldn't be able to see the same shit at the same time, like you in the US and me here.
Yeah, I was doing this like a year or two ago with a friend of mine in New South Wales. I was like,
Oh,
what's
yeah,
the
you
moon look
should.
like right now? And she's like, oh, I'll be right back. She's like, oh, it's beautiful. And I'm like, dude, it's flat, ain't it?
Yeah, and I'm like south, what is it?
South of the Tropic of Cancer.
Southeast, like the most southeast as you can get. So when you look at Australia, like down the bottom, at the bottom. If you get what I mean.
Yeah, I know. It's funny though, cause my buddy up in Canada, he's in Saskatchewan. One night I was like, dude, what's the moon doing over there? Cause I said I look straight up, it's dead overhead here in Texas. He's looking and he's like, oh well, there's a storm like in Montana or whatever around that area, so he couldn't actually see the moon because he actually had to look south to see the damn moon. He always has to look south to see the sun and the moon.
Positionally, it's like 1 o'clock overhead, I think, south. So yeah, one o'clock. It keeps on moving. What was it? Yesterday when I saw the full moon, it was at like fucking 10 o'clock. Now it's at 1 o'clock. I don't know what it's doing. It's doing something weird though.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a bead on it. But damn it, I got past the tree line and I got stores in the way.
I wish I had a good camera, bro. I can see like a blue thing behind it, and it's really bright, like the proper moon. Like, see, it's kind of like a projection. Sort of like, did you watch the thing with Bro caught on camera, the two suns?
Yeah.
Well, I've
If my
seen.
drone worked, if my
I've
drone
seen
was
3 of
working,
them.
I could put it up.
Well, if you can, that'd be great. Like I've seen 3 of them, but that's just me. So.
But see, like the weird thing is like if they have an eclipse and it's like the moon's over to the west, and what the hell's eclipsing the sun?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the whole thing is out of what they preach. It's just like Yeah, it's retarded.
Wait for the trickery on the blue moon, though. There will
Yeah,
be
see, I
something
can see
coming
it.
out.
I can see it, but it's behind.
Like
But I can't capture it on camera.
the last major blood moon that they had a couple years ago, they put some bullshit out.
Hold the phone. Eggs, are you claiming that you're seeing 3 moons now?
2.
Can you close one eye? You'll probably just see one if you close one eye.
No, yeah, I did the one eye thing, yeah. Close one eye.
Why are you
Did
fucking
get the piss out of
bullshitting
me
us,
now, or what?
Eggs? What the hell are you talking about? You
Bro,
can't
that's what
see-
I'm saying. I'm telling you. What would I? Yeah, this is my next favorite thing from Flat Earther. You know, insane
Eggs,
asylum. That's my
Eggs,
next goal.
you
Padded walls.
no, there is no Flat Earth Insane Society. I don't know what the fuck you're
No,
talking about.
Make one, bro.
Stop bullshitting people. Nobody sees 3 moons, or I mean,
I
you know,
said
the 2
2.
suns thing.
Yeah,
Eggs,
you can accept
what
the 2
entire
suns, but you
fuck,
can't accept 2 moons.
bro?
Come on, bro.
I'm
What?
Stop just making shit up and
Oh,
just
okay. All
say
right, bro.
what you see.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. No worries. I
I'm
wanted to make a fool of myself, bro.
This
That's
is- well,
that's my goal.
listen. Okay, if you want to make a fool of yourself, it's okay. Go ahead and make a fool of yourself.
Yeah.
It's okay.
That's all right. And when somebody
I
captures
say
it on
3
camera,
moons. I see 3 moons in Australia. God damn it! What the fuck are you
I'm
talking?
telling you what it looks like, bro. Just
Okay,
because
well-
you can't see it doesn't mean others can't.
Hey, you know,
When
it kind of
somebody
makes me.
captures-
It kind of reminds me of this song. Blue moon, you left me standing alone, without a tear in my heart, without a love of my own.
Who's that song from?
Yeah, it's getting too far away for me to even see it because I'm trying to get a better spot, but it looks like it's going lower and lower behind the tree line.
So, Cuddles, what part of North America are you in?
East Texas.
Texas.
Well, shit, I'm in Arkansas, and it's daylight here. I mean, there's no moon here.
Yeah, no, the sun's coming into view now. It just started lighting up everything like the last 20 minutes.
Are you both of you guys full of shit? No.
Yeah, bro.
Dude,
That's
it just started lighting up Texas, where I'm at, like 20, 30 minutes ago. I've been walking this whole time. When I started up the hill, like 20, 30 minutes ago, it was dark.
Okay.
he was
It
just
was
jealous
just starting to
because
come in with a little bit
we're
of
cool.
twilight.
he was just jealous because we're cool and he's not. That's
No,
all.
he's just mad that he's got the sun all to himself right this second. It's
I don't even
over his
see
head.
sun yet. I just see sunlight, but I don't see.
He's a sun worshipper. Demon.
I don't worship the sun.
Just joking, bro.
Hello.
He was there for the taking. I had to. Just throw out accusations. Don't worry.
Joshua just posted a good song. Bad moon rising. I like it. I'll see trouble on the way. Yeah. Earthquakes and lightning. John Fogerty, bro. Yeah, Eggs, I had to call you out on 3 moon shit. I just had to. Nonsense.
Which part of 2 didn't you get? 2 or 2?
Hey, I actually have a video where there's two moon-like objects, one like right behind, a lot smaller.
Ah, do you? Good sir.
Sure, I'll share it with you guys. Hang on.
Please, thank you very much. God bless you. And I mean, I'm not being sarcastic. Helio, kiss my white bum.
Yeah, I'm gonna say unless I can go west and get up on a decent hill, I can't see the moon anymore. It's gone.
It makes me out like, oh, you got. Every time I say something like that.
Around the 1 o'clock.
On the rising.
Right around the 1 o'clock area.
I see trouble on the way.
You'll see trouble from me, bro. Don't worry.
I see earthquakes and lightning.
Yeah, Iggs is gonna paddle a boat over to Arkansas.
Get a fucking canoe.
Hell yeah! Get him a war canoe and paddle his ass over here.
Goodness, man. You guys are fucking crazy. Y'all niggas almost as crazy as I am. God dang, man. What are we gonna do with this?
So there it is. You got it, bro.
I should have started walking at 3 a.m. I'd have been able to see what you're seeing.
Yep, Jonathan, bro, you are a legend. You could, yep. Everybody should start watching the video.
I just found that on a website. Can't remember which one.
I could pick up, bro.
And re-upload it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Good stuff, bro.
I'm gonna play it on Last Chance.
I'm like, yo, what is that thing?
Something's up. Yeah, nah, bro. Big up to that. God bless you for that one, bro.
Hey, Eggs, it's actually good to hear your voice. I was a little bit worried.
Yeah, Dad got a bit of a cancer scare and broke his hip, and so yeah, first things. But yeah,
it's not good.
Thank you for the kind words, brother. I appreciate them, really do.
Hey, Josh, is that your video?
I didn't shoot the video, but it's on my channel.
Yeah, it's good pickup though, bro.
That's not from today.
No, this is like a couple years ago.
Because today was a full moon.
Wow.
Everybody.
So it doesn't count that I said today, but I don't have like $1,000 camera to prove it.
Yeah, pretty much. It's kind of shocking that I was actually able to catch a star on that picture, especially because the sky was like.
Oh, is that right above the moon right there?
Mm-hmm.
Bright spot? Yeah, I see that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, right around the 1 o'clock position.
Yep. I see it. It's pretty fucking cool.
And then I got a couple of pictures.
And that's during the day too.
Yeah, bro.
Got a couple of videos where the damn.
Wait. I mean, you said a star. Is that? Did you like pull up your star app or whatever and figure out
it could be a
what
planet for
star?
all I
Yeah, it might be a planet. It could be Mars or something, Mercury. Yeah, but I see it.
I reckon it might be like another projection. Sorry, Josh. Go. My bad.
The photo I posted 36 after the hour of the moon. I had to adjust the white balance because it was showing up orange even though it was blue to the eye.
Pretty cool, bro. I like it.
I wish I had a better camera.
I'm not picking up much on my one because it's really bright and yeah.
Yeah, it's
a great
definitely
camera.
not. It's definitely not the moon. There's something else there. Like,
Oh, what is it then, bro?
I don't know what it is. I mean, yeah,
It's a rock.
wouldn't
A
say
floating rock.
but, no, it's just really interesting. I mean, I'm glad you captured that. That's really cool. I've never seen that before.
You don't want to concede the fact it's right behind it, bro. Come on.
Wait, what do you think the moon is a rock?
Oh, come on, bro. We should call you moon skeptic, not helio skeptic now.
Call me whatever you want to call me. Yeah.
Luna investigator.
Yeah, Luna or solar investigator, sure. Yeah, throw it out there. It's like oftentimes I'll see like last week I was like standing out on my porch, smoked a cigarette, looked up in the sky, and saw some bright lights. So I pulled
Did
up.
you see a big pizza pie?
Maybe. So I pulled up Sky Map on my Android phone, and I said, "Hey, what is that I'm looking at?" Now, of course, there's I live in Arkansas, freaking hazy most of the time, and I live in the hills. So what is that? And I saw it was Saturn and Jupiter. They were super bright from where I was sitting, and so I just
What color is Saturn?
What's that?
What color is Saturn?
Well, from my perspective, me looking just from my porch, it was white.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
All right,
I
so
thought you might have had a camera or something.
no, yeah. I mean, I was just like I saw these lights in the sky, and I said, "What is that?" And I pulled up my sky map thing, and it said, "That's Jupiter, that's Saturn." I was like, "Really cool. Hey, I can see Jupiter and Saturn." I couldn't see anything else but Jupiter and Saturn. Now, I didn't pull out, telescope or anything to look at them. I'm pretty confident that was Jupiter and Saturn.
Okay.
Because,
Yeah, I'm not going to ridicule you like you did me. It's okay.
So, but I'll tell you what, this shit. Now I can't remember what I was going to say about this. Oh, here's what I want to say about that.
Yep.
In the heliocentric model, the only way you would be able to see Jupiter and Saturn from Earth is if you're the third rock from the sun and you're, it's dark on your side, right? So but the sun is lighting Jupiter and Saturn as other planets, right?
Yep.
That's why you can see them, because the sun is so powerful and it's lighting them up, and that's why you can see them. I call bullshit on that, but that's just
bullshit.
Hey Ben, I mean, just call me ignorant. I'm not. Well,
No.
you can't call me ignorant, because I know that's what the heliocentric model says is the reason that I see Jupiter and Saturn in the sky is because I'm the third rock from the sun, and I happen to be in the right position to see Jupiter and Saturn, and the sun is lighting those planets I just happen to disbelieve that bullshit.
Bullshit.
If you ask me why I disbelieve that bullshit, I can go into many avenues of thought. Why I can tell you why that cannot possibly be true.
Can I just give one funny reason?
Go ahead.
How can one light up a rock? How can a light up a rock? Make a rock glow?
It depends on if the light you're assuming is a nuclear reactor, I guess, the center of the fucking solar system.
But through a vacuum, even. It's ridiculous, bro.
I know it's ridiculous.
If they knew how light dissipated in air and how the energy gets used up over distance, in a vacuum it'd be 1,000 times worse. Light would go anywhere.
Yep, you can't travel in a vacuum.
Nobody's trying to travel anywhere. We're just looking at Jupiter and Saturn, and we're assuming that we can see them because because
Light traveling, bro.
we're in a certain position. Yeah, exactly. Well, without that, we're just in the right position to see Jupiter and Saturn lighting up in the sky because we're the third rock from the sun, but they're the Mercury. No, is it Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn? Right. So so they're fourth and fifth, and I saw them in the sky, like right next to each other, and it's because the only reason I can see them is because the sun is the center of the heliocentric model. And it's so powerful that I can't see any light in the sky except for the light reflected off of these fucking planets.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Hello.
Is that? Oh shit! I haven't heard from you in a while. Who's that? Wait. I'm gonna guess. I'm not gonna guess. It's well, you've had a couple names in here.
Yeah.
It's the French guy.
I know he's Muslim. Oh, it's Muslim Flat Earther.
How are you doing, Helio?
No, good, brother. How you doing, brother? It's
I'm
been a
very good.
while since we talked.
Yes, I have traveled and now I have settled somewhere on this earth.
Wait, where did you travel to?
Now I'm in Egypt.
Oh, you're in Egypt. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I finally left Europe. Yeah, but it's very nice to check on you guys. I'm very happy to be here again.
Hey, how are things in Egypt?
It's good. It's you have to visit and see for yourself to.
I ain't going to Egypt, bro. I promise. I ain't going over.
Bro, Helio, you'd like it there, bro. The hookers are cheap.
Oh, come on, man. Well, I mean, I guess it depends on, are you in Cairo or near Cairo?
Yeah, you can say near Cairo.
Is the freaking virus thing like a really hot topic there, or are people just doing what they do?
I did not understand that. What do you mean?
The C word, the C-19, whatever, all that. Is that a big thing there, or is people just rolling?
Oh, no, it's like nobody really cares about it except in mosques, you know. Like if you go to like wild parties, you know, it's like everyone is like so gathered together. No,
Wait, I didn't know there were wild parties in Cairo. I didn't mean, come on, man.
yeah, there is. But if you go to mosques, you know, like only in mosques you find that. So people are like afraid of each other. It's like so stupid, you know. I'm sure. I think
Well,
maybe
that's
also in
really interesting. Why is this only a thing in mosques?
I think people are so brainwashed for some reason.
Are they watching the news?
Yeah, here in Egypt, yeah, it's like it's crazy how people are so brainwashed by the media.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, yeah.
So they masturbate publicly.
Masturbate? Did you say masturbate?
Yeah. In public.
It's good to hear from you.
Yeah.
MFE.
Good to hear. Same here, man. Good to hear from you all, guys.
Hey, you having a good time in Cairo, man? That's freaking cool, man. Do you avoid the mosque because of their masturbating?
No, I do not.
No. I know you do what you do. I'm just playing.
No worries. So how is it going? Any news? Have anyone found the curve yet?
It's not going anywhere, bro. We're just still.
No curve here. No curve over here. No curve over there. No, we haven't found any curve yet.
Yeah, these guys were trying to find perpetual nuclear fission to explain how the planets are lit by the sun.
Hey.
Could have burst a fucking pain in my head and my stomach. God.
Jimmy Jet, Jimmy Jet, there was a guy. I was. There was a guy on Facebook that said, "Oh, is there any people in speak Russian? I'm trying to reach the Russian people or whatever." But he was from Romania, and I was like, I know somebody from Romania. But are you on Facebook?
Yes, but I don't have any of these circles joined, you know, and it's not my real name, not my real picture, anything. It's just for.
That's why I was just like, I don't want to respond. I know somebody that's in Romania, but I don't really know. I mean, and he was asking about Russian flat earthers, but you're Romanian, and I know you know some Russian and stuff. So, but anyway, so I just didn't want to waste my.
His profile is like a pizza
the
floating in the air.
Do you remember that guy's name? Alex Neos.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it just popped up on my Facebook feed earlier. I'm not. I wasn't.
His name is Chefach.
Oh, Chefach, how are you? Good. Yeah, it's
God
a good
bless
name.
you, bro.
Just be an asshole for the sake of being an asshole.
But yeah, I'm gonna look for you, Helio, on Facebook now that you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, get friends with me, and I mean, I can't really understand like Russian or Romanian posts or whatever, but I'll help hook people up, if they're looking. That's all.
Yeah.
It's the only reason I mentioned it because he was asking about if there's any. He said I'm Romanian and I'm wondering if there's any Russian flat earthers. It was basically all.
Oh,
Message was so I've actually hooked up with some Russians on YouTube like a couple of years ago, and so there are a lot of flat earther that are Russian
in Russia.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of.
I knew there are some, but yeah, I didn't know it's a
Well, they used to have
movement
a
there.
channel. The
Mhm.
channel that I was subscribed to before is shut down now, and I'm not sure if there's some restrictions on their YouTube channels or whatever in Russia.
Yeah.
But there was a Russian YouTube flat Earth channel that was going 24 hours a day, just like we do for a while.
Whoa.
Yeah. There was, but I couldn't get in the chat and talk to him unless I was using Google Translate, and then it was just like, hey, it was just kind of it was just difficult to actually speak with him because
That's quite interesting because I often watch these do-it-yourself things, made videos by Russians. I don't understand shit they talk in there, but I see what they do, and yeah.
you're saying, all right, so you're saying that there's you don't speak Russian?
Yeah, I don't.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
I know only one phrase. Кошелек мешок сбрает.
Does that involve curse words?
No, it means like airplane, you fly so nice, something like that.
Airplane, you fly so
The only one you need to know, Helio, is Die Erde ist flach.
Oh yeah, it's flach.
Hey,
Die Erde ist flach.
I know
Erde.
in Spanish, la tierra es plana.
Uh-huh. Terra e plana, Romanian.
Oh,
well,
La
it's almost the same as Spanish.
La Tierra
Yeah.
Plana, sí, Julio.
Yes. But you can also say in Romanian, most people say it, pământul e plat. Yeah.
I know the ancient Romanians were very advanced in indoor plumbing.
Yeah. They were. I mean, all the utensils in their kitchens, they were made of gold, and they tell us now that ancient people were so poor and they didn't have the plastic bowls.
Well, see, here's
Yeah, they used rocks to carve rocks.
Coffee mugs and
Yeah.
stuff like that. Yeah, but
there's
they
no,
had, all they had, everything were made of gold, solid gold.
Yep.
There's no third world countries anywhere. There's
Yeah.
just overexploited countries.
Oh, I remember now.
It's a funny terminology. Third world country. It's like it's in another place, another world. Third world country. It's great. These people.
Social
But
blankets.
What they mean is poor country, but there is no poor country. All countries are extremely wealthy.
Yeah. Of
It's
course,
just
bro.
deals have been made to where other entities come in from foreign lands and take all the resources and just rape the land.
Correct, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, Debbie J, I'm going to send you a link. It's a Facebook group called Romania Flat Earth.
Oh.
You may already be a part of it. I'm not sure if
No, I'm not. I
let
haven't joined any of them.
Yes, he is. He's like the secret leader of it.
He might be. Don't lie.
I was making comments on there is a Romanian astronaut, and he was in space with some Russians, I think.
You talking
A
about the
Russian mission.
Polish astronaut that said the
He
Earth
said
is
Romanian, bro.
Romanian astronaut.
So what was he?
And they gifted him a space capsule. It's like a
It's like the red
meter.
pill. Or the blue pill.
Yeah, it's a 2 cubic meter ball, with a round glass window. And yeah, they keep that in a museum in Romania, and this guy is so proud of it, like, yeah, he's been to
Yeah, he's
space
proud he
in
got
the
a
tiny
used
ball.
condom.
Yeah. Used condom. Yeah.
Space capsule.
I mean,
Yeah.
Oh,
people
bro.
listening to us, as we're taking the piss out of everything they believe to be true, and we're joking. It's like, oh, it's just like, oh, you think space is real? And we're just laughing about it. I mean, this is stuff that all of us used to believe was true.
Yeah.
I mean,
I didn't.
should I feel bad? Yes, I don't.
Jokes.
I used to feel bad, and I still do sometimes. Like if I'm laughing about people believing that astronauts are floating around in the ISS, all the bullshit videos and stuff like that, all of the people that believe that shit, I do feel bad for laughing at it if you're listening. But I also feel bad that you believe it, even though you ridicule me, and because I don't believe it, which is kind of we're kind of in a paradox here. It's like you believe it when it's obviously not true. You got little fucking astronauts up there just on cords going, boop, boop, boop. I'm in the ISS. And you have these supposed intellectuals that are successful in business and careers and everything. And they see it on fucking CNN. And these astronauts are going floating around doing flips. And they think that those motherfuckers are actually floating around in space. And I'm the dumb one?
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah, when you're a fanatic blind believer, you can't comprehend it. You don't realize it's impossible. You refuse to understand anything that's against your belief.
Hey, JBJ, you get that link? Romania.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it now. One
No,
moment.
it's all good. Take your time. I just want to make
He's
sure.
gonna see if his slaves are working properly on his channel. He's like, I've never been on there. He's like the leader and organizer of the movement.
I mean, this has tripped me out for a long time. It's just like I've been ridiculed by a lot of my peers, people that I graduated high school with and stuff, and gone to college with. Not all of them give me shit, but a lot of people do give me shit, and they're like, I always knew you were dumb. Look at you, flat. I'm like, no, you haven't seen what I've seen, and I'm like, yes, I have seen what you've seen, and you think this is real. You're the dumbass. Like what Cut the Shit just posted. You don't see these freaking ass ASS astronauts. You think they're in the ISS? Yeah, I've seen it.
That's some real shitty CGI.
They'll make up any excuse to what's the word? To believe. I mean, believe
To
is not-
defend.
Yeah, to defend it, or yeah, of course. They'll just make up any excuse. It's like, well, I was just, the only excuse I could say is they fucked up. That's my excuse. It's like they fucked up because they could not CGI it good enough to make it look real to the general public, and to fake this, to act like they're in space when that's impossible.
Well, haven't you guys seen that water like just turn into a ball?
Yeah,
when they
that's
were in free fall.
Yeah.
When they were in free fall, when they were moving 32 feet per second downwards. Yeah, I've seen that. It's like, what's the difference between terminal velocity and the measurement of gravity? The supposed measurement of gravity.
Death terminal, bro. These people are just nuts, Josh.
Let me ask you guys this: does centripetal force exist?
I've never seen it. And when I was younger, we used to take these.
Check this out. I mean, even if you could recreate, which you can make a spinning object with something. What they describe as centripetal force is essentially, in my mind, and if I'm wrong about this, isn't that gravity? It's the pull toward Earth in spite of the centrifugal force. It's the
except for that to happen. If for something to spin to cause a force to cause it to go opposite the direction that inertia will throw it, it would have to be like an inside-out shell.
All right, so the only way you could actually make this happen is on Earth with a machine. The rest of it's all speculation, right? We don't have any evidence.
That's all natural.
Yeah.
And then there'd be no ocean at the poles either.
Yeah. So anyway.
So what is it?
Okay,
Great depth of
yeah,
poles
sure.
or no
So
ocean?
I'm asking, what is centripetal force?
Never heard of it. I know
It's the
centripetal.
force that trips.
I've heard. Look it up, bro. Centripetal force is the pull toward the center of the centrifugal.
I see a demonstration of that, and I don't mean
No, I
like
mean,
a-
do you mean
animation?
wait? Do you mean you never heard of it, or
Yeah,
do
I've
you
never
mean?
heard of it.
Okay, well,
I have to be honest. I've
every
never heard of
time-
it.
Every time
I don't
we've,
think it exists, but I was just asking for the sake of, for posterity.
Yeah.
Well,
I know
what
when
is
I was younger, we used to take
centripetal
like frisbees and spin the frisbees.
I know
and
what
put
they
paint
say
on them,
it is, but no.
and the paint would always move off from
Well,
where it was originally put.
frisbees are
and move to the
spinning.
outside. Yeah.
I
But
don't
I think
fault
what
you
you're
for
I think
not
what they're talking
ever
about.
hearing of centripetal force, but
I think what they're talking about is when an object that is a sphere is spinning water on it, water will tend to stay around the axis point of the spin, and Yeah, I think that's what they were talking about. It might even like cool up there.
I mean, I'm gonna post a link about centripetal force, but you're probably better off not ever looking into this.
That was one of my biggest problems, even in all my biology classes and everything else. I used a lot of centrifuges, and I still couldn't figure out back in the day before I knew it was flat and not moving why that would work. I could never figure out how that was supposed to work on a spinning ball after working with centrifuges and how easily it was able to break things if you didn't have it perfectly balanced. And yeah, and the forces throwing everything out and splattering blood everywhere. Yeah, that was always fun.
Well, the centripetal is the adverse, right?
And you never see it. That's what I'm saying. I could
I
never
know, that's
figure
what I'm
out
saying.
how the heck would you have that work. You work with a few centrifuges, you figure out real quick how it just doesn't make any sense. It never
I'm
did
a
make
bit of a
sense to me.
wordsmith,
Was it Albert
and I've
Hoffman
never
that
heard
come
of
up
it.
with that after he did his
Who?
dose of LSD? Albert Hoffman, did he come up with that word?
No,
I
well,
wouldn't
I
have
just
a
posted. I
clue,
posted
brother.
the wiki article, and I got shit earlier from posting wiki articles, but I don't give a fuck what you think. I can post other articles, but wiki's the simplest place to go. Yeah, if you want to look up centripetal force, there it is, right there.
I want to have a look at it
Now I
because
can
I'm a
see how
bit of a
it's
word man, but this just does. I've never heard the word.
That's the basis
Sorry,
for
Josh.
the idea. You can do more research after.
Oh, I was just going to say, now
So
that I can see how it's spelled, I can look. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
Bodies are impelled to the center, except for I've never seen that in reality. I never saw it, even in the lab working with things that spin. So where the heck are they getting that?
Isaac Newton is where?
Yeah, but where did he see it?
1678. Okay,
Where the heck
tending
did
or
he see
moving
it?
towards a center in 1709 from the modern Latin coined in 1687 by Sir Isaac Newton, who wrote in Latin from Latin centri, alternative combination of centurum or center, to center noun, and petre, to make for, or to seek, to strive for. Centripetal is Newton's Vin, centripetium.
Which I've never seen that actually occur. Have any of you ever? Because I never could find it. So where did he come up with it? I mean, really?
well, in his mind, well,
The only
well,
time
I want.
something goes inward is if it's, angled towards
See,
the center.
this is what I hate about math. Is just meant to be used for. It's called like simple math, calculating 1, 2, 3, adding and minusing. Look at the formula.
Yeah,
Look,
it's
you
just a
can make
written
anything
story.
exist.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's just a mathematical story that doesn't exist in reality.
yeah.
Whatever.
These guys should have their own Bible, like this kind of bullshit, and they can worship it. For fuck's sake.
Well, they do worship it. That's what the problem is. That's what we're
Yeah,
fighting.
but they should have a special book.
Yeah, they should.
so,
Little black
so I
book
can
that they
make it,
carry around, leather bound. Yeah,
like
it should be.
exactly religion, proper religion, sister. You know what I'm talking about. This is
I just
ridiculous.
find it's odd that it was coined by Isaac Newton.
Yeah, I know one of his great grandsons.
Is he a space case too?
He's like a religious dude, but he believes in space. Like he's a esoteric dude. But yeah,
Ever
he believes in space.
expanding somehow in centripetals while it spins
Yeah,
with circumference. Yeah, whatever. Centrifugal force doesn't apply when it comes to spinning balls in space.
Yeah, but don't worry about it. Gravity knows what to do.
Oh yeah, selectively.
So what is it? Is it Vim Centropedium, or is it Mass Attracts Man? I mean, what is it?
Centropedium. What the
I
fuck?
like that. Centropedium.
Well,
Good
that's
one, Josh. We use that one from now on, bro.
Centropedium
Vim
force, not
Centropedium.
gravity. It's really not gravity. It's centropedium.
There must be a medium somewhere because we exist, right? I mean,
Would that be Centropatum? Petium.
Centropatum.
Centropatum.
Oh,
Make it sound Latin,
centropatum
Josh.
with like a ATUM, so like atum.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah,
there it is.
Make it sound Latin. Yes, yeah, Josh. Centropedium.
Make it sound Egyptian so it falls in line with Aristophanes.
There you go, bro.
Riding his donkey ass all over the place. Yeah. There we go.
And center autumn, right? Autumn. Center autumn, yeah.
Centeratum.
His donkey was pulled to Siam by Centropatum.
I am that I am. Oh, crap. I just pissed off the Christians.
Did you just post a picture of yourself when you were doing wrestling?
Oh, yeah, that's me. I'm the big man. I'm the big man.
He's the one in the pink. Don't lie.
Oh, shit. I look more like the guy in the pink, but I am the big man. I am. What the hell is that guy's name? Shit, it starts with a K, of course. God dang, I can't remember. I was just going through freaking all my memes. Kamala the giant. Kamala the giant.
Kamala,
that's
that's
his name.
right.
Kamala, yeah.
People were making fun
Camel
of him
hairy
and
ass.
Kamala Harris. Yeah.
Yeah.
Camel hairy ass.
Yeah, I think I downloaded that when everybody
Hairy
was
ass.
talking about Kamala Harris. I downloaded that. It was like, that's Kamala the giant. That's the Kamala that I
Camel
like.
toe. People are calling her
Camel
camel
toe.
toe.
Camel toe.
Oh, I gotta make a meme. Camel toe the giant. I gotta fucking find. I gotta make.
You know that thing in New Zealand? She's got a big schlong, bro.
I
Yeah.
don't care about her schlong.
Have you seen the video?
He does,
She's
baby.
walking.
All right, well,
That
give me some images. I'll make a fucking. I'll
know
make a camel toe the
toe.
giant. I'll make a camel toe the giant meme, and
You
we'll
must.
freaking post that shit up.
Please do.
Hey,
I'm
make sure
telling
you
you,
delete your search history, yeah.
this thing's walking down like smiling with the skirt, and the thing's just flopping around. So it's like a hose. It was just ding dong ding. Everybody's like, yeah,
Send me
she's
the
wonderful.
image, man. I'll fucking make a meme. Fuck, come on.
I
Send
need
it
to
out.
start looking for the thing.
Yeah, my messages
She looks
are
like
open.
a horse.
And
She looks like a
any
horse,
you
bro.
assholes can freaking send me a message on Discord. I'll either answer it, I won't. Send it to me.
Well, since you called me an asshole,
You're
there
an
you
asshole.
There you go.
You're not even my friend on here,
Nobody's
you-
a bigger
you freak.
asshole than I am, I promise.
Well, no, I just sent you something that you might be interested in.
Don't even want to be my friend. Kiss my bum.
Boule. Oh, I might be interested in that. The boule.
Do you know what it means?
I do.
For those
Did
that
you
don't,
think I don't?
boule- no. For those that don't, even in the YouTube, boule means ball. It's French for ball. And they are the black balls from Freemason. Who am I talking about? Oh, now you're going to have to look up Chi Sigma Phi.
That's
They're all
just
college
twisted too. Yeah, I mean, there's so much shit. I've been watching. Have you seen? On that point, Josh. I've been watching this. Huge fan of fiction. Like I said, I watch a lot of movies and TV shows. Been watching Godfather of Harlem. Have you seen that show?
Does that have something to do with Bumpy?
Yeah.
With who? Humpy?
Bumpy.
Oh, I thought you said
Bumpy.
Humpy. I'm like, what the heck?
No, it's
Is he
Bumpy.
like a little
Can't
dude
remember
that
his name.
likes
No,
humping legs?
it's Bumpy Johnson. He
Yeah.
you know, he was, you know, a black
Johnson.
gangster. Whatever, but he
course
was
it's Johnson.
dealing with all the other gangsters in New York or whatever. And this
Johnson.
kind of this,
My
this
Johnson.
and he was also involved with like Malcolm X and shit, you know. So that's what kind of reminds me of when you put that there. That kind of.
What was his full
I'm
name?
telling you,
Malcolm
like
X?
It was the drug kingpin, the head guy.
he was a black drug
before,
kingpin in Harlem, you know. At a certain,
what's his
Malcolm
name?
X
Frank
was coming
Castle?
up. Yeah. No,
Was
it's
it Frank Castle or someone else?
no, it was
From that movie American Gangster, who goes, "What are you gonna do? Just shoot me right here in public in front of everybody?" And he's, "Wow!" Denzel Washington. He's like, "Yeah, I am." I can't remember.
the movies really show a lot of like flair and freaking.
Yeah, but I mean,
shit. I mean, it just
that
depends
that
on which ones
character
you want to,
was
which
that character was
story you want to
reversed.
buy or whatever. But yeah, Bumpy, yeah, that's.
Bumpy.
But
Yeah, American Gangster. But he took over after
no, that
Bumpy
was
Johnson.
American History X. I was thinking about
Wait, what?
American Gangster. No, I was thinking about American History X. That was a different.
Yeah, make up your mind, bro. Confusing stories.
Well, man, I've seen
Amalgamating.
so much fiction about the gangsters and shit. I mean, what the fuck? I mean, help me out. I mean, but recently, like I'm talking about today or yesterday, I was watching, you know, the one about Bumpy Johnson. So, but it didn't necessarily mention Boulay, but it in the story it was referenced. Basically, in the story, you know, he bought his way into Boulay, but then he regretted it and shit.
Mhm.
You know, it's all, you know.
And there's a couple of key players that are a part of it and have everything to do with what's going on now, and they're part of a mafia called the GAE. And well, let's just put it this way: I'm not going to name them, but one just got out of prison.
Josh, you sound like a prisoner of the Soviet Union. You name names.
I live.
I name names.
I
Hey,
live.
why not, man?
Get at me, man.
Well, man, it's like a lot of times, you know, it's like we censor ourselves here a lot of times, you know, for things that we shouldn't talk about. You know, it's like, hey, I want to say this, but I can't. You know,
Yeah, self-censorship, bro. The worst.
Well, but it's not. But it's not censorship. It's just really to protect, you know, protect the the
All I
platform.
can say
So
is
it's okay.
he was accused of sticking his pudding pop in people.
Oh, fuck hell, bro.
I guess so.
Fuck hell.
Anyway, yeah. But like I was saying, I mean, I watched that show. To be honest, when I was watching this Godfather of Harlem show, fucking brutal, man. It's like Godfather meets Goodfellas, but with black folks involved as well. It's one of the most brutal series I've seen. It's freaking. If you like mob movies and shit, watch Godfather of Harlem. It's an Epix original series.
I can't understand Godfather, bro. I watched like
can't-
20
you can't-
minutes of it and I wanted to smash the TV.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
if you don't like
I'm not a
it,
fan.
then you don't like it. Okay.
Yeah, no, that's just me, bro. I'm just saying.
Hey, it's brutal, man. It's brutal. So I get if you don't if you can't get into
Here,
it.
I'm just gonna
I
post
get
it
it.
for you guys.
Yeah,
There you
it's violent. It's violent and brutal and crazy.
Well, I don't mind some like violence where it's just the talking, the bullshit speeches that they have. You know, when
Oh,
they
you
sit
don't
around
like the fucking Italians? You don't like the way they talk over here? I mean,
no,
over there in
no,
fucking
it's not
Brooklyn
that.
and all that kind of shit. You don't like
No,
that
bro, it's
shit?
not
I mean,
that.
what do you got?
No, no.
You got a problem over here? I'm just
I've got a
wise
problem when
guy,
they
eh?
sit around talking around table. I don't care who it is when they do the whole, sitting around the
Okay,
table
all right,
discussing
all right.
shit.
I understand over here. I mean, hey, you
Yeah,
shut up and
yeah.
we'll both shut up about it, all right? Hey.
All right, Bumpy.
Hey, get that fucking shit out of here.
Hey, Helio, can you
Can I
delete that?
dial it back?
No, can you delete that?
Oh, that one you posted?
Yeah.
All right. I will.
Wait a second. Let me
I
have a
guess
look
we're
at this
not
shit.
supposed to delete our posts.
Wait.
All right, let me check it out. Wait a second. That's the last post. Huh? Hold on. And then you can delete it.
Oh, well, click on it. Hurry. Hurry.
Yeah,
I'm deleting it.
I did that.
All right. Go.
Thank you, Helio.
Hey, do you ever what's the other what's the name? There's a guy that talks about bootleg a lot. Oh, which we're not going to talk about it anymore.
You talking about Bishop Larry Gators?
No.
Oh, you
He's a
about
flat earther. I've been on his channel before.
Sam Tripoli?
No, I've never been on Sam Tripoli's channel. I ain't that big.
One of these guys has got a Hitler moustache.
Doesn't matter. Whatever.
Oh, look at this. I came across Hammerson High Frequency Flat Earth with David Weiss. It's kind of cool. Like, Flat Earth is starting to show up on my YouTube recommended.
Holy crap. Arkansas has some really big spiders and things running around. Oh,
What are you looking at, Dancer? Hold on. You're going to have to share this with us. I
have a
love
camera.
Arkansas. I've been here for 30 years, almost 30 years. So where we at? Oh, wait. I think over 30 years.
Everything's big here. Oh, I'm just looking at some spiders running across the road here. They
Hey,
tell me
you're
there's
in northern.
tarantulas. They tell me there's tarantulas here.
There's tarantulas. Northern
Yeah.
Arkansas is completely different than southern Arkansas. Southern Arkansas is boring as hell. And it's crazy. I mean, crazy people live in southern Arkansas. I think southern Arkansas is where the crazy black people live, and northern Arkansas is where the crazy white people live. I'm just saying. In the middle, I grew up in Little Rock, and it's a mixture. So it was just like all of us are crazy. Anyway, I grew up in.
There is one
it doesn't.
huge daddy long leg running across. He's the size of my fist. He's huge.
Oh, daddy long legs are harmless. You want to play
Yeah,
with
they're
those?
cool. They
Yeah.
are cool, but these are the biggest ones I've ever seen. We didn't have these bigger ones where I lived.
Well, that's because they're old, man. That's what happens when they get old. They get big.
Found a tortoise here too. Have a tortoise.
See, those get big.
Yeah,
Oh,
and they'll sit in the middle of the road, and the tortoises will sit in the middle of the road and just wait to get run over by someone.
Counted 4 dead armadillos on the
Or
road yesterday. Driving.
yeah, or the armadillos. But I mean, the tortoises run over the armadillos, stop for the tortoises, and help them across the road.
Yeah, I saved this tortoise. He was headed towards the road. I turned him around.
What, you did? Are you serious?
Yeah, I don't want no tortoise dying. They're pretty cool.
But the armadillos, you'll find out these armadillos can cause a problem with your animals. You know, your outside animal. I mean, if you have cats or dogs or whatever, these armadillos are assholes.
That's what everybody tells me around here. They blow
Just
the
run
shit
over
out
them.
of them.
They're
They blow
fucking
the
assholes.
shit out of them. They shoot at them. They kill them all. They purposely run them over. That's why I said I found 4 dead ones just
Yeah.
driving yesterday.
Get rid of the fucking armadillos. They're fucking assholes. They're just weird and gross and violent. You know, so just get rid of the armadillos.
Whatever you do, don't step on a baby wolf spider or a mother wolf spider with her brood on her back, because they scatter and then they bite you.
I'll tell you what. Another thing, you know, in northern Arkansas, there's a lot of possums and raccoons.
Yeah, they blow the shit out of raccoons around here too, because they get into the chickens. They don't like them with the chickens.
Yeah, if you have chickens or whatever, but the raccoons you can actually, you know, build a relationship with the raccoons. They're so cute. It's just like, you know, I don't want to shoot you in the face, but I fucking will if you mess with my chickens. You know? But for the most part.
Yeah, I dealt with raccoons in the Northwest too. They have a lot of them, but they're bigger here too. But yeah, I saw a dead possum on the road the other day, so I know they're out here, but I haven't seen any live ones yet.
Yeah, the possums really more mess with trash and stuff.
I love wildlife. That was one of my jobs in the military. Is I got to study the wildlife of every place we deployed. So I had to educate the troops on what would bite them, what to deal with it, you know, how to deal with the animals in the local areas we were at.
Did you have to
Always
treat
loved it.
people that were bitten by like
Scorpions,
spiders and
snakes,
scorpions?
spiders, yeah, anything. We had some weird stuff that sometimes we didn't even know what was biting people.
Like, what bit you? I don't know.
And we've lost troops in country from viper bites and things, so it happens.
For the most part, I mean, living in Arkansas has been awesome. I ain't gonna lie. I love Arkansas. Sometimes I want to leave, but then I think if I leave, I'll want to come back. I've been here so long.
Where would you go anyway? I mean, really.
Well, I mean, I
it's a
like.
pretty
I mean,
ideal place.
I like the idea of California, but I don't like the way people are in California. But just the idea of the desert and the open air and less humidity and shit. I really would appreciate that.
Well, that's what I loved about the Northwest was the dry heat was fine. We could handle 110 day, and it wasn't a big deal because it's so dry, you know, zero humidity. But I tell you what, the politics, it drives you insane, and the cost, man, it's just insane. That's why I left.
It's like, it's, hey, 90 degrees, 110 humidity. It's way better than California, I promise you. Anyway, so I mean, the land is much cheaper here or whatever. I mean, and the people are better, even though, well, the politics, I guess, is Well, we don't care about politics. I don't fucking vote. Or I don't know if you vote for anyone.
I don't vote, but the
I don't
politics
either.
of them voting things in that I can't live with, like increasing taxes constantly over all kinds of stupid stuff.
Yeah, I
I mean,
know. It's almost
even
like we
licensing a
have no
car was
control over
insane.
that.
Yeah, it's stuff I couldn't even control, and I had no interest in being told to wear a mask. The day I left, they enforced total masks again in the state of Washington. And it was like, ugh. Not that I ever wore one, but it's just so annoying.
Well, I mean, you live in Walmart country now, so.
Yeah, I know that's kind of funny too. But that's again, the people here are just a little more. I haven't seen hardly anybody wearing face diapers, and there's only been at certain stores, and nobody acts like anything's going on yet. So they're all pretty chill compared to where even my pretty conservative area of Washington was still, people were just insane. Some places, some parts of town were still very restrictive. Some people were still wearing 2 diapers, even if they're walking outside by themselves or riding their motorcycle by themselves.
How long you've been in Arkansas? Like a week?
Since it's been a full week now.
Pretty good. That's pretty sure it's a culture shock for you right now.
Not so much. After traveling everywhere in the world and doing all kinds of crazy stuff all my life.
Oh yeah.
It's not such a bad thing, but I was born and raised in Washington on the east side, which is the more conservative side of the state, and it was just sad to see it just going downhill so fast. And then they raised my rent by $200 a month, and they were doing that to everybody. Our rent increases were citywide, and it was just getting incredibly wacky. So I just was like, "That's it. I'm done." It finally drove me.
Yeah, this would be really cool for you. You've only been in Arkansas for a week now.
Yeah, just a week. But I got my 5 acres, and I got my creek, and I got my forest.
You're gonna like it. I think you'll like it. So cool. I live in the country outside of Fayetteville, and it's not so bad.
Yeah, I'm 20 minutes from Harrison's. That's the biggest place, other than I guess Lead Hill would be the next closest.
Oh well, Harrison's a pretty big town. So.
Yeah, if you consider 12,000 people big, when I was living in a city of 200,000, yeah.
Bro, you'll get everything you need at Walmart.
Yeah.
Or fee stores
Walmart.
or anything around Harrison. I mean, there's a lot of. I mean, it's farming country.
They have good restaurants, though. I've already hit a couple of the restaurants. It's been really good. And I made a few friends already. One lady, her son and daughter own a organic restaurant, and then she has an organic shop attached to it. And they're really nice folk. It's been really fun to already gone there twice and talking with them. So making friends.
make friends, but some of the friends you don't want to talk about on here, so they can maintain anonymity.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But no, there's some really good stores in town. It's got a nice little historic district. I kind of like it. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, Harrison's a decent sized town. Yeah. And you can travel east or west, and there's plenty of places to visit. And holy cow,
France
it's beautiful country. It's so freaking the country is so beautiful. Like the Ozarks are amazing.
Everybody here says, yeah, we always go shopping in Branson. It's so close. I mean, it's basically a choice between Harrison and Branson. They're almost the same.
Okay, yeah, you are pretty close to Branson.
Yeah, so Branson's pretty cool. I mean, it's kind of weird. I drove through there the other night. Was like, wow, this is kind of like a little kind of crazy little Las Vegas kind of feeling place.
It is. It's Vegas without the alcohol base and strip clubs.
But it's got some of that same Vegas feel. It's kind of funny.
you know what? At this time, with all this crazy COVID nonsense, it probably is more comfortable to just drive through. But when Branson was popping, it's a pain in the ass to drive through Branson.
Yeah, it was easy driving. That I was on a Friday night even, and it was
Bro,
dead.
what,
And that's what I was wondering, how do they even keep
every
open?
single day back in the day, trying to drive through Branson, it was a pain in the ass.
It looks like a lot of things shut down before. There was a lot of closed places. Everything was
Yeah,
discounted.
that's
Kind
what
of
I'm
just
saying.
noticed, yeah, that they aren't surviving because they're very tourist oriented. You're right. Without the tourism, they don't have that draw of money. There's just not that much money around here. They need the tourism.
Because everybody's scared of the fucking air for some reason. Oh, I think the reason is because they watch CNN and MSNBC. I mean, maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, and this place is so outdoor activity. I
You
couldn't
want to
believe
know
they
what
had
I've
all
been
those
saying since
rides.
day
And
one? Is
yeah,
to the
even
very, very few who are terrified of this and who could die, what is it, 0.03%? If you're scared, stay home.
you should. You got a psychosis, you probably should.
Well, the psychosis is the psychosis from watching the news. I don't know.
Dude,
I'm
like,
not
I don't watch
scared.
the news, but like my mom does every time I go visit her. And you walk in and you hear the TV is on. The first thing that they bring up is remember back in fucking January or whatever when they stormed this. I'm like, holy shit, they're still talking about that. They're like, oh, the new variant of the new variant and the vaccine don't and this and blah blah. It's like, man, nonstop. They used the word Delta, I think it was like 43 times in like the span of fucking 5 minutes. As long as that word was pushed out there, it was just stupid.
Hey, you guys ever watch Hodge Twins on YouTube?
No, what's that?
They're identical twins, whatever. They have a show.
Are those really
Official.
weird looking guys?
No, they're black dudes, man. They just
Okay, I
have
haven't seen them. I don't know.
officialhodgewins.com. It's like, and they're just like, go on our YouTube channel, buy yourself a white privilege card.
Yeah.
Yeah. We got a new show for y'all.
They're twins.
You guys know somebody knows who I'm talking about. But anyway, I watch Official Hodge Twins all day. Funny as hell.
And they want to call supremacist. Brother, do you see that we is not white skinned?
I think they're from Atlanta. They grew up in Atlanta and shit. But I think they live in Vegas now. They make YouTube videos every fucking day. And they're like, go to officialhodgetwins.com. Boom! Get yourself a race. What is it? A white privilege card. Anyway, it's just these guys are silly. I like Official Hodge Twins. Yeah, and they're identical twins, but they make videos. Well, they'll call it conservative, but they're not really conservative. They're kind of towing the line a little bit, but for some reasons, a lot of their video, I mean, they talk about the jab a lot, and their shit ain't getting taken down, which we talk about some of that shit. Our shit will get taken down, but their shit gets taken to the forefront. And they talk about the jab bullshit a lot, all the time, like almost every day. So maybe I don't know how they get away with it and we can't. I don't know. I do push the line a little bit sometimes, but let me post their channel as I'm talking about them. Yeah. Yeah, they're about to go on tour across the US and freaking blow this shit up. They talk about the bullshit mask mandates and the bullshit jabs.
So they're actually talking about it or kind of hinting at it?
No, they don't hint at it. They go full bore. Hold on. I'll send you a video. I mean, they're like when, during the election and stuff, before the, Biden Trump bullshit, they were all over, they're like conservative, I guess. What the update your account? I'm on the wrong channel. Yeah, here it is. This is their latest video. I already listened to this video, but it's not their best video, but they have some good ones. And they're about to go on tour. They're identical twins. It's just like, freaking hilarious. I like it. They put like 2 or 3 videos out every single day.
Have you heard that short summary of the Flat Earth by Wits It Gets It on Taboo Conspiracies channel?
Can you post it? Hey, if you give me the link, we can play it. All right, cool.
Just posted it.
All right, I'm gonna copy the link. I'm gonna play the audio here since nobody's.
I think you could even, like, technically later on in the video when he ramps up into full gear, you could probably even play it at half speed and it would still be too fast.
Well, it's 33 minutes, but since nobody's talking, I can play a portion of it. Is there a highlight or a portion of,
So he's answering questions from people in the chat. I would say skip forward maybe 10 minutes or so. The beginning starts off a bit slow, but he gets into it.
I can't remember how to. Let me think. I can't remember the command to start it at a certain portion of the video. Damn.
We'll start it from the beginning. See how far you get.
Seek, SWK, by any chance?
What?
for the timestamp, was it Seek? SEEK.
Oh, yeah, I think it is C. Dash C and then timestamp.
I've never
Yeah.
used it. Yeah, I've never tried it.
Well, I'll start it from the beginning and then make.
In a world where in 2021 people still think the most effective way to understand something is to randomly bombard someone with questions prior to investigation or any logical deduction whatsoever. Welcome to Clown World. So I'm going to answer basic flat earth questions. There's someone in my comments spamming me with the questions. I don't have time to go back and forth and answer every Flat Earth 101 day one question all day on Facebook when you could easily research this stuff if you actually wanted to know the truth. It's actually pretty frustrating. But anyway, so the first
That
question
was a good point.
this person is asking is, so are all the other planets flat? It's not even logical that it could be flat. The only thing that's illogical is to say that the Earth is a spinning cartoon ball in a vacuum where water bends for the first time in the history of mankind, adhering to the outside of a sphere as it spins and revolves around the sun that shoots through space 500,000 miles per hour, while the galaxy shoots 1.3 million miles per hour, and every single star for all recorded history resets over top of the Earth. Is the Earth... Well, what about the other planets, right? That's the question. Well, are the other planets flat? I actually answered the question, but that's why I'm pretty, I don't know, aggravated, because you asked the question again, right? So I need you to listen. No one thinks that all the other planets are flat, okay? For one, there isn't other planets. When you say other planet, you are presupposing the Earth is in fact a planet, which is the very thing we are discussing, right? That's the question. Is the Earth a spherical planet? That's called a begging the question fallacy. Just reasserting that something's true isn't real. You'll be all right as I take away your little globe Earth religion that you were told about when you were 5 and you were given cartoons. This doesn't faze me at all. I'm literally not even fazed by it. So anyway, the word planet, instead of typing listen, okay? The word planet, the etymology for planet, listen. The etymology for planet is wanderer, okay? It's a wandering star. We document them all the time. I document them all the time. You can zoom in on them. They're pulsating orbs of light. They're not static, meaning still. You cannot in any way prove they're solid, terra firma, or spherical, because you see the same thing every single day for all recorded history, a pulsating orb of light. Now, even if there were spheres in the sky, which there's literally no evidence for that, there's literally none that exists in the history of mankind. If they were spheres in the sky, that still wouldn't make the Earth a ball. That's like walking up to someone's house and saying, look, there's a light bulb on the ceiling. That means that the floor is a light bulb. That's like walking in a bar, walking up to a pool table, grabbing a pool ball and saying, look, the pool ball is a sphere. That means the pool table is also a sphere, okay? The Earth is provably not curving, which means it's flat. They said it's a certain size, right? So the radius value is the distance from the center to the edge of a circle or a sphere, right? Listen, please. They said that the Earth has a radius value of 3,959 miles. That means you have to see the curvature of the Earth at no further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay, it has to curve at a certain rate. You can Google it yourself. Earth curve calculator. This is not flat Earthers math. This is the globe Earth's models math, okay? Google it. Earth curve calculator. I showed you a picture. We have mountains seen from 255 miles away. Listen, 255 miles away. And according to the globe Earth math, the top of the mountain in the back should have been blocked by 1 mile of Earth curvature. An entire mile of Earth curvature should have been blocking the top of the mountain, yet you could see the top of the mountain with the entire mile of Earth curvature missing. You can see the shoreline leading up to the mountain range. It's literally impossible. We have falsified the radius. It does not curve at the rate they said it did objectively. This is why it is censored by the government. This is why you ask questions like, oh, are we disking another solar system planet with other spherical planets? Because there's something called the Flat Earth Society, where everything they say is wrong and stupid and not one flat earther thinks any of it. It's called misinformation. So they admitted in Congress they censor flat earth, yet they prop up Flat Earth Society, which is not really flat earth. It's all misinformation. That should automatically raise a red flag if you're honest. What's on the other side? What's the other side? The deepest hole ever dug is 7.8 miles. It's called the borehole in Russia. No one can dig deeper than that, conveniently enough. It's very similar to the distance of the deepest location in the ocean, called the Mariana Trench. No one's ever dug deeper than 8 miles. It's called the borehole in Russia. Now, whenever the globe Earth had predictions based on the supposed layers of this globe Earth, they were proven inaccurate the entire way down the entire 8 miles. They couldn't even get the top 8 miles correct with predictions, much less could they ever adequately predict 4,000 miles to a core that doesn't exist, that they still can't explain how it somehow creates a magnetic field because of the Curry point, and it's literally impossible according to Stanford and Harvard and Yale and Princeton. They literally can't explain the magnetic field in 2021 on a globe Earth. Now, would you fall off the edge? These are like elementary first grade questions, and I'm being honest with you, right? You need to listen. You have been engineered to treat us as if we're stupid. But you should be honest. You know nothing about the conversation. You haven't diligently researched it. You've never measured it. You've never made a long-distance observation, and you know nothing about it. So when you ask these stupid questions like, can you fall off the flat Earth? That is called a straw man fallacy, right? Because no one thinks that. So can you fall off the edge of a lake? Can you fall off the edge of a shore? Of course not. There's a shoreline, right? You can't fall off the edge of a pond. There's a shoreline. The water's contained. There's something called this. You need to just listen, though. Right? Because this is so much information that you're going to have to learn for you to even get close to understanding the conversation. Stop trying to pretend you're going to make flat earthers look dumb, because you look dumb when you do that. You ask questions like, so what is up with the other planets? If you knew what flat earth really said, you know that that's a very dumb question. If you say stuff like, can you fall off the edge? You would know that's a very dumb question. There's something called the 60th south latitude, effectively a circle around you. It was signed in the Antarctic Treaty that it is illegal for you to privately and freely explore past this region. China, Russia, the United States have all signed it. It's the longest lasting peace treaty in modern history, okay? So all these geopolitical adversaries and enemies have all signed a treaty that said it's illegal for you to go explore past that area. So we cannot make claims what's past there because you can't go there to verify it. It's literally impossible and illegal, okay? The one thing that would prove the Earth's a ball is, for one, measuring the curvature of the Earth. Never been done. In fact, the opposite's been done. Every measurement of the Earth ever assumes a flat Earth, and we have measurements way too far to be on a globe Earth, including lasers that were shot without getting hit by the curvature. You need to listen. If you can come up with a question you think that I can't answer, that doesn't make the Earth a ball. We falsified the globe Earth. It is not curving at a rate consistent with the radius value of 3,959 miles. This is why we are heavily censored, and I've been censored on every major platform, and even PayPal and Venmo, because they forcibly censored the real flat Earth by telling you the lies. So you should listen very carefully. We know that the Earth is the bottom of everything, okay? The basement, effectively, in layman terms. It's geocentric. That means the center of everything. It's stationary, of course, meaning not moving. It's a geocentric stationary plane. We have mountains, we have valleys, but it's a topographical plane. The sky resets like a perfect clock over top of us for all recorded history. It all goes around Polaris, the North Pole star, directly over the center of the surface of the Earth, which is the North Pole, and it resets perfectly for all recorded history for thousands of years, doing the exact same thing. Literally impossible on a ball Earth spinning, revolving around the sun, shooting through space. This is why they said that the lights are actually thousands of light years away. Not because they went and measured something thousands of light years away, because they mathematically had to construct something consistent with the model, and it necessitated they'd be that far away, because the stars don't change like they would have to if you had all these different vectors going on. It's called parallax, okay? So you need to understand the true origins of this religion. And it is a religion, it's a belief system built upon the doctrine of men with no empirical evidence. The Big Bang Theory was literally proposed by a Catholic priest, a Jesuit priest, proposed the Big Bang Theory. First time, the perfect shape's a sphere. A metaphysical, ontological premise, philosophical. The perfect shape's a sphere, so the Earth must therefore, by deduction, be a sphere. Let's try to figure out a way to mathematically prove that it could be a sphere. That's literally where it started. It's literally a religion. We were all shown cartoons of it, and they told you there's no more land on the Earth, and there's nothing significant about you. You're on a tiny speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe where everything came from nothing, right? And the truth is that they have put us in a little circle, like a playpen, and they said, you're not allowed to go outside of there, you stupid little peasants. And there are people that are the peasants running around attacking the other people, trying to wake them up and free them. It's insanity. You should research it. So 1945, we brought Nazis over here in Operation Paperclip, okay? One of the Nazis we brought over here was Werner van Braun, because the W is like a V, it's German, right? Okay, Werner van Braun was an SS officer of the Nazi regime. He was brought over here to help us get to the moon via space exploration, right? The Space Exploration Department he was put in charge of. In 1945, Operation Paperclip. It was called this because they put paper clips on certain people's files so they would know who to grab and pull over here out of the Nazi regime. Operation Paperclip, 1945. In 1946, the government started something called Operation High Jump. This is where they went and explored the Antarctic region with Admiral Byrd, a well-decorated admiral for the U.S. military. They went and explored the Antarctic region. He came back on nationally televised interview in 1954 and said, "It is astonishing to me that there is land as big as the continental U.S. on the other side of Antarctica that remains unexplored with tons of resources." He then died in 1957. In perfect shape, heart complication. 3 years later, he died in 1957. In 1958, NASA was founded, which means to deceive in Hebrew and has a snake tongue going through it. In 1959, they signed the Antarctic Treaty, which said that it was illegal to privately explore that region that they had just explored in Operation High Jump. In 1961, JFK then came out and told the world America's going to be the first country to land on the moon. In 1962, they then started to shoot high-altitude missiles in something called Operation Fishbowl, which was part of a bigger operation called Operation Dominique, which translates to of the Lord. So literally meaning Operation Fishbowl of the Lord. The U.S. military shot high-altitude missiles up trying to penetrate the firmament and container. There's hundreds of documents explaining that there's a firmament and that there is, in fact, approximation method to determine the brightness of the firmament that was proven accurate. Your U.S. military documents that have been declassified, but it wasn't on CNN or TikTok, so you've never heard of it. That is how they've effectively brainwashed the public with cartoons since they were 5. So then they shot these up in 62, 1 year after JFK said we were going to go to the moon. Then JFK got assassinated. Then, in 1968, a movie came out called Space Odyssey about a moon landing, and it was the most famous movie at the time. It won Film of the Year. The year before we went, one of the astronauts that was supposed to be in the crew that went said, "We will never go to the moon. We can't even get to low Earth orbit. We can't even communicate in the same building with one another. It's impossible we go to the moon by 1969. He then went and hung a lemon on the module that was supposed to go. Right after this, this guy mysteriously exploded and died in a routine checking of wires on NASA's facilities. Then in 69, we miraculously were able to go after not being able to go to low Earth orbit in 1968. And then they called the president from a landline 238,000 miles away with no delay. Yet they say we cannot go back to this day over 50 years later because they quote-unquote destroyed the technology and it's a painful process to build it back, quote-unquote, from Don Pettit, world-renowned astronaut. This is where they supposedly took a real picture of the Earth from space in the Apollo missions when they supposedly went back and forth like 6 times with no problem, but now they still can't do it 50 years later because we can't replicate the technology from the 60s. In 72, we supposedly took a picture of the Earth in these Apollo missions, and that is the only supposed real picture of the Earth from space ever. They didn't go there. So very simply, a summary for you, okay? They brought Nazis over here who were typically famous for brainwashing people with propaganda. They said, hey, we're not going to hang you for your war crimes. We're going to revere you as scientific geniuses. We need you to help us with this propaganda effort. We're going to lie to the U.S. public and tell them that we beat the Soviet Union going to the moon. Then they went and explored the Antarctic region. They discovered that the Antarctic region had something there and what it was. They then came back and said, it's illegal for you to go there. And that treaty still stands intact where it's illegal for you to privately go explore it. They then said, don't worry though, we explore the Earth for you. You're not allowed to explore, but we explored it for you. Here's your little playpen. You stay in your circle, you little slaves. Look at space. Here's NASA. We're going to go to the moon. Something that you can never stand on, never land on, isn't terra firma or solid or spherical. Okay, so there you go. Are there any maps of the flat Earth? Literally every single map that exists in the history of all mankind is a flat Earth. The U.S. military still uses flat Earth maps for navigation and everything else in the world. There's no such thing as a globe Earth map.
Did you pause it?
It's disproportionate. In fact, every single map is flat intrinsically. So the way that they navigate is based on Polaris and the movement of the stars in the sky, which they've done this for thousands of years, which continue to reset in perfectly recorded concentric circles every single year, right? Every map that exists is a flat Earth map. That's the only way you can navigate. Hundreds of declassified documents from the U.S. military saying the Earth's a flat, non-rotating surface. The Earth is flat, that they use flat Earth assumptions for everything that they do, including engineering planes, operating military planes and aircraft, shooting missiles, long-distance ballistics. They always assume a flat, non-rotating surface. Okay, so I get it. It is a lot to take in, but I'm just letting you know you gotta look into this before you think it's crazy. I've been looking into it for 5 years. We have an observation where we're 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, and we look out and zoom in, and the horizon's over 10 miles away. Based on the globe Earth math, geometry, right? If you're 1 foot off this sphere with a radius of 3959, you have to see the curvature at 1.2 miles. So if you're 1 foot off the Earth, you have to see the curvature at 1.2 miles. Yet 1 foot off the Earth, we saw the horizon over 10 miles away. That would require the radius to be 264,000 miles. They claimed it's under 4,000. We falsified the radius. It's not as simple as saying, well, maybe it's just a little bigger. They got it wrong. If the radius is wrong, the entire model's wrong. Day and night cycle uses this number. Gravity supposedly uses this number. Planet orbit trajectories use this number. You can never go to space without this number. You need something called the radius of orbit, requiring the radius of the Earth. Every single story they told you about going to space is fake intrinsically upon the falsification of the radius. The entire model has been falsified. This is why it's forcibly censored. That's why they will never debate this on national television. Just shut down the stupid flat earther and let an astrophysicist debate them. They'll never do it. Neil deGrasse Tyson was supposed to debate Eric Dubé. It was set up on Joe Rogan's podcast, the #1 podcast in the world for over a decade. And then Neil deGrasse Tyson had to back out. Then they showed you some supposed curvature from Felix Baumgartner at 128,000 feet when he supposedly jumped out and saw the curvature of the Earth. We then sent high-altitude footage, our balloons up, getting footage of the horizon at 120,000 feet, and it was completely flat up there, showing objectively they misled and lied to the entire world with a GoPro who actually sponsored it with Red Bull, saying that this was the curvature of the Earth that you could see from the edge of space, not even close to where they claim space is. It was just the Kármán line at 62 miles. And then, of course, that's the international one, and they say the U.S. acknowledges that 50 miles. Right? So when we sent it up and found out that it was flat, they then had to come out with damage control and use Neil deGrasse Tyson to say, a lot of people think that they saw the curvature of the Earth in the Felix Baumgartner jump. That's not true. You would never see the curvature from that height. You'd be 2 millimeters off this beach ball, and up there, that stuff would be freaking flat. So why'd they show the whole world a curve that wasn't actually there until we went and tested it? Why did they tell you that when boats disappear, they're going over the curvature of the Earth, when you can actually go out, see the boat disappear, bring a camera out, zoom in, and you'll actually see it once again? Did I zoom in through the Earth X-ray vision with my P900? No. The boat appears to go away or disappear due to a limit of perspective. You have an angular resolution limit to your eyes. We also have something called the atmosphere, and you can't see infinitely through an atmosphere. Eventually you reach a vanishing point called a horizon, which is where the sky appears to meet the ground. It's horizontal, which is why it's called a horizon, because it's horizontal. And this place constantly fluctuates and comes back and forth based on the atmospheric conditions of the day, how clear it is, and how high off the surface of the Earth you are. It's not a real physical place that curves and blocks your view. It's an optical apparent location that constantly moves. So all observations of the history of mankind have showed a flat, non-rotating surface. The Earth is a geocentric stationary plane, a topographical plane with different elevation differences within it, and that is what all evidence shows you. It's the only way it could even exist. You also can't have the gas pressure that you're breathing sitting next to a vacuum. It's literally impossible. It's called the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy will increase, pressure will fill the available space, heat goes to cold, high pressure goes to low pressure. Systems seek spontaneous equilibrium. Second law of thermodynamics. This is a natural law, not a theory that you can change or debate. It's not something that someone came up with. It's something that happens always in nature. It's a naturally occurring phenomenon that always happens. This is called a second law of thermodynamics, a natural law, right? So if you had pressure sitting next to a vacuum, it would instantaneously seek equilibrium, filling the vacuum. If you have a soda and you open it, it goes psh, instantaneously equalizing to the lower pressure around it. That's the second law of thermodynamics. You could not have gas pressure of oxygen that you're breathing or any of the gases sitting next to a vacuum. It would instantaneously fill the vacuum. You've been trained to say this word over and over and over. Gravity, 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 gravity. Well, gravity is not actually real. It's a concept. It's a theory that has no evidence. So whenever I drop something, it falls down because it's more dense than the air. If I let go of a helium balloon, it goes up because it's less dense than the surrounding air. It's lighter than the surrounding air. Not because it's gravity proof. Helium balloons do not go up because they're gravity proof. They go up because they're less dense. It's called relative density, right? If you wanted to get real specific, everything's intrinsically electrostatic, but that's unnecessary. There is no scientific evidence for gravity. There is no experiment that's isolated gravity, and it's known for a fact in highest levels of academia that this does not exist. There is no isolation or scientific experiment validating gravity. That's why it's called the theory of relativity, where they say that gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space-time. Two concepts. Can you bend freedom and love? Of course not. You can't attribute physical properties to conceptual abstractions. This is called a reification fallacy. Doesn't matter. The only evidence ever to even be claimed that the Earth is in fact a ball with gravity is gravity has to exist because the Earth's a ball. Literally, that is the only evidence. If we assume the Earth is a ball, then gravity has to exist because it has to exist for the Earth to possibly be a sphere. It has to pull us down in all directions, omnidirectional, all directions. We have to be pulled down. So gravity has to exist. Yeah, we don't have any evidence for it. We can't prove it. We can't accurately define it. And when we apply it to the sky, it's off by 95% in 2021. They're off by 95%. It's called dark matter and dark energy. They still cannot explain the supposed model, not even mathematically. We have falsified it. The flat Earth can't explain magnetism. It can't explain the cyclical nature of the sky. It can't explain everything else that we see. The globe Earth cannot. Okay, so all scientific empirical evidence shows you this, and we have tested it. We proved that they lied. With cartoons, they lied to you. The same exact schooling system that told you Christopher Columbus discovered the United States when people were already here. The same exact system that lied to you about the Vietnam War and said that they attacked us and they attacked themselves and said that, in fact, they declassified, they had to do that to justify war, but they lied to the American public saying Vietnam attacked us and Gulf of Tonkin. Same ones that lied about 9/11. You shouldn't blindly believe the system. You should go look into it for yourself, and you will find out that most of the people that are lying, it's actually not intentionally. They believe the lie as well, and they propagate it forward. And there's something called compartmentalization, where people are trying to explain something that doesn't exist. So you ask questions like, why would they lie? They get $60 million a day from NASA. They're hiding more land and resources. They told you you're an insignificant speck of dust in the ever-expanding universe where everything came from nothing. Lightning struck primordial soup, and then rocks turned into fish eventually, that then turned into fish with feet, that turned into rodents, that turned into apes, that turned into humans, and there's nothing important about you. Random chaotic happenstance that you even exist. Over the course of billions of years of everything exploding from nothing, you get perfectly coalesced into spheres that were happen to be, you can somehow live here. So don't worry. Well, the truth is, the Earth is stationary and the center of everything, geocentric, and the sky moves in perfect circles over top of us around the center of the sky, right over the center of the Earth. And that means the Earth had to be created. It had to be placed there. So they're hiding the creator. There's 3 reasons. Also, you can't trust any of your senses. You think you're spinning 1,000 miles per hour, but you don't feel it. You think the Earth is curving, but you see it flat. You think that the sun is sitting still in the sky, but you see it move. You think the sun is 400 times bigger than the moon, but you see it as the same size as the moon. And so you can no longer trust your senses. You do not think that you can adequately tell the difference between truth and fiction. You must turn to authority to get all of your answers that you cannot understand. So they have brainwashed you into a slave state where you always turn to the authority to know what truth is, because you have been told that you cannot figure it out on your own. This is how you have good brainwashing capability of a state. So there's 4 very rudimentary reasons they would lie. Why wouldn't they lie? Knowledge is power. If you're the only one with the knowledge, it's much more powerful. When does the government not lie? Okay, so there are your answers. They're hiding land and resources and money and brainwashing you, and they put you in a little circle and told you can't leave there while they go hang outside of it. Okay, so there's plenty of reasons why they would lie. It doesn't really matter why they lied. The motivation of lying is independent of the fact that they did lie. Okay, and falsification is independent of replacement. We falsified the globe Earth. We don't have to replace every fairy tale they said before it's still real. If you tell me Santa's real, and then I see mommy and daddy bring presents in the house, I don't have to go come up with a new fictitious character from the North Pole or Santa's still real. We falsified your claim that Santa's real. That's all there is to it. Falsification is independent of replacement. So there you go. There are the basics. You can't fall off. You can't fall off of a lake. There's a shore. Antarctica is known to have the highest elevation in the entire world. It is an ice ring effectively around the water. Captain Cook tried to circumnavigate the Earth, and he went for 68,000 miles, and all he saw was an ice shelf the entire time. You're not allowed to go independently verify this, though, so the water is contained, which is convenient because fluid statics is also a natural law. Water finds its level. Water at rest is always level, period. Okay, so water conforms to its container and finds its level. Well, conveniently, it's contained on this flat Earth, and it's level. Of course it is. So how is 70% of a ball level? It's impossible. It defies fluid statics, the second law of thermodynamics. There's no empirical evidence for it, and we see way too far. We see mountains from hundreds of miles away. We see the skyline of Chicago 60 miles over Lake Michigan should have been completely obstructed. We have mountains we can see from 273 miles away. We have mountains we can see from 103 miles away. We have nothing but evidence that falsifies the globe Earth. So if the surface of the Earth is flat, all over it, what is it? Do I believe in aliens? Well, for one, what is the etymology of alien or extraterrestrial? Extra land, extra terrain. So if there are other lands that they have hidden where someone lives, technically they would be alien or extraterrestrial. We would be in the inner space. They drew a circle around us, and there would be the outer space. There is no alien coming from outer space where it's a vacuum that couldn't exist, that they're thousands of light years away, and some intergalactic civilization with different races coming to get you from outer space vacuum boogeymen. None of that's real. I don't make claims about whether aliens are real or not. I know they'll probably lie to you about it, and the same guy, Werner von Braun, that was the Nazi brought over here to lie to us about going to the moon, told his secretary that they would fake an alien invasion and also fake things about asteroids. I don't really know. You can look into Project Bluebeam, but it doesn't matter. And by the way, Werner von Braun also put Psalms 19:1 on his tombstone, which says that the firmament shows the handiwork of the Creator. The firmament comes from the Hebrew word rakia, strong as bronze. It was stretched out over top of us to protect us, and we are like grasshopper inhabitants within the tent he stretched over top of us, and it's strong as bronze, like beaten out with bronze, rakia. So why did the guy supposedly took us to space put on his tombstone that you can't go to space because there's a firmament there? Well, he let the truth out on his deathbed. He also wrote a science fiction book in the 50s, and in the science fiction book that the Nazi wrote in the 50s, the main character's title is Elon, and Elon supposedly takes us to Mars. I guess that the prophet of the Nazi was really good at predicting what would happen, right? He wasn't just good at mass murdering millions of people. He was also a prophet that knew that Elon would take us to Mars in 2021 and talk about how he's going to do it. So the world's a stage. Jules Verne wrote a science fiction novel in the late 1800s predicting the moon landing and where the rocket would shoot from, what state, what direction, how it would slingshot around it, and everything else. They take science fiction books and they tell the public that it's true while they know the truth. Powerful people are lying to you, okay? So do not fall for whatever they tell you. You need to look into things for yourself. Don't blindly believe anyone. Go research it for yourself. Go test it for yourself. And if you do this, you will find out that the earth is provably flat. I would have to sit down here and talk for another 3 hours to tell you every flat earth proof. There's something called specular reflections. You cannot have perfect reflections on a surface if it's not flat. It cannot be concave or convex at all. Specular reflections debunk the globe earth. We have local reflections from the sun, showing the sun's a local light source. This is impossible in the globe earth model. The sun has to be so far away we have parallel rays, right? So it's impossible. This debunks the globe earth. We have crepuscular rays, which are divergent rays that converge onto the sun, showing the sun's a local light source. Impossible on a globe earth. They say it's actually parallel. It just looks like that. We see that the sun and the moon are the same size. They say that the sun's actually 400 times bigger than the moon, just coincidentally, exactly 400 times further away also, so that it looks like they're the same size, so we can have total eclipses. Or maybe they're just the same size, bro, and the scriptures are true, and it says that there's a lesser light that rules the night and a greater light that rules the day. Okay, that's all there is to it. We see the same moon for all recorded history, while people claim it's a sphere that spins, but if it spun 1/4 a mile per hour, slower or faster, we'd see the other side of it, so it just perfectly sits there for thousands of years. That's a cool story, bro. None of this has any evidence. It's all fairy tales. What we know for a fact is that water always finds its level. To have pressure, you must have a container, which means the way that you're breathing is the gas pressure on the earth is contained, and we see way too far. The earth's a topographical planet isn't curving. This is just the way that it is. You can't go deeper than 7.8 miles. You can't go past the 60th south latitude. We need to wake up and then tell them that we demand to know the truth and to be able to freely traverse the earth. That is the next step. Not to try to attack the people that actually researched it, are bold enough to not care that other people get triggered and try to call you dumb or try to attack you because they were told that it's dumb. The people that are strong enough and intelligent enough to actually understand it, research it, test it, and then go speak about it are the people that are fighting for you, whether you understand that or not. And we're used to taking the bullets, but you should maybe jump on the side of that people actually doing what's best for humanity as opposed to trying to attack them. So there you go. It's all a lie. Georgia Guidestones prove it. Yeah, exactly. The Georgia Guidestones wouldn't work unless the Earth was a geocentric stationary plane Earth, right? Because it's used as a compass, a clock, and a calendar. It shows Polaris day after day after day for all recorded history that it's been there, and it will always work, showing you where north is, because it doesn't change. For all recorded history, Polaris is in north. That's how you know where north is, so it would be a compass, right? It also shows you where the winter solstice and the summer solstice is. It shows you the time of the year. It's a calendar. Because the Earth doesn't move and the sun does the same thing. That has the same cycle. There's a cycle over top of us like a clock that resets every year. This cost almost $1 million to build it, and it would be a complete waste of money if the Earth was a spinning ball. Okay, so that's just the way that it is. And they tell you what they want to do on there, and I think everyone should just wake up, Maybe everyone should just wake up and stop getting triggered that we didn't go to the moon in 1969. Stop being surprised or acting surprised the government lied to you. Stop being surprised and acting like China and Russia lying is a big shock to you. The U.S. government has lied about everything. So what you should do is accept truth for what it is, right? It's easier to fool someone than to convince them that they have been fooled. That is not my problem. That is, you just need to look into the evidence and be honest. We see way too far. We falsify the curvature of the earth. There you go. I mean, I don't know what other basic questions I might have missed, but you should be able to figure them out. You'll ask stuff like, oh, you shouldn't look past the curvature. If the Earth's a ball, it has to curve. If you were intellectually honest about this, you wouldn't get past that. You're like, wait, that's the most efficient way to test if the Earth is in fact a ball with this radius. Geometry, measurements of shapes, sphere, certain size, dimensions, 3,159 radius. You would test that and see if it's curving at that rate, because it has to curve. If a woman's pregnant and she moves her hand across her stomach and then it comes down to the bottom, can she still see her hand? No, because the curve of her stomach physically obstructs her hand. That is what the Earth has to do if it's a ball. This is where the answer lies. Is it really what they said it is? You can go measure the surface of the Earth, and it is objectively, provably not what they said it is. So if your response to that is to not answer it or figure out how it could work or figure out what's going on or go test and see if that claim is true or see exactly if these observations really do exist, if your response is, oh, well, how do eclipses work? What about magnetic fields? What about... If you start asking every random question you can think of, you're being intellectually dishonest. You're diverting away, and you can't handle what the truth is. Right? So if you think you can ask a gotcha question that some flat earther might not answer, that doesn't change the fact we falsified the radius. Okay? We don't know all the answers. The globe Earth knows none of the answers, right? People will say, what about eclipses? Eclipses debunked the globe Earth, and they still use the Chaldeans from Babylonian time, 2500 BC, a geocentric stationary plane Earth civilization. They knew the Earth was flat and stationary and the center of everything, and they used something called the stereocycle from the Chaldeans from 2500 BC to this day at NASA to be able to predict the eclipses. They cannot use the heliocentric model to predict eclipses at all. There's something called the Selenilian eclipse, right? And it's where the sun and the moon are both above the Earth during the lunar eclipse, according to the globe Earth model. The reason you have a lunar eclipse is because the Earth blocks the light from the sun and casts a shadow onto the moon, and that's what actually physically obstructs the sunlight, causing the shadow, thus a lunar eclipse. Yet in the Selenilian eclipse, a lunar eclipse, the sun and the moon are both above the horizon, above the Earth, a geometric impossibility on the globe Earth. And guess what year they said that they discovered this and recorded it for the first time? 1666. It's not a coincidence they told you that the first time they recorded the eclipse that debunked the model is 1666, 666, right? The same year that gravity was discovered by Isaac Newton, supposedly, in 1666, with a number of 6.67, right? Where we have north and south Arctic circles at 66.6 degrees, while the circumference of the Earth in nautical miles is 21,600, 6 times 6 times 600, while we're on a 66.6 degree tilt with a curvature rate of 0.666 feet per mile squared, shooting around the sun 66,600 miles per hour. Okay, so it's a lie, it's a Luciferian lie, and if you're actually at the highest level of the occulted people that try to control the world and lie to all of us, you have to know these things, or you're not allowed there, okay? So that is why they lied. It's simple. If you wanted to control and brainwash an entire group of people on the Earth, what better way than to start by lying to them about the nature of the very place that they live? If you want to brainwash them on the Earth, why not lie to them about the Earth? Why not tell them there's no more land, it's a finite little sphere, and you have to stay here? Because there's more land and you get to control it. Why would they not lie? Knowledge is power. It's much more powerful if you're the only one with it. So there are the basics for you. You should research it, right? Flyman's watching, his panties are in a bunch. Dude is a gallon. Alright, I love you guys. I'm going to catch up with you guys later. Battery's about to die. I wanted to answer the basic questions. There you go. I can't go back and forth in comments. And if you watch this video, you'll understand why I can't go back and forth in comments all day. I have hundreds of people that are doing that and sending me messages. So, look at our content. Go find us and listen and learn and study and research. A lot of people on my Facebook will be helpful to you, but for everyone, drop the arrogance, okay? Drop the arrogance. When I first heard about Flat Earth, I thought it was dumb also. Then I humbled myself in research to try to prove the Earth was a globe and found out it is far from dumb. And if you're still on that wavelength, even though waves aren't things and don't have links, right? It's just a transverse movement in a medium that has to be there, the antecedent to any type of propagation. But anyway, I digress, right? If you're not even on that wavelength of understanding that it isn't a dumb conversation, you're nowhere close to the truth. You're nowhere close to the truth. So just humble yourself, be honest, seek the truth diligently, and then you will be good to go, right? And people will be more than happy to help you answer your questions. They want you to come over here and know the truth. That's our whole thing. We want everyone to wake up and realize we've been lied to so we can get our power back. But just be respectful. Don't expect to be able to just hurl insults and attack people and that people are just going to love you and be real nice and just keep letting you do it. Because the irony is that, you're projecting your own intellectual insecurity. I go around the United States offering $100 cash to anyone in these major cities that can answer 3 basic questions about the globe Earth correctly, the basic questions about it, and no one ever wins the money. So be honest. You know nothing about it. It's okay. All the flat earthers know everything about it, right? So you should be real here. Just look into it. There's your little beginner's crash course. I love you guys. I'm going to go chill with another flat earther in a little bit, grab something to eat. I may do a computer stream later tonight. My phone is about to die. Peace out. Much love. MasqueradeTour.com, $ what's it gets a cash out, what's it protonmail.com, PayPal if you want to support the tour. I know I speak fast. I'm sorry. It's just like what I do. So I love you guys. Seek and speak truth unequivocally. The weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. So strong people don't care what weak people think. Intelligent people don't care what dumb people think. Informed people don't care what ignorant people think. Stand tall and seek and speak the truth regardless of ostracism or any type of attack or pressure from society. It doesn't matter, right? The weak always do that. So just stand tall for the truth. And actually, whenever they revile you for his name's sake, rejoice, for they did it to all the prophets before you. Peace out.
Amen and preach it, brother.
Dude, you beat me to it. I was about to say amen myself. That was good stuff. Amen with it. Keep on keeping on. So it's like, what else can you say?
Yeah, that was a pretty good sermon, really. A good way to start the Sunday morning for people, isn't it?
What else I could say is that I love y'all. That's what I could say.
Yeah. Did you listen to that? Did you listen to that, Flatman? Did you hear
Love you too.
most of that?
I caught the end of it. I'm just sort of waking up there. I got a bit of a ban in the main chat in QE's science and whatever debate because of my the one meme, the NASA dog pooping in the globe lover's mouth. You've seen the meme before.
Well, yeah, I've seen the meme. I think I was the source of that. I mean, you probably stole that from me, but I try not to post it. I mean, I thought I posted that.
The thing is we're not 12 years old, and QE is pretty bold when it comes to talking, and he wasn't the one that banned me. It was some
Yeah, I was
mod.
going to say,
Anyway,
yeah, I don't think QE wouldn't have banned you for that.
I sent QE a
That
personal
one, I cut the shit.
personal message.
Come on,
That's
bro.
the one. That's the one. I
think
sent
it's
him
funny.
a personal. Yeah, I sent him a personal message this morning. He'll probably unban me and straighten me out.
I don't go there anyway.
Oh, you're such a naughty boy. You got yourself banned.
So,
how's everybody doing this morning? Good.
All good here.
Right on. I redid all the ceiling tiles in the bathroom, all brand new. I got the management to give me a set of ceiling tiles. We had water stains on the old ones, and we've been living here quite a while. We deserve it. We're gonna ask for a new stove and a new fridge soon too.
well, does the leak still exist?
No, that's been solved. And I also expanded foam, all the like piping and stuff, because we had some creepy crawlies coming from other apartments. So I'm expanding foaming all the holes up there.
I've had that.
Yeah. Improving without permission because I know the next tenant will appreciate it.
Landlord should appreciate it too.
She's a bit of a Nazi. She's a bit of a Nazi. She nickels and dimes every tenant. We're pretty sure she raised our parking by a few dollars, but there's been a rent ban on because of the pandemic. And we're gonna cross our I's and dot our T's and make sure that she did do something shifty before we present it to her, and then we might get, refunded whatever, maybe, who knows, half a month free. Who knows what'll end up happening, but we're not giving up the fight.
Yeah, you run into those people. I've only had to deal with those a few times with rent, luckily. Now I've got my own property. I don't have to deal with that anymore. Yay!
That's the undesirable position.
Yeah, usury is a thing.
Well, it's like trying to think of another term besides slumlords, but because that would imply that you live in a slum. But it's just like property owners, for the most part. I mean, rental properties. I've not had a really horrible experience renting property from someone necessarily, if as long as I pay my rent. But I haven't lived in a large city or something. Are you in a big city, like in a tower complex or something? I don't. I haven't. I
I've
mostly
been
have
lucky too.
experience
I've
renting
had good
houses.
experience with
I
most.
just rent
Yeah.
a house from a nice person, whatever, for the most part. If something goes
But
wrong.
every once in a while, you get to one of those that will not be fair. It happens.
Yeah, but I haven't lived in a large city and like now I've heard of like slumlords and towers and freaking cities and stuff like that. I've never experienced that. So I've had some asshole landlords, but for the most part, as long as I pay my rent, they fixed the shit when it was necessary.
It's just like everything. There's some good people and bad people, and every once in a while you'll run into a bad apple.
We were kind of in a hurry to get back to the province of Ontario. We lived in Quebec for quite a while, and when we saw the place, right on, looks good, and signed in, and then we realized there's no visitor parking. The back door has no handicap access. You got to go to the front door to ring in, and there's stairs. Like, imagine you were in a wheelchair trying to come visit me. And I have a handicap parking permit because of an injury I occurred and whatnot. I'm not trying to advocate for me to have a spot. I'm also thinking of the other tenants that have handicapped friends that want to come and visit, but she doesn't want to bother. It's her private property, so she doesn't have to, apparently.
Yeah, it's pretty terrible. I was wheelchair bound for 10 years, so I know what that's like. I was not able to go into a lot of places. Yeah, I just recovered. Let's see, my first time being wheelchair free was January of 2020.
Congratulations.
Well,
Yep.
10 years you couldn't walk? Or
I was on a feeding tube on hospice. I was going to die. Yeah. And then I told him no. And the creator decided I was right. So, yeah.
You're our angel.
Amazing. I mean, if you do you want to tell your story, or would you rather not?
No, I don't mind telling it at all. It's kind of a crazy story.
Please tell us.
All right, from the beginning. So I was a military medic, Air Force. I was deployed all over the world, often, because I volunteered. And my last rotation before I got sick was going to Iraq, and I was given a bunch of injections, a ton of them, probably about 6 if I remember correctly. And I started feeling funny right about then, and did the deployment fine, survived combat, came home but still didn't feel right, was having some symptoms like congestion in my head, and this funny stomach thing that was starting to go on. I couldn't figure out what it was. They thought it was just PTSD symptoms from the experience. They kept telling me it was nothing. Oh, and by the way, the area I was in was full of burning garbage constantly, so we were breathing in toxic smoke from plastics and computers and uniforms being burnt so the enemy wouldn't get them, supposedly. So we were getting toxified all the time. Everybody had some kind of a weird cough while I was there. We were treating what we called the Iraqi creepy crud. And came home and just still kept feeling just exhausted and tired, couldn't ever recover from the time difference, thought it was just that. A year later, I'm still struggling with it, and start having these weird muscle twitches, and I couldn't figure out what was going on. They thought I had just esophageal problems like GERD and heartburn, and they kept trying to minimize it. My blood work started coming up weird, and I had all kinds of liver issues going on too that just nobody could explain. I'd have weird blood results, and then they would disappear, and then they would show up again and disappear. And I ended up getting hospitalized finally after going through my physician assistance program. I was able to survive that and graduated, started practicing, worked for the VA for a short year before this illness came to be just
You say
unmanageable.
practicing as a nurse at the VA?
No, as a physician assistant, so just below a doctor.
PA.
Like,
Okay.
yeah, PA. So I started working for the VA after my first year of clinical independent practice. The second year was with the VA, and it was during that time I ended up waking up one night and my diaphragm felt like it was paralyzed, and I was having troubles breathing, and I couldn't figure out what was going on. And then this bone pain started, deep bone pain, all my bones. I can't even describe what it was like to people because it's just indescribable what was going on. They tested me from everything from Lyme disease to everything. Nobody could figure out what was going on. They finally decided to put me on steroids. Felt the best I ever had in all that time, since it had been 2006. By the time that this starts really getting bad, it's 2010, and I'm struggling to even walk because the bone pain's so bad. My hands, I can't even hardly lift them. I can't hold up my records anymore to do my patient care. I can't type hardly at all, and so I even have to go to voice to do my records, and I'm starting to lose my ability to even walk. By the end of the day, I can't stand up. I can't do anything. Nobody knows what's wrong with me. And they put me on steroids to see if it would fix the problem, or the symptom, I should say. And I was fine for the first week. Felt great. Best I had since 2006, since I had left and had all those shots. And they started to taper that back off. They tapered the drug because you're not supposed to put a person on steroids long term because it does have long term damaging effects eventually. And as they tapered, I totally lost my ability to walk or even lift my arms or even hardly hold up my head, and even breathing was becoming difficult. So I kind of collapsed, ended up being hospitalized, put me on high dose steroids. They hardly worked at that point. They thought it was just a steroid reaction, that I was having some kind of issue with not coping with having been put on it. And I ended up being in the hospital that first round. First month was in the hospital in Spokane for a whole month. Nobody could figure out what was wrong with me. I was having difficulty breathing, couldn't walk at all, lost my ability. I was stumbling. Even if I did try to stand up, I'd fall over. It was like having polio almost. It was really strange. Nobody could figure out what was going on. Nobody had any ideas. They finally shipped me by ambulance to Seattle VA, hoping that the specialists there would figure out what was wrong with me. They identified that I may have autoimmune diseases like rheumatoid arthritis. They put me under a nuclear scan, and my entire skeleton lit up like a Christmas tree, which is not normal. It means all my bones were inflamed. So my whole body was inflamed, and I wasn't functioning properly anymore. That's all they could tell me. Dealt with blood sugars started dropping all the time. They dropped down in the 40s. I'd pass out. I couldn't feed myself because I couldn't lift my arms. And then they finally shipped me back after 90 days there, shipped me back home, and ran some other tests and found out my stomach was no longer even digesting or moving anymore. So I had to have a feeding tube surgically inserted, and I could no longer feed myself, couldn't lift my arms, barely could chew. Swallowing was almost impossible. And by that time, I'm put into a rehab and got my first wheelchair. And it progressed from there. I even got worse. At one point, I was
So
bedridden. I was put on hospice. They thought I was going to die within 6 months.
So when you I'm about to be tear up. When you
Okay.
got your wheelchair, what age were you then? When you...
So that was 2010, the end of 2010. I was, let's see, I'm 48 now. About to turn 49 in October.
So you're about the same age as me. So this
Yeah, I'm
was
like you and yeah, like Battle Mod. I'm the same age as you guys. So yeah, 10 years ago.
wow. So
I nearly lost my life.
all right, cool. Oh my god.
So yeah, I was on a feeding tube for 6 years. I finally was able to recover enough function that I could actually have that surgically removed, which they thought that was a miracle in itself. Nobody ever comes off of those after their stomach stops moving like mine did.
Yeah.
I was even sent to the Mayo Clinic for genetic testing to see if it was a genetic cause. They thought I had they thought possibly I had mitochondrial disease. It was obviously something going on with my mitochondria, but they couldn't figure out the cause. They blamed it on the toxic fires. They call us the burn pit victims. There's a lot of veterans going through what I'm going through, but it usually starts with the fact that we're deployed and we all get a bunch of shots just before we leave, and to catch up on all the nasties that are supposed to be overseas when we go to different places. So yeah, that happened. And then yeah, I had genetic testing, had to have surgery to get a big biopsy out of my leg. That was not fun. Where did I go for that? Atlanta, Georgia, for a specialist for genetics. And I could never fly again or do any of my military, so they fully disabled me and retired me. I couldn't practice my medicine anymore, so I got fully retired there. Social Security disabled me. But yeah, I got so bad at one point that, yeah, they put me on hospice one night at home. I could not even be taken out of the house because I was so done. I couldn't even move my head, I couldn't hardly breathe. I was put on a CPAP machine trying to breathe. And yeah, it was a struggle, but I didn't give up. I just didn't know if it was really my time, and I didn't feel like I was being told that it was. And this whole thing gave me the opportunity then to find out about flat Earth, because 2014, I was finally done enough with the medical people telling me they could never figure this out. Nobody knew what to do. I kept getting mistreated in hospitals because they thought I was faking it at one point, even though they did a EMG study on my entire body, and it was
Wait,
just
somebody
totally abnormal.
told you they thought you were faking?
At some points, I had many doctors think I was faking it because the symptoms were so strange. So you see those videos of people having those twitches and acting weird and walking funny now
Right,
from the new jab. That's
I'm
what I was
waiting for
like.
you to finish it so I can ask you
Yeah,
what you as a PA. I'm just curious about what you can diagnose for
yeah.
yourself. But I
Well,
want
I
you to
did
finish. I
tell
want
them
you to
that
finish
was part of the
before.
problem, was
Yeah,
they
I
didn't
want you
like
to
that I
finish
was
your
telling
story
them.
before. Anyway, before I.
So yeah, so about, let's see, I think it was 2014 that I came to Flat Earth through YouTube, and really got close to the creator and just started asking, what do you want me to do? Is it really, am I supposed to just give up? I've got 2 teenagers that are finishing up their last years of high school, and a marriage that's really rocky. And because he didn't like the fact that I didn't just kick the bucket and be done and get his $1 million life insurance that we had on me. And there was all kinds of other issues behind the scenes going on,
Oh,
trying to
man.
struggle through a really difficult illness that was making me even starting to have early onset dementia. And that was the craziest part, was I was losing my ability to know where I was, hallucinating a lot. All kinds of crazy stuff was going on. So I think it was, 2016, something changed. I can't even tell you exactly what it was, other than I found out I was allergic to corn, and all these allergies were being triggered by everything that was going on. But corn was in every one of my medicines they were giving me. So I got off of that. Some of the inflammation went down. I changed my diet to totally organic tube food, and I started trying to exercise laying in bed as much as I could, and things just started to slowly recover. I had to really fight for it, but I struggled. I was on 200 milligrams of morphine. That's how much pain I was in. I would sit there and pray every 30 seconds, hoping that I could make it through the next section, next 30 seconds, because the pain was so miserable. I would writhe in pain. It was terrible having bone inflammation. And it was then that somebody came up with giving me naloxone, which is known overseas and here for reducing
Naloxone.
overdose. Naloxone. They give it for people on heroin, when they overdose,
Yes,
or somebody on
naloxone.
opiates
Yeah.
overdose. It takes away the ability to overdose. Okay. So they found out over in Europe that helps with people with my kind of bone pain. It was the first time I found something that actually could relieve my bone pain and wasn't opiate, because they had gone up so high doses. I was in such danger land with the opiates. At 200 milligrams of morphine a day, I should not be able to breathe. And they were really worried that I was going to die just from the drugs, trying to keep my bone pain in control. And so naloxone was given to me. I finally started to recover from the bone pain, was able to make a couple more steps, started getting my gut working again. Don't exactly know how that happened. Again, this is all miracle, because I was supposed to die. Everybody who's had something like this happen dies. And yeah, I had all kind of neurological issues going on. It was really crazy, but they started to slowly recede as I got my diet better, started going on herbal medicines, got off all the pharmaceuticals except for the naloxone for the next 2 years. I got off all the morphine, all the opiates. Was only using marijuana. First time in my life I ever used it, because I was throwing up spontaneously all the time too, and nauseated constantly. So marijuana saved me from giving up too, because it did give me the hope of recovering. For some reason, that
You
did work
smoking
mentally.
it, smoking it,
Yeah,
or eating
yeah, I
it?
inhaled it, vaporized and ate it.
Oh,
Vaporized and
okay.
ate it.
Cool.
Yeah, they had a vaporizer, a Volcano for me.
Cool.
So it was recommended, and it worked to help with the inflammation as well. So that was
Good morning.
probably
I just
pretty
had
important part of my therapy.
one question. I was wondering what alternatives you tried.
What's that?
I was wondering what alternatives you tried besides the marijuana.
Oh, I did chiropractic. I did magnet therapy, which I still do, which helps a lot. All kinds of herbals. I did tinctures to detoxify. Did anything to detoxify, anything I could find. I kept reading up on stuff and learning more and more about what to get rid of. Just getting off the pharmaceuticals that had already triggered so many other symptoms and side effects, that was a huge step, getting off of everything. I was on about 20 drugs by the time I decided that I was done with pharmaceuticals, that they weren't going to ever help me anyway. And I went off
Hey,
of
before
morphine
all,
almost cold turkey, and that was
bef-
very difficult for 6 months.
yeah, I've experienced. Well, it was codeine for me. It was freaking hard to get off codeine. Before
it wasn't
you,
hard.
let me ask you this: before all this started, when you were in the military or whatever, were you going to doctors, and were you on
No,
prescriptions
I
before
was
that?
on nothing, perfectly healthy. I was actually an ultra athlete, you would call me. I used to race bicycles 100 miles. I hiked and walked, and I just was an incredibly lightweight, fast person and in
All right.
extremely good health.
So you
Not a
joined the
single drug.
military. You were studying medicine, and
Yep, as a medic.
then you were a medic in the military, and you were deployed, and
Yep.
then they said
Juiced me up before I
they
went, and
juiced you
that's
up,
the
and
trigger.
then
That was the trigger.
everything. Well, I'm asking you. I wanted you to finish your story. Did you
Yeah.
finish it?
Almost. So let's see. 2018, I start to be able to get up and out of the chair. Start being able to, like I said, I got the feeding tube out, went through a week, had an abscess. The tube feeding thing was awful. They pulled it out. It was supposed to heal naturally. It didn't heal, so I had to go through a surgery to get that. Found an abscess in there. I just wanted. Everything was traumatic. Every time I had to do something, it was traumatic.
No, it sounds
But
horrible.
I just kept fighting. It was the most trying time of my life. But My kids were probably the most supportive. Family was kind of off and on. My mother was dealing with her own stuff and died in 2018 as well. So I lost my mom while I was still wheelchair bound, and it made it really difficult to see her. And yeah, it was a struggle. But then in 2019, found out my ex-husband was sexually abusing young women behind my back. Online, was meeting up with girls underage, and I kicked him out of the house that same day that I found out. God revealed that to me. He made him confess it to me in front of witnesses. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen. And I got rid of him, and I suddenly got even better, healthier. And so some of my doctors think he may have been actually poisoning me at one point. I don't know. I have no proof of that, but that's one of their thoughts. I don't know. He had control of my medications at that time, and previously when I was on feeding tubes, I had no idea what was being put into me other than supposedly what was supposed to be. So who knows? But I got incredibly better, and then within 6 months of him being out, I could finally walk all day out of the wheelchair after practicing hours and hours a day, getting up as many times as I could out of the wheelchair to do it. The fatigue finally started to go away. I had such bad fatigue, I would even have to control my emotions. You guys don't understand how much energy it takes to smile or to laugh or to be upset. And if you have a disease that's a mitochondrial issue like I had, if you got me upset, I could actually drop my blood sugar so fast and collapse. It was exhausting if I got upset or too happy. So I had to learn to really moderate my emotions because it would exhaust me so badly. I couldn't even pick up cups to drink. It was crazy because they were too heavy. It was so exhausting. Chewing food, I couldn't chew food because it was so exhausting. But that all got better over time after detoxifying for about, yeah, that 6 years of detoxifying made the difference. And
I was wondering if you came
yeah,
across distilled water. Did that
yeah,
help?
yep, I've been doing that too for a couple of years now.
With 2 pinches of baking soda.
Yeah, baking soda, diatomaceous earth. I've done all kinds of stuff. I mean, anything you can think of to detoxify.
Okay, how about the
Probably.
chlorine dioxide?
Yeah, I've done some of that. Yeah, MMS, MSM, all those
Yeah,
sorts of ones.
that seems
Yeah.
to be the flagship, to be honest.
Yeah, so a lot of things I think in combination really helped me get over those humps and survive the hospice. I was on hospice for 2 years, which you're only supposed to be on for a year because you're supposed to die. And then they put me on
Yeah,
palliative care.
hospice means you're just gonna lay in bed and
Yeah, you're supposed to die within a year. They don't put you on unless they are certain you're going to die with 6 months to a year. And so that was surprising to them first that I did that. And then they put me on palliative care, which means they gave me no hope and no treatment other than to keep me on the continuous drugs that they had already placed me on. And basically, I was supposed to kick the bucket any time,
Well,
whatever.
let me ask you. I'm not sure if I
Pretty crazy
should
story,
go
though.
down this.
So, yeah,
It
last
is.
year,
It's crazy. It's just like
got out of the wheelchair completely. Yeah.
yeah.
Living on my
So
own.
now you live on your own now, and you
Yeah,
just
I drove
travel?
myself all the way here. I got my license back. I even had a seizure a couple of years back too now. So I had one seizure and that didn't happen again, luckily. And I got my license back. I was able to drive myself, pack myself all up and drive myself from Washington State to Arkansas after not even being able to do my own bills because my brain was not functioning. I mean, I literally I couldn't read books anymore because I couldn't remember what I had read 5 minutes before. Yeah, I was a mess. So yeah, every day to me is an extra. You can't imagine.
I kind of missed the beginning. You're saying this was kind of from jabs?
Yeah, it started
That's where
just
I was
before
gonna start.
left
That's
for
why I
Iraq.
wanted her to finish the whole thing before we went back to
So, as a physician assistant and medic, I've looked back at my history and I know what I've done and I know how many things I've had and I can look at everything and pretty critically. And yeah, my first symptoms started within the week of getting my series of shots that I need. I had typhoid, yellow fever, What was the other two weird ones that we had?
Well,
I had the year
it
before
was
I'd been
because
given
you joined the military and they sent
yeah,
you
they
to
forced us.
Iraq.
They
Before you
months.
went to Iraq, they gave you this series of
Yes.
of
Yeah, I had 5 different shots that I can
inoculations.
remember.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just before all
I
at the same, all
had
on the
there was a
same
guy I
day.
used to work
All on
with
the same
that
day.
told me the same thing. He never felt the same after they did that to him before they sent him to Iraq.
No, they killed my immune system at that point. Whatever happened was
Were they
so
mandatory?
autoimmune triggering. Oh yeah, it was mandatory. I couldn't go without them, and I wasn't allowed to do my job or stay in my career field. I could even be put in jail for refusing them. It's a crime in the military.
Wow.
Once you sign up, they own your body. They own your body, people, if you go in the military.
Exactly. Yes, they do. Yes. You sign your life away when you join the
You
military.
signed your entire body away when you join the military, and they have the right to do it because you consented in writing. Oh, the other big series I had finished up was anthrax too. So it was a number of shots that you guys probably have never had, and are pretty known to have really toxic effects on people. And in combination, that was just craziness in my immune system and the stress and everything else. That it had enough. So I was diagnosed with everything from fibromyalgia. I am confirmed to have rheumatoid arthritis, lupus, some kind of mitochondrial problem, but they can't really define it. All kinds of stuff. I've been diagnosed with something. My diagnosis list is insane. But yeah, I was perfectly healthy before all this happened. I was really doing really well. I weighed 135 pounds at 5'6". No drugs, no medicines, no health problems. Yeah, it was nuts.
And all they have to do is space out the shots too, so your liver and your system can process them. It makes it better, even if it's not perfect.
Yeah, I just don't agree with any vaccines anymore because I know what's in them
Correct.
now. I actually did the research and I'm just not okay with any of them. But yeah, you're right. If they had spaced them out instead of when we deploy, they catch you up with everything else that they think you may need, and they do it all at one day, usually, maybe 2 if you're lucky.
That
And
all has
there's no way. There's multiple military people that have lost their careers because they got sick after the same kind of thing. And we've got several people that have died. Lots of us have died. They just call us burn pit or toxified or Gulf War syndrome. I'm also listed as a Gulf War syndrome.
it's toxic to your liver, right? That's the main thing that's going on.
Well, it also wrecks your immune system. It really fouls it up. You've got all kinds of heavy metals being injected with that. It's just all of it's bad, and your body just can't do it. My immune system was so crazy. I was literally a walking autoimmune disease. I even showed up with signs of lupus. I mean, it was crazy. I had a butterfly rash break across my face being in the sunlight one day, and they were like, oh crap, you've probably got lupus. And it's like, another autoimmune? Thank you very much. No.
Do you think some of these are microorganisms still, and they try to diagnose them as some other way?
It's very convoluted. Who knows? Because you're getting multiple shots with multiple ingredients, and who knows what my genetics
Right.
background is being hit with. It's really hard to say. It really is. Who knows? And some of the shots that they give in the military are not the ones that you ever see in the civilian world. Some of them, I even gave some to different people that were marked A and B, and we don't even know what they were or what they were for over the years as a medic. So I can't even tell you what I exactly got over the years. Because this is just one incident, but I had deployed multiple times every year since 2001. So I got lots of shots, and who knows? Every flu shot they had, I have had because that was required. So yeah, I got everything
Can I speak
except for the current one,
Yeah, we
which
talking
I
about
will
that?
never take.
We talking about that in here? I won't mention the name or anything. I just came from the other server, and fuck, are they just blind to it? Where if you show anything, it's a quick swipe away. Like they see the cover, and they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna predetermine that everything is said in here is fucking horseshit." And it's like, dude, no, like over in the other server there, I'm not gonna say what you're taking the same side as whatever. I'm not going to say the other server, but you're basically taking your half and then not even listening to the other half. You're so ignorant. We're just taking this half. And then if any news comes out that goes against your grain, you're just sloughing it off. And that's what majority of people are doing, is getting fucking sickening.
Yeah, it does get old.
Because it's like I'm unvaxxed. And I'm not anti-vax because I have every other vax out there. Except for this one. And because of that, they're like, "Oh, you're a fucking retard." And it's like, dude, it's not safe yet. It's like, dude, it's causing blood clots. Like it's causing sterilization. It's
It killed all the test animals. That should tell you enough.
right there. Killed all the test animals. Besides everything
Killed
else,
all the
the doctor
test
coming out saying that like 1/3 of the ones he tested
Yeah,
were magnetic for
it's
whatever
always supposed
reason.
to be animal tested by law, and they did run a small test, and the animals started dropping dead, and
Oh,
then the
jeez.
rest of them dropped dead after they stopped it because they decided they better not keep running the study because it was probably going to be bad.
Yep, it's just a bunch of horseshit.
So I count my illness a blessing because it actually gave me the time to slow down and think hard about what I had learned in my medical school training. I went to a very good medical school, University of Washington, one of the top 10 in the United States.
Wow.
And I really got the chance to think hard and look over and study and actually decide if what I had been taught was the truth.
Well,
And with flat earth and everything else that came up, I knew I needed to look really hard at stuff. And that's what changed everything. That's why I got off all the pharmaceuticals. That's why I made these decisions that I was told would kill me. Like when I got off the steroids, I was on several hundred, let's see, how much was I on? I can't even remember now. It's been so long now. Got off of it 2 years ago. 2 years ago. Stopped. I was supposed to die because my cortisol production was no longer happening, and I had become so dependent on steroids that I had to be given it twice a day or I
And
wouldn't
this
be okay.
is
And I
what's
just decided one day I'm done, and I was done, and I didn't die.
this is what's really interesting to me, and what I mean, you being a PA, which that means it's your next level to a doctor. I mean, you can give prescriptions and all that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, the only reason I didn't go to full med school is I had kids already. I was just too busy, and I decided to go for the PA degree. But I graduated from my university. I graduated magna cum laude biology degree, and then I went to med school after I came back from Iraq. So for the PA at one of the top programs, the program that I'm in is so competitive. It took me 2 applications to get in because the first one I was accepted, but
Well,
somebody had to drop out because there wasn't enough space for me.
let me
And the
ask you
second one I was
something.
picked first.
Awesome. I mean, that's really awesome. It's honorable. What was your mindset when you were young and in that thing? Were you fully dedicated to the allopathic kind of thing
I believed
at
it.
that
I
point?
thought it was helping. My father became an RN when I was 6 years old. I watched him go through college and become an RN. And I fully believed that they were telling the truth and that I was going to help people. That's what I